Wrap up here in the market to start the day, though we're also decently removed here from those pre-market highs on the SPY, at least pre-market highs so far. Nasdaq a little bit closer to those pre-market highs, and we're notable gap up here for the QQQs with about an hour and a half to go until the opening bell. Now you've got USO. This, interestingly enough, looks like we're going to be, I think, just slightly flat as of right now, slightly lower maybe from where we closed yesterday, but we did actually have, gap down, kind of a recovery. So lots of action here in USO. We know that there is more tension here between the Middle East and the US that's heating back up. So keep an eye on those geopolitical headlines and stick with us on Trader TV Live. We'll give you all the information you need to know about all those headlines. In terms of some economic data here today, at 8:30 a.m., you're going to get initial jobless claims and continued jobless claims. 9 a.m., we get some comments from Feds Williams. At 10 a.m., existing home sales and existing home sales month over month. And then you're going to get at 1 p.m. the 30-year bond auction, followed by comments from Fed's Logan at 1:30. So kind of light day when it comes to economic data, as we've seen for most of the week, honestly. Let's talk about some of the stocks that are going to be in focus today. We're talking about memory names yet again. One day until that SK Hynix U.S. listing debuts. So these are going to be back on watch here. MU, nice move up here pre-market. SNDK looking very similar, so keep an eye on everything in the memory space. SpaceX, speaking of space, has also been focused. They had that Grok 4.5 launch yesterday, and they also bounced nicely here off of new all-time lows. Going to be talking about Meta as well. A whole bunch of different catalysts here for Meta today. CRM catching a downgrade. There was actually a story here of Starbucks as well involving tech. So lots to talk about this morning. And good morning, Sharif. Happy Thursday.
Yes, likewise to you, Adara. Lots to talk about, as you mentioned. Waymo expanding their operability to 4 new cities. Cerebus also up nicely here, 6.7% to start the morning. They have a new tie-up here in the continent of Europe, AI infrastructure expansion. You also have GLW, Corning gapping up here to the tune of almost 6%. Something to keep an eye out for. FCell as well, one of my swings, catching a nice little move here, 10% in the pre-market. Michael Burry chiming in on Flutter and DraftKings. He's long those. DraftKings up 0.85 at the moment. Then we have a couple of earnings names, right? We got Levi's reporting, Pepsi reporting. They're both negative to start the morning here. AstraZeneca as well with a failed phase 3 study for their heart medication, down markedly here, Adara, almost 8%. IBM with a tie-up as well. I thought it was a good headline, but they're down 4.3%. Apparently IBM is, let me just pull up the headline here, pulling into the agentic AI platform upgrades with an automation push, but the market not really liking that.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to discuss here. Before we discuss what's going to happen, let's talk about what happened last night. We're going to get into the blue ocean to kind of see what some of the top symbols traded last night were. Once again, Micron leading the way here, MU, largest notional volume. Then really close second here, you've got the SOXL, so that's the semiconductor 3x bull ETF. Third place, another memory name, SanDisk, followed by the South Korea bull 3x ETF, KORU. This is another name kind of in that memory space. Then you've got the Roundhill memory ETF or DRAM. Nasdaq in 6th place here. 7th place, you have Alibaba, BABA. Then you've got another Micron memory-related play here, 2x bull, Micron ETF, MUU. 9th place, SOXS. This is the Bear ETF. And then another South Korea ETF, EWY, in the 10th spot. So it's really interesting. You're continuing to see this whole week on Blue Ocean memory names and some tech names on this list. But this is the first time we've seen Alibaba on here this week. So that is going to be an interesting look. Also an interesting look, as I'm sure whatever Sean and Neil have to talk about here. Good morning, guys. How are you doing? What are you looking at today?
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, what a throw by Adara. Thank you so much for that. I mean, we always have some kind of interesting names to look at.
I hate to say it, Salesforce, for bad reasons.
I hate to say it as well. Oh, how did your air conditioning story go? I didn't ask you about that. It went well?
Yeah, I got back from practice. Everything was installed.
So good. Okay. Because I was thinking like it's freezing in here right now, which made me think about that. So,
we've got the AC on this floor.
The AC is on blast.
It's out of control.
It's on blast more than memory names this morning over here.
Well,
it's the icebox, says Joe over here. Hey.
Icebox.
There it is. That is kind of,
hey, okay.
This is the coldest it's been in
Oh, 100%.
Forever, I think.
100%.
Right now, I don't know. Randy must be jacking up that AC over there.
Randy's
in. I got the jorts on over there. I
Yeah.
can't really see. Oh, he's got the jorts on. Yeah, he's ready to rock and roll. But it's pretty warm, man. Yesterday it was like almost 40 degrees again. So we're like over 100 degrees Fahrenheit here.
Yeah, two of the kids, like
in Toronto.
including Aaron and another kid, the two earliest to practice, both had to sit out the last 20 minutes. It was,
we had a game.
Yeah,
we had a game
awesome.
last night. But it was 8 to 10.
It was crazy.
And they had to sit it out. Well,
It was just like look, if you tell me you're getting lightheaded, and plus two, like
might as well to chill out.
We were there a bit earlier, so I had them doing stuff for like 20, 30 minutes before practice, and then everyone started showing up.
Practices are what, 2 hours or?
Yeah, a couple hours.
Yeah, ours are scheduled for 2 hours every time. And, we won. Shout out to Les, who showed up again last night to the High Park game, a friend of one of the dads on our team there. And we had 2 call-ups. It's the best when you have call-ups. You have these little kids coming. Oh, they're not that small, but I guess 9 and 10 called up into. Yeah, they got the call-up. Yeah, one guy got hit, of course, and but that's fine. He's fine with that. They're both very good. We won 12-3, so that's a good one. 10-4 this year so far. Not too bad. Blue Jays almost a no-hitter. Only one no-hitter in Blue Jays history. And almost had one yesterday. And I didn't realize Dylan Cease had one last year, 2 years ago also.
Yeah, he's done it before.
Shout out to Dylan Cease, our potential starter for the All-Star game, maybe? I don't know.
I hope he doesn't.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they only pitch 1 or 2 innings anyways, I think, as a starter.
No, because he to get the no-no, he carried like a career high in pitches into the 9th inning. I'm like, well, he just came up.
How many pitches was it?
It wasn't even that many. I think he was at 115 or 116.
Yeah, but nowadays that's like.
That's exactly like back in the day.
Yeah, Roy Halladay used to pitch 9 innings every game, regardless of what basically was going on.
But if you're the thing, it's what you're trained for. And if your body has been trained to throw 5 or 6 and only go 100 pitches, then that's what you're going to be
that's
capable
what baseball is.
You have to work up to it. Like guys can do it. It's just you'd have to work up to it.
There was never even bullpen games in the past, and now you get them all of the time. But
well, hopefully the Chips can keep it up and show some staying power, unlike Major League starting pitchers, because the rebound has been good. You're up almost a point today, led by the Chips. Downside action for pretty much all of software. So if you're looking at ServiceNow, CRM, I want to look for a short today. Hasn't looked too good.
They had a nice bounce back.
It hit a great bounce back, but 50 period, now you're turning back in. There was a Starbucks headline looking there, utilized a little bit more AI. That's got the space looking to the downside, and they catch a downgrade as well. So
Starbucks caught a downgrade?
No. So Starbucks was looking to integrate more AI,
which
was putting pressure on software. Actually, Starbucks is actually pretty flat, but CRM, ServiceNow, both looking incredibly weak. If you're thinking IGV in general too, that's not exactly looking very healthy for obvious reasons. Only down 1.6. Just feel like you get more out of CRM. So yeah, there's going to be a lot to watch. Pretty quiet for oil. That's a good. I think that's a good. They're going to hit
them 20-1. He said 20-1. Every one they get, there's 20 back.
But we're not exactly flashing up like we were at the end of the session yesterday. It was just like an oil rally for the last 30 minutes or so, and pretty quiet this morning, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, I don't. We've been looking at SpaceX every day, but I don't know. Today, it's back up 150. We could run the usual gauntlet with it and try to short. Well, not try, just do it. Get short when it breaks through 150. But that was pretty nice. Nice move yesterday. And then we'd gotten out around this 145 marker a couple times. And there it is, man, back up another $5. So that's a really good run there. Nice little buy and balance at the end of the day. It was about 900,000 shares. And you saw sort of the volume pick up there near the end of the day, and boom, shakalaka, all the way upside there, breaking through 150. And here we go, 150.50 now for SpaceX. So we'll see. I'm actually thinking about a long. The 200 period right now is at 148. We'll see if it holds it. The new release of Grok 4.5. I guess you got to. I loaded up my Grok. I don't have it, but I guess it's a paid for subscription model at this point. But SpaceX going upside there is. I was looking at other names. We had like AT&T and all these other names. Part of it is Starlink is just eventually the internet and everything. Starlink is becoming. I saw something on I don't know if it was Instagram or it might have even been on Twitter, probably Twitter, but there that Starlink is pretty reasonable now. It's like $50 or $60 a month. Like it's not even that expensive here in Toronto right now. So I don't know, like that's going to be coming for some of these internet names and cable names. And what else can Starlink provide? But AT&T there today up 8%. What the? I'm not even sure what's going on with that, but that can't be right. Wait, no, that's not right because it closed at 21. No, that's not right. Oh, there it is. Okay. There it is. Now back only 0.24. So that's more reasonable. Yeah. So I don't know. Just some questions we get about AT&T. I mean, a good dividend, but if you're chasing that yield, downside right there as telecommunications being disrupted by so many IRDM. I mean, all these space-related names are having a disruption moment for the AT&Ts. And then that reminds me of TELUS as well. I mean, there's RCI is Rogers Communications. That's here in Toronto. They're the owners of all the sports teams around here. They've been getting hit as, if the daily loads up, I mean, they've been getting smacked very badly recently as well. And these guys are about a 5 or 6% dividend. I still own this name and it's just getting whacked right there to the downside. So yeah, just some disruption in the telecommunications space. And, we want to thank Starlink and SpaceX for all that. And I know AT&T is such a big holding in many people's accounts, and as is Rogers Communications. And I mean, there's, it's not Bell, it's BCE.
BCE.
Yeah,
Bell,
BCE here, yeah. I'm just going to look at them on the New York side of things, but yeah, wow, $21. I don't remember it being this low either. And, there's a lot of names that are starting to get hit in the space, in the telecom space. So maybe some value to pick up down there if you're looking for some yield, but wow. Yeah, it just reminds me of what SpaceX, kind of the other side of it. There's the Rocket Lab, there's the Astera Labs, there's everything that's been going on in the sky. But then some of these, names like Bell Canada, AT&T, and Verizon, and all this, they're all starting to, lose a little bit of their competitive advantage, right?
Yeah, if you look forward, it's hard to imagine a world where they will ever be what they once were. But if you're looking forward, you mentioned Rocket Lab. Well, we keep talking about the 200 SMA. Everything in space dipped. All the space names dipped after the SpaceX IPO, but this is double bottomed now off the 200 period moving average. Look at that nice little bottoming tail wick.
I don't know where that's from.
on Rocket Lab. Randy's got this pointer that he's got. Like, first of all, why do we even have that?
Sharif.
And whose is it?
I don't know. Adira, what's the story behind this pointing thing here, this finger? What's the story behind this? Do you know what the story behind?
Okay, so here's the thing with my memory. If I don't know what a thing is, I can't remember what it is later.
I was gonna say, it's a point, it's a finger. It's just a...
I think that, do you scratch yourself with it? I don't know.
What?
I don't know whether...
No, I didn't know if there was...
I think it's just a
Randy,
pointer.
where did you get this from, Randy? Oh, Randy's the one that knows about it. Okay, we'll just put it back.
It's just a pointer.
Just goes there.
You could maybe use it on the big screen over there.
Oh, yeah,
we do the options segment.
We
we can
use
point
it on
it.
the big screen.
I don't know. I don't know what else you'd use it for. I can't really. Seriously, Joe should use it on the options segment. You should use the pointer and then.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we'll do it in one of the lessons. Get up in front of the screen.
Yeah, maybe we will.
Fine, you can do the thumbs down. I'll use it in one of the lessons.
Wow, Joe's saying we should use it. Fine, yeah.
Then I will,
exactly,
Joe.
Like, what is that, a threat? I was just using it right now.
Oh, what the heck?
I was pointing to Sharif and Adira.
Now it's like falling
Neil's ruined it.
There we go.
Over there.
Look at it.
Okay,
I'm using it, Joe, in the lesson.
Yeah, okay. We'll use that today at some point. All right, guys, let's go back over there. But yeah, it's disruption in the telecommunications space.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Meta. There are a lot of different stories here on Meta, both from late this afternoon and I feel like every 2 seconds this morning. But I want to mention again here, just on that IBM story, I will shout out to people in our chat who are mentioning it. So again, this Starbucks headline, which I mentioned, and Neil also mentioned, yeah, basically they're going to be looking into AI here to reduce the reliance specifically on Microsoft and IBM software. So that's why IBM and MSFT got hit a little bit harder here today, with MSFT actually still making new lows. One of the articles I read said that Oracle software was also going to get reduced, but I couldn't find as many mentions of that. So, and guys know I'm always the first to dunk on Oracle, but I really can't confirm that in this case. So I think it's mostly here IBM and MSFT that would be affected buy that story here with Starbucks. But we'll get more into that in the rundown. In the meantime, let's talk about Meta. There's so many different ways to go with this. They were added to the US 1 list here by B of A. Got a couple different memory-related catalysts. What part of Meta do you want to talk about today, Sharif?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the Canadian angle. All right, guys. So they're opening up a new data center in Alberta, of course, right? The energy-rich province of this country. It's going to be about $9 billion US, or about 13 billion Canadian dollars. And then now this expands their 33 data center, I should say, global footprint. Initially, it's going to be a 1 gigawatt facility, but it's being designed to actually take on 1.8 gigawatts. And it's a BYOP, baby, as we've been talking. Bring your own power. And they're going to use, I believe, natural gas here. And they've struck a deal with Pembina and Green Electricity Center. They're going to burn about 150 million cubic feet of natural gas per day. That's what they're burning just to be able to kind of keep this data center afloat. But here's the deal. The data center is actually going to be built out before the natural gas plant that's going to power it, which is expected in 2030. This data center is expected within 2 years. So there's going to have to be sort of a bridge between the completion of the natural gas facility and the data center. So they're going to actually siphon 250 megawatts of electricity from the local grid. But this will also be one of those, I guess, environmentally friendly data centers because they're going to use a closed loop water recycling here for liquid cooling, which should be interesting. So you got bring your own power, not increasing the price on local residents, and you have closed circuit water. So it shouldn't be siphoning off too much water. Interesting take here.
Yeah, I'll get into some of the other stories here, just kind of mention for you guys. As mentioned, they're now on the B of A US 1 list that doesn't, we don't really have too many details as to why, but it's now been added on the list. Apparently, this is the top ideas for B of A that are buy-rated US listed stocks. Financial Times also reporting that Meta is developing super sensing smart glasses. And then last but not least, Reuters reported the company's going to be starting manufacturing on its Iris AI chip in September of this year. They're going to double its computing capacity next year. So many different stories on META today. Are you guys watching this stock?
Well, it comes down to more spending. I think that's what everyone's boiling it down.
It's getting crushed.
Damn it! I think that's the sign. It's just, they've already been the dog. Well, Microsoft, I guess, supposed the Mag 7, but they've already been the dog along with Microsoft. And then just any excuse to say, oh, you're spending more, but you're not showing us what the money's getting made, and then you're going to be in more trouble for sure. So we got Marathon Digital signed a deal to acquire a 1,200-acre powered land site in Matagorda County, Texas. That's probably not that big of a deal, but I think the good sign would be in this particular case, well, they're not stopping the spending. So if the hyperscalers continue to spend, that overall continues to drive demand and continues to be good for the chip space. So you can always point to that to be a bit of a good sign. But it's got a double bottom at $540, which has a chance to be a triple bottom if it can hold at $540. Downward sloping major moving averages. This time the bounce doesn't even get to the 200. It did last time. It didn't this time. So I don't see any reason why this is the time for Meta. You've got a good valuation, so there is definitely that. But look what's happening. If you're looking for value, yesterday you had, I don't know if it's still there because Broadcom just bounced huge. Yesterday you had Broadcom dip into the teens on a 4P. You had Nvidia bounce after dipping into the teens on a 4P basis. So you're also getting value in other places where you're just considering that you have a bit more growth, and that sort of is what it is. When people get to be able to pick and choose, and there's value across the space. You also had several bear market stories when it comes to memory chip names. So there was lots of things that pull back, and they're still not going to be in favor. But I think it lasts forever. I don't think so. They have some levers they can pull. I think when it comes to wearables, when it comes to being able to train on the physical world, that's something they can really tap into. They're going to have to battle Apple for that, but it's at least something that they can tap into. So there are some things that they can do. I just think it's a short till it's not. And Randy's in the house with a whole load of bacon. Anything else on that plate?
Long on pork futures over there. I don't.
Leave some for us.
Jesus, Randy. What the hell, Randy? That's a couple pounds of bacon over there. Just like This guy Protein, this guy's crushing the game over there.
What is going on?
Yeah, look, I mean, I just disappointed in myself because, like, yesterday we talked about how we wanted to sell Meta, and I was hoping that it would have gone the other way. And I was mentioning, like, if we get anything up to this 630 to 640 by the 200 period, I wanted to actually almost get out of everything Meta. I called Meta like the new tobacco, and honestly, damn it. Well, hopefully on earnings, man, we don't have to suffer through a horrendous earnings report. My bet is that this will be the worst one. Darn, man, that sucks. Well, okay, if we ever get a bump up, I'm definitely now. I at least want to get out of half of what we have. I mean, I've been in Meta since literally day one, and I don't like what they're doing here. I thought, being added to the B of A #1 list, down 4%. Come on, man. I mean, it's just like, what if it was added to the #2 list? I mean, what would be down 8%? Just kidding about that one. But yeah, that's not a good reaction today for Meta. They've thrown so many stories at us, and yet the stock is still getting clocked. Nasdaq's up today. Meta's getting hit. Like, this is not a name that I should even be in, but unfortunately I am. So yeah, Meta downside. I have nothing positive to say about it. All right, Joe over there at the desk calls and puts. Let me guess, Meta's a put of some sort?
No Meta here today, Sean, but we're going to be taking a look at some NVDA as we broke through some key resistance zone. Ozan knows about this one. So where is that next level and next target that we could potentially aim for? And we're going to be looking at this $210 strike price, ladies and gentlemen. But what we do have there is 44,000 contracts sitting at that level. We're climbing to around 206 right now in the pre-market. At Blue Ocean, we went to a high of around $208. Now, as for the volume, 93,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. That's more like NVDA, where we start to see a lot of the volume step in. Now we're sitting on a $3 spread between the bid and the ask. Relatively cheap here, guys, especially if we get a move up into this level. You can see some appreciation within this contract, and I'm talking triple digits. Now, as for the delta, we're sitting $20. This is OTM, but that might slightly change after the open, guys. Now, as for the gamma exposure, $4, nothing substantial there, nor do we need to overly worry about that. The closer that we get to at the money, you'll see an increase within both your delta and your gamma metric. Now, your at the money IV sitting around 45.1%. Now let's head over to the contract itself, guys. Now, surprisingly so, this thing was worth only $12 at one point before the open yesterday. Once again, a little bit more difficult, but this is the objective, is to see if we can get these big time returns. Nearer dated contracts, you want to get out most likely the same day. You don't want to hold on to these for too long because theta will destroy the value of the contract. Now, 836% here, guys, from $12 all the way up to $1.10. All right, so that's a big time return. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at some of the put activity. We got SpaceX on the list once again. We tapped into that 145 level yesterday, so what we want to look at is where can that next stage potentially be. Only 5 points lower, we're going to be looking at $140, possibly by the end of the week here, guys. Volume sitting around 27,500 contracts, open and closed on yesterday's session. 17,000. That was a little bit bigger than what we were seeing yesterday at that 145. So hopefully this is a base formed here on SpaceX. Now, SLV strike price $50 here, guys, expiring tomorrow. Now, as for the open interest, 13,000 contracts there. Let's see if silver can hold this $50 mark with 9,520 opened and closed on yesterday's session. So potential support levels here in both silver and SpaceX. Moving forward, let's take a look at Broadcom. A name that is up again here this morning, guys. We're going to be looking at this $400 strike price, which is going to be changing drastically. Open now, open interest sitting around 9,640 with volume at 23,200, opened and closed on yesterday's session. And for a $400 name, or sub 400 at this point, we're looking at a $16 spread and it's not the most liquid, but it was still within the top 15 of total volume on yesterday's session. Expect the Greeks to change after the open. $25 is your delta. Closer to at the money, you will see an increase in both the contract pricing, your delta, and your gamma. Your gamma is relatively light right now, guys, and your at the money IV sitting at 56.7%. Let's move forward and take a look at the contract itself. Nothing from a Nvidia standpoint, but still some appreciation within this specific name. We're going to be looking at the contract. As of yesterday, $121 is what you're paying on the ask at one point, and then it does peak at $4.97, giving you a 309% return. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Easy. You could have used that pointer to point out how bullish Broadcom is.
The pointer would have been perfect.
It just takes a great segment to a whole nother level. Is all you really.
We're trying.
Think about. I don't know, Joe.
It's
right over here.
One of my favorite segments.
Right here. It's right here.
We like a little bit more than Alibaba there, my guy, Katina, man.
You like? I don't mind some Broadcom. I mean,
I love
the more Broadcom, the more Marvell. I want to say what's up to everybody here that's part of the TikTok neighborhood. A big shout out to Peter. A big shout out to KMG Design. Says check out TerraWolf. Bravely, thank you so much for all of your help over there. Good morning to Solomon and Fizzle and everybody that's here on YouTube today. We want to say a big thank you. Was that, hey, what's up to Speedy? Oh, here we go. Speedy YJJ says, what's up to Bacon over there as well. And there's more and more talk, so get into the chat. There we go. What's up, user? What's up? What's up there? There's a TikTok says, what's up, boss? So we want to say thank you to all of you guys. And Jay-Z is here. Oh, the one and only Jay-Z. Shout out to New York. MU is undervalued. Okay, we'll look at MU. No doubt today, as there's been a lot of names moving around. So thank you to everybody that's here on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitch, and worldwide. If you had a time machine, what stock would you have bought at the beginning of this month? Well, it's July right now. I mean, without looking at any charts, trying to think of a name that has really gone off here.
Financials have been strong.
So far.
Biopharm has been
yeah,
strong
I mean, there's
too.
probably a little stock that's been going off.
Well, that's the problem. Like, if you don't know, like, some individual small ones.
I'm trying to think. No, definitely not Rivian. Rivian's getting clocked right now.
What's this?
Nasdaq's getting hit to the downside. Apple? I think Apple's done. Let me see what Apple is month to day right here. I'll just go with Apple, but just because I know how strong that's been month to date right there. And if you go back here, yeah, that's July, June, July, right here. Yeah, so that would have been a good one. Yeah, so we would have got this one about 280 to 290 area, and that's up to 312. What are you thinking about?
No, I was trying to think of a financial name that would have gone enough, but I don't know if there's going to be one. I know the financials have been strong.
I'll give you a 2-for-1. Robinhood.
Morgan Stanley. Well, yeah, Hood.
Yeah, so there we go. So I'll go 2-for-1 here.
That's my bad boy right there.
Yeah, there it is right there. So that's a good one. 99
I was thinking SoFi might have gone more, though.
No, SoFi's done nothing.
No, it was from January, from July 1st?
Yeah, nothing. $99 there for Robinhood up to 113. So there you go. So I give you two names that are 15%. Why? What do you got there? Whoever that super chat was, let me know what names you got.
Well, because it's really, it's a question of it's literally, you could just put it in the chat GPT.
Well,
it's not like a what would you buy.
You know, that's why you got to use the brain over there. That's why we've got Applehood. There you go. The combination there. And you nailed it with some financials. There's probably other ones there.
Yeah, well, I think the more important thing is what's the spaces that have been the strongest. Now, I love me some Robinhood. Like, if you're talking about something that we like going forward, well, great. Go back in time to like Robinhood magically at July 1st, or like it when it was accumulating at that $80 level. To me, which is more important. This is just trending to the upside, right? Like, it showed you, forget about when stocks just continue to go and try to pick where the bottom's going to be. When you see accumulation on a downtrend, that's where you want to try to get involved. You like a stock and it starts accumulating on that downtrend, then you go for it. Like that Robinhood. I'm just surprised. I was surprised yesterday that it didn't have much of a dip off of the open, but been bullish on it for a while. I'm involved for the first time ever. Talk my own book here because I never really owned Robinhood until I bought that in front of that $80 level, and now we're just looking for that 120 to get retested. It doesn't have a catalyst today, unfortunately, so I don't know if there's going to be anything you can look forward to maybe drive it in today's trade. But if the market does reverse, and we're at 1% now, so I'm not really thinking that it's looking all that bad. But if we do get any kind of a reversal, maybe looking for some of that support here in the hooded one. Good key close price back 108, 109, and then dip right into it. Makes a little bit of sense. At least to me. I just don't think we're going to get the chance to dip by much like yesterday. But it's been an absolute runner from that 80. And it just goes to show you don't have to, and I'm going to pick on CRM because I'm sorry, but software is on the mind here. You don't have to try to guess at where the bottom's going to be. Let it accumulate and then hold some higher lows. And if it can't hold the higher low, it's so much easier to just get out of the way. We got 30 seconds until we get some initial jobless claims. So let's go up to the desk, get prepped for the number.
Yeah, guys, only numbers we're going to get here are those initial jobless claims. So forecast here, 217,000, slightly higher than the prior print of 215,000. Continued jobless claims, 1.814 million is the forecast. Prior print, 1.814 million. So we're expecting no change here for continued jobless claims, slight uptick in initial jobless claims. Again, at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting some more data, namely existing home sales and existing home sales month over month. And then at 9 a.m., so about half an hour now, Feds Williams will be making some remarks. Let's see what we get here with this initial jobless claims print. 215,000, so exactly in line here with estimates, and continued jobless claims also in line with estimates here, 1.814 million. So dead in line with estimates for both prints. Kind of a, I guess, kind of ho-hum here. Sorry, just to clarify for initial jobless claims, 215,000. That's in line with the prior print, but I guess it's a bit below the forecast. So slightly lower than expected initial jobless claims, though no change from the prior print, and then continued jobless claims totally in line with estimates. Let's get into BE here as well. So Bloom Energy, as we talked about yesterday, Neil put it in the chat, I put it on the screen here during Joe's option segment, but they denied a short report that they got from Hunter Brook Research yesterday. Basically, Hunter Brook saying that they've lied about their supply chain and the fact that they're getting products from China, but Bloom Energy saying that these claims are, quote, false and misleading, and their scandium oxide supply is not dependent on China. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there, but nice uptick for BE. Let's talk about memory. SK Hynix IPO still tomorrow. What is worth knowing about these names today, Sharif?
There's a lot here to know, Adara. We're raising about $28 billion, but these are going to be ADRs. So let's talk a little bit about this, right? So the ADR process allows you, so say I own SK Hynix on the Nasdaq as an ADR. I'm technically allowed to take that ADR and convert it into a sole share or on the Kospi. What's happening now, though, is that you're not going to be able to convert it back. And that typically is the case. So if I hold the actual stock on the Kospi, I would typically be allowed to convert it back into a North American common stock. For example, Alibaba on the Hang Seng. If I want to hold the ADR here, that's fine on the NYSE, can convert it to the same share on the Hang Seng, but I can also convert it back. You won't be able to convert it back here. So why does that matter? Most people only hold one or the other because a lot of advisory desks were predicting that the US ADRs would trade at a higher premium relative to the sole common shares. Now that we know the regulator is not going to allow that sort of, what do we call, arbitrage may not even be existing, okay? So that's, some food for thought there. And then also, we got like this huge number, 7 times oversubscribed. People are piling into SK Hynix. Well, because there's no money required up front. These institutional investors, right? They can just allot shares for themselves without actually dishing over the actual capital to back that up. So what they're doing is they're just asking for all these shares and they're not throwing any money behind it so that they make sure that they're not priced out by their competitors. And then last but not least, we've also seen kind of this explosive demand that Wall Street's triggered immediate capital flight away from the Kospi. So what UBS here, they actually dropped a note for their investors, and they're recommending their clients buy the new Nasdaq ADRs and then simultaneously, Adara, short the sole listed common stock, which has helped this drop actually about 5% in the last few days. So an interesting ARB opportunity here from both sides for these new ADRs.
That's fascinating. We'll have to wait and see how it trades tomorrow. I also have a quick SanDisk story I want to mention here. Meta securing long-term supply deals, at least reported by Reuters, with SanDisk for both flash storage and also with Samsung for memory. So some memory deals here reportedly happening with Meta. As I mentioned here, the Meta catalysts literally do not end. Are you guys watching memory today, and which tickers would you be looking at?
Well, if you're looking at memory, I mean, DRAM's probably the way to go. Like, if you're looking until not this time tomorrow, but sometime tomorrow, when that ADR opens up, if you're looking for your exposure here and wanting to express the trade in SK Hynix or the space, it's going to be in DRAM, which is absolutely flying right now. And it was a tough road to hoe, and all of a sudden, we've broken that little downtrend. Like, there's your 50 period bounce at 57 level. You filled in the gap nicely. The only downside I'd give here, and it's not really a downside because if you're in any of the memory names, you're glad to have this return. But from the day trade standpoint, like when we left the day yesterday, I was sort of thinking, hey, look at that resistance to support. Like anything in and around the 61 to 62 is going to be a good jump off zone. But hard to write that down when you're at 64 up 4% because a dip at this particular point gets a little bit nasty and we're getting to a little overhead resistance. So there's a bit of a ways to go. I just feel like you're going to have some kind of a dip at the open here. You know, the market seeming to, the inline numbers on job support seems to make the market gently go higher. We were already trending up in the first place. The trend is your friend. Hopefully we get some dip buys to be able to catch something on these chip names today. All of that said, tomorrow's a different story, right? Like once this is actually trading tomorrow on SK Hynix, I'm not just going to sit here and be like, oh, this is a great story, a great company. It's got to be a long. It's a hype. It's a big hype event. I'm going to be perfectly willing to play it in both directions. Like if SK Hynix tomorrow sets up, and I think the last price I saw was like $160 or whatever. So let's just assume it opens at 160 to make up a price. If I see it just holding the line with size and starting to threaten it, I'll probably take a break for a short as just a trade. But overall, you can't really hate the space. It's given you its bear market pullback, and now it's back on a bit of an upswing. And it just required that Samsung report where everything was good and the market decided to sell it anyways. And now we're on the other flip side of the trend. So the trend is back as a friend, at least for a couple of days here, or at least for this day. Can't even say a couple of days because SK Hynix will be, I think tomorrow morning. I think that actually opens up pretty promptly.
Yeah, it should be a good one.
I don't think we're waiting around for long.
It's a no-brainer there. 6150 long on DRAM. There's nothing else really. Exact same reasons here. Tomorrow SK Hynix will lead the way. Nvidia is helping with all of this move as well. So we've got it written down there for SK Hynix, DRAM, all of that. It's now just really taking off. When I wrote this down, this is where the 200 period was. We've started to go to the high side now. So I guess it's 6250 maybe right now for DRAM. And we're just going to be looking here, playing all of the dips. I like DRAM down there. And, I've recently bought Qualcomm. Should have, looked at maybe Corning. I like Corning just as much as I like Qualcomm, and that's filled its gap all the way back down as well. Huge run to 260 over the last couple days, and then pulled right back into 180, right back into the teeth of a great buy opportunity there for GLW. So I'm actually debating putting some money to work there. We sold some Marvell. We sold a few other names at at good levels. And right now, switching out of, Meta into a GLW or even the name that I just most recently bought was Qualcomm as well. And that one's been working out well. I think that was a 180 and change bid that we had gotten down here recently. It's not like it's, really rocking or anything yet, but we do. I picked up some Qualcomm just last couple of days last week there with Joe. So somewhere around here, 185, something like that or so for Qualcomm. So a bunch of names there to look at. And then hopefully Marvell, which I'm still in, has a high side today as well. That's going to be up 5%. Yes, now 6%. So here we go, man. A lot of these names are getting beat up. But yeah, Corning, I really like that name. Deals with that Nvidia, get that Gorilla Glass going on again there. And with more, cell phones being sold. And, it's just, there is a data center story to Corning as well. This is one of those names that Nvidia, invested in or had a new deal with and started to create some upside momentum plays in Corning recently. And so, don't mind this name at all. We will get to Nvidia and all that story very, very soon. But yeah, for right now, man, I do like the Corning play and anything DRAM related. It's an SNDK story. It's a Micron story. SNDK was down to $1,600 right now, back up to 18. So, these names continue to work. And it's you do have to sort of grit your teeth and bear it sometimes as you take it on the chin on downside plays there. Intel also back to the upside. Oh, here we go. Was just bringing up Micron again, and there's Micron up 7%. So it's like, you know, you were thinking the last couple of days, oh my God, like, you know, we're down here, we're about to break lower, and then this kind of a move happens there. As there it goes, man. $3 billion investment for U.S. semiconductors. So yeah, there it goes. Is that from the U.S. you mean there? But
no, they're going to be investing in semiconductor production in the U.S.
They're investing in it.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, there it goes, man. I mean, we like to talk about U.S. built things these days, and you know, part of the story with U.S. builds are Intel and their foundry, and you know, just trying to get away from some of that China pressure that, you know, does exist. We saw Alibaba upside yesterday, and today it looks like it's a return in favor here, as many of these U.S. names. We get that Micron story, U.S. company, Intel, U.S. company, nice upside plays there in the space again. So yeah, like good looks buying some of those dips over the last couple of days. Will it last? We shall soon find out, man. I mean, we're getting ready for earnings season one more time starting next week with the banks. And then we come up, we talked about late July for some of the names, the tech names to start getting kicked out there as well. Yeah, I don't know anything about this VRAX. I haven't looked at anything.
The only thing I see
today.
Like its float is only a million shares on Verax.
Okay.
So thank you for the super chat there, Tisha Perkins. You look at 927, first 927, which is just above the highs, then 13. I'm just gonna show you, because I actually don't believe this short float here. Sometimes you'll get these and they're not really updated. Probably check another source. It's not going to be 130% sold short. Suffice to say, it probably does have a significant short float, which is going to be driving it a bit here. But there is a story. They announced that subsidiary Virix Biolabs entered into an exclusive multi-country commercial supply agreement with Fosun Diagnostics for ImmunoSelect research use immunoprofiling product line. Bit of a mouthful, yada, yada, yada pharma is what I like to call those sometimes, but it's going to be about the small float, and then, of course, a lot of it is going to be short. It's doing all the right things early on, which is still making fresh highs in the pre-market, still making higher lows, holding VWAP, all the things you would like to see. So I think that's something that you got to be able to watch out for. Here's another healthcare name. There's been a lot of runners in the space. This just adds to it. I don't want to be pessimistic, but you guys in the chat let me know. When was the last, because before I left for vacation, there were a bunch of these 100%, and Shreef might have the answer to this too, these 100% runners, and lots of them were holding out above 100%. They would hold those gains. They're doing well throughout the day. Feels like this week, I can't think of one of these that's also ended up, if it's 170% in the morning and we're still over 100% gains in the afternoon. It feels like they've been giving it up a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that, Shreef? Is things cool down a little bit on these small cap gappers?
You know, I love to use the term the pickings are slim. That's kind of thing I always throw around on the midday. And Neil, the pickings have been very slim this week in the world of small cap gapper, sadly. But we already know these bad boys are cyclical, right? We have waves of them, and then more of them beget more. And that's the funny part about it. You know, there doesn't actually have to be a fundamental reason why these guys are running. If there's a triple-digit winner that day, there could be another one the next day. The only one that I'm seeing that I like right now is the one that you just pointed out, VRAX, looking fantastic here. Just breached $8, higher lows, higher highs, above the volume weighted average price. Only thing is, there's price action, volume divergence between this one at the moment. Down and to the right are the volume bars, up and to the right is the price action. Still trading below 9 a day, but you know what I say, when we get close to that 10, I'm already looking there.
Yeah, well, I'm going to look over quickly here. We'll get into this in the rundown, so I'm not going to talk too much about it now. But Pepsi, I guess the earnings call just concluded. That started at 8:15 a.m., saying the consumer is, quote, worse than what we had anticipated. So not a great look there. And again, we'll get more into that consumer weakness in a little bit. But in the meantime, let's talk about Corning here. I mean, as Sean mentioned, telecom, anything in this communication space, really strong. It's not just Corning, it's LITE as well. But their strength is very notable today, especially when you've got a lot of SaaS and other tech weakness.
Yeah, but zoom out, Derek, because this one just got clipped the last few days, right back into that technical $200 area. I couldn't really find a whole lot on it. I did see this Bank of America upgrade. I believe it is from yesterday. I don't think it's from today. It was published yesterday, so perhaps late in the day. $243 price target, increasing from $223 with a buy rating. It's a reiteration of the same buy rating. They say the same thing. They're emphasizing demand for their optical networking and business remains incredibly robust, according to analysts, despite, the recent broader tech volatility. Couldn't find more than that.
Yeah, we mentioned also here Pepsi earnings. Get into another earnings report here. LEVI, not a ton of volume on this, but big drop here when these earnings first came out here for Levi Strauss.
Yeah, this feels like a sell the news reaction because there wasn't a whole lot wrong here. Let's talk about this. Beating on the top and bottom line, raising their full year revenue guidance and increasing the dividend. I mean, come on, stop me if I'm missing something here. EPS at 28 pennies versus the 24 expected. Revenue rose a healthy 8% for a clothing company, right? Up to 1.56 billion. Management also lifted their outlook. They're expecting full year sales to grow at a healthy 7 to 7.5% for the full year, and they're guiding 146 to 152 EPS for the full year. So, I mean, to me, it just feels like sell the news.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see if this news continues to sell. Are you watching? I know you like Corning, Sean. Are you watching any of these other telecom plays today?
Morning. I mean, telecom, maybe. We talked a little bit about the sort of the telecom wreck that's been already happening there with the, older names, the legacy names like an AT&T, here in Canada, Bell, and BCE is the symbol there, and Rogers, RCI is the symbol there. But a name that we're not really expecting to move too much is actually moving quite a lot here, Pepsi. And you mentioned Pepsi and Levi there, down 3%. Pepsi getting pretty shellacked for their standards here today. Not a great look there for Pepsi. If you're holding it for the dividend, well, it's all gone today, down 3% in one day there off earnings. Not a great little look here for Pepsi as the investors are worried here that it's the volume. It's not necessarily, they projected here forward as we look at some of those numbers, 2 to 4% organic revenue growth, which is not bad. Current 4 to 6% EPS growth. So if those kick out, that's fine. But there's a lot of worry here about maybe the inventory. Is the the GLP-1 sort of phase, is that going to be something that eventually, as we see Eli Lilly taking out new all-time highs over the last couple of days? What does the GLP-1s do for these snack names, Frito-Lay and everything that Pepsi owns? Downside coming here for Pepsi. And yeah, you are looking at a break right now of this 136. We didn't get to the 200. We came close enough to that at 150. We break back down below the 50-period moving average there on earnings. Looks like Pepsi wants to go lower right now, and it's a good place to diversify. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, look, I'm too loaded up in tech names. I want to get something in consumer packaging and whatnot. But at the end of the day, not a great story there for Pepsi, down 3%, and probably an extended move according to options. And we'll wait to see what happens here with Pepsi. Not a great look here so far today. Has been yet to catch a bid. And we've talked about the favored company would be Coke as opposed to Pepsi, but both of them are not doing the greatest. But you can see the chart. One is upside when Pepsi's all the way down here breaking lows right now. Coke, as we just mentioned, the preferred name, much better than Pepsi. And if you're going to play any kind of weakness on Pepsi, maybe you want to play that weakness in Coke off of a Pepsi move, and you can get a little bit better of a reaction on Coke. I mean, I don't know. We need to check out when Coke's earnings are.
Pepsi over Coke.
Snap?
Like the Snap spending in the U.S.
Oh, Snap. Yeah.
Snap. Because the Snap is like the
What is Snap?
I don't want to call it food stamps, but basically it's like the government funded. It's like 8 to 10% of grocery spending in the U.S. is funded by the federal government. SNAP for like low income households is the way I want to think of it. I forget what the actual acronym is, but I would figure Pepsi gets Walmart's been hit by that, basically reducing SNAP payments, and I think that's Pepsi definitely affected by that more so than Coke because they're a little bit more broad based in the snack space. So, and again, one of the things they're also trying to do is restrict what you can buy with SNAP dollars is being talked about. So if you're saying, we don't want you buying sweet, salty snacks, all that kind of stuff, well, Pepsi gets hit by that a little bit harder than Coke. Obviously.
I don't know. Coke is not until the end of July, so you get a little bit of earnings, momentum, hopefully in the names back when we come to later in July. Right now, Yeah, so we've already talked about sort of Micron. It looks like they're having some news bombs right here early with Micron. There's another one, raises planned U.S. investments to over, it's the same story, but there it is, over $250 billion through 2035. So, CapEx going in all of these names right now. Micron back above 1,000. We just took that out right now. Fading back just a little bit as people realize that $250 billion might quite be a large number. Just seeing Tesla. Okay, Tesla's still underneath that $400 mark. We'll see if that one can get going today. Bad day yesterday for TSLA. Bad day for a lot of names. We did get rally on near the afternoon into the close for many names, but that got faded right there after 4 o'clock, back down to 392. So Tesla, another name here that we can look at, up to 400, could be something looking over there. Hopefully this DRAM can come back in a little bit. We definitely want to get long on DRAM today. So any kind of a pullback right here sponsored by Micron might be nice. But 62.50 looks like a great little long there for DRAM. It's only 8.50 and it's Joe over there at the big screens with upgrades and downgrade.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of our list, we have AVAV, Aero Environment, going from an outperform to a sector perform here with a $180 price target. That is down from $210. Now, Caesars Entertainment also on the downgrade side of things, guys. We're down about a little bit more than 0.5%, but going from an overweight to an equal weight with a $31 price target, that's down from $35. Barclays giving them the downgrade. Now, Salesforce also on the negative side of things here, guys, another 4.5% to the downside, going from an overweight to a sector performed by KeyBank. And then we have Paramount Skydance with a $2 price target. That's down from $14, going from a neutral to a sell. Apparently, the deal is going to be blocked between them and Warner Brothers. Now, Toast on the top side of the upgrades list, guys, going from a neutral to a buy with a $36 price target. Goldman Sachs giving them the nod this morning. Now, Five Below also getting the approval, 2.9% to the top side, guys, going from a neutral weight to an outperform here with a $220 price target. Mizuho giving them the nod. Now, the Trade Desk, a name that has been beaten up pretty bad throughout the year in the previous sessions, getting an approval here today, reduced to a hold with a $20 price target. You are down 1.4% this morning. Now, Robinhood getting an additional price target increase, guys, from to $122. That's up from $82 at Barclays. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, a couple of stocks with two different trends on that upgrade list between Trade Desk and Robinhood. But I guess Trade Desk being updated to a hold, and when it's at $19, setting your price target at 20 when it's down a bajillion percent probably doesn't say too much. Robinhood might give us an opportunity here today. I certainly think that when you start considering the rally that it's finally gone on, the disconnection that they've gotten away from this connection to the pullback in crypto and Bitcoin, I think that's a really fantastic sign for them. Diversify the business. Obviously, it's going to help. All of this IPO mania, I think, is certainly helping them. And the retail side's more and more push. You've got the PDT rule that went away. We're talking about 23/5 trading, that 23/5 trading, which is eventually going to come. I think we heard from Daniel here, Real Trading, that's something we're looking at the end of the year. And all of these things are bullish for Robinhood. Whether or not it can retest this trend line, that's not a today thing, but that's lining up with the 200 period moving average. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we get some consolidation on the next test of the 100. But for today, it's really just that 109, 108, 109, I should say, because it's this close going all the way back to the beginning of the month, and then the dip in the afternoon or the late morning yesterday at about that 109 level. If it gets down there, that's where I like it. I'm just not thinking that could be the case. If there was better than an upgrade catalyst, I'd probably have it on for a 115 breakout, but upgrades and downgrades aren't necessarily breakout catalysts for me. Usually you want something a little bit more fundamental to be going. So I'm going to stay away from that as a breakout and look to be buying it.
We have, we just saw a nice move in the last couple of days on Aero Environment, and now it's getting smashed again This was, another one of those names that, I guess I could have picked this one on July 1st that was right there, would have been down. But yeah, so, and I'm only bringing it up because we do have something that we call a flat bottom break right now. And yeah, this is going to be a disaster right there. Yeah, there it is. Good look there. 156 to 157 breaking right now on the downgrade for AV. And, you want to talk about, I think there's room to go lower, but I do like the name. We talk about drones and, what that means to these sort of war and, what this world's getting to right now. But you want to pick up some value. This is from its high 395 right now, down to where we are today, which is probably going, lower than that, down 58% right there from its highs. Right now, AV. So I don't, I thought this name would have been one that would have worked and just not right now, but looking to break lower there. Stay away. Sometimes the gaps are a little bit big here to go ahead and trade these kind of names. So not really a name that we look at, but on the downgrade list. And
they're still over 50 forward PE. If that gets into the 30s, but they're well over 100% in revenue growth. It's just they're not making money.
Yeah.
But if they can get down to the 30s, I think that'll be.
Yeah, maybe. The PE stories are always something to look at for sure. And then this one here, Toast. Another Josh Brown name. Looks like it's Toast right now. But at the end of the day, this $30 mark right there has been holding on the upside. So that's a nice upgrade. We'll see if it can work out. I think that, breaking through this 200 period moving average really gets this name going. So a 200 period break there on Toast, something to look forward to if that winds up happening. $31. More and more people have been going out, obviously, for, to restaurants and whatnot. And Toast is that AI name. They use an AI, but it's that, accepting the orders and putting them all together and just making restaurateur life a little easier on the order taking. And, but I feel like the restaurant game has been pretty strong. Maybe not very strong for a while, but I don't know. I'm seeing more people going out in the summertime. Maybe there's a little bit of a run up there for Toast, but I guess it's that whole DoorDash and Uber Eats thing that's also taking away from the whole eating out and dining out experience. We have seen some numbers there of a little lower takes. You see American Express reporting, little less on the restaurant side of things. And, you need those big bills to come through. And Toast right now, nice upgrade. We'll see if it can get going, but that $30 mark is something else. All right, Sharif's going to give us his FIFA picks moving forward. 8 teams left, Sharif. Let us know the ones you like.
We're all going to do it, Katina, man. We're all going to go and give our picks. And then I guess we'll do it per round, right? So right now, we got the final 8. We got the quarterfinals. So let's just review with everybody what matches we have today. The first one of the bunch, we got France versus Morocco. So, I'm going to go with a very controversial pick here. I'm taking Morocco on this one. I know France are the heavy favorites. I get that. But I'm taking the Moroccans. I love their counterattack here. I saw it live with the Canadians. They are clinical on the counter, and the French better bring their A game. Of course, William Saliba at the back for France. That's my Arsenal guy. So we'll see exactly what happens there. Then tomorrow we got Spain and Belgium. Okay, Katina, man, you know that I chose Belgium as one of my sleepers,
I do.
Right? So I'm going to have to actually take Belgium here, despite the fact, of course, I love my man, Luis Barbado. I love Spain. A lot of Arsenal players play on Spain, of course. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Belgium with this one. And then this is the one that, to me, is a no-brainer. I'm going to go ahead and take England over Norway. That is the first game on Saturday. England's my team, of course. I live there. I love Arsenal. And I don't like Erling Haaland. So we're going to go ahead and take England on that one. And then last but not least, this is probably the most controversial of the picks. And I got to tell you, the Argentinian defense hasn't been all that great this year. 2 or 3, depending on how you view it. Goals by Egypt on Argentina. Cape Verde also netted 2. And then they've also been a little bit weak there. So unless their offense is going to make up for that, I'm going to go with Switzerland, guys. Who's next?
Well, because you mentioned England, I'll just have to, I'm not going to go with my heart on that one. England hasn't really impressed me all that much. They managed to squeak some things out, and Jude's gone. And Jude's not playing this match. Bellingham's not playing, so I'll go with Holland there. I think it's crazy to pick against France. I'm just going to go eye test because I don't watch football outside of the World Cup very often, and France passed the eye test in a million ways. So it's got to go chalk. I think they're going all the way at this point. They just look the best to me. And so those are 2. I wasn't really that impressed with Spain last match. I like Belgium. I think you can go with Belgium as well. What was the last one? I missed somebody.
And then you got Argentina and Switzerland.
Oh, I'm going with Argentina. I have to. Messi finds a way. He just finds a way.
Look, I'm pretty sure the only one that knows anything about soccer here would be one and Sharif. But I'm going to go with France, Belgium, Norway, and Argentina. I'm going to pass it over to one, and he's going to give us his little look here. I'm very interested in what he has to say over here.
All right. So for me, I think it's going to be France, an easy favorite over Morocco, even though Morocco does have a sweet defense. But I think France, they have the better attacking power. But for me, Spain has been my #1 pick since the beginning of this tournament. So I'm hoping that Spain also proceeds to the semis. And with the rest of the games, I'm going for England and Argentina. But what I want to see in the final is a huge total story breaker, which is going to be Spain and England, because I don't want to see France and Argentina again in the final, because that's going to be boring. They were already in the final of the last World Cup. So I'm going for Spain and England in the final. And even though Spain is my pick,
he's here.
England, it's coming home.
Go, Joey.
That's crazy. Well, it doesn't really matter what I say. It only matters what Luis Barbados says. And he's stating, can't believe you guys going with Belgium. I can see you know absolutely nothing about soccer. LOL. All I have to say here, ladies and gentlemen, is the Vikings are coming. Woo.
Man, give us your picks per round, man.
No, that's it. The Vikings, man. That's it. Norway. No, I do believe, honestly, we're going to have an upset there. Argentina probably going to win, and then France being a favorite as well, too, over the African team.
Do you want to chime in, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to go round for round because I'm not going to be able to give educated opinions. But I will say there are two teams that I'm rooting for. One is the Vikings, you know, shout out to Norway, as Joe just said there. It's just because I know a little bit of Norwegian. I find the culture really cool. And the second is Belgium, and that's also, again, for a reason it's not at all related to soccer. Sorry, Luis. One of my great-grandparents is from Belgium, so a little bit of family connections there. So I'm going to go with those two. And again, not at all based on soccer. Please don't take my pick seriously. Yeah.
There you go, guys. Fantastic look. Should we look at the futures?
Let's absolutely look at the futures. It's rundown time, guys, 9 o'clock.
All right, 746 and a third, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're above it right now, 747. But again, we're still below that 750 technical area of resistance that we've been rejecting over the past couple of weeks. So that's where we're going to look. Our level 1, we're looking at that nice round number, 750. If we start selling off, Adara, we got a couple of bucks to 745. That's been support over the last few days.
Time to support our watch list. You guys can get this for free. You can go grab it here. There's going to be a link on your screen. You can just type in that URL, or you can just go to the link in the YouTube video. What does this watch list have, you may ask? Well, again, for free, it provides you with earnings, on-watch economic data in focus, any stocks or companies that are going to be potentially on the move today or have already moved or might be moving. So let's kick it off here with a look at software. We know software actually on watch today, because of a stock that has very little or nothing to do with software on its surface, Starbucks. SPUX reportedly here moving towards AI, and you'll be leaving some software from IBM and MSFT to the wayside.
Yeah, who said software Armageddon was over? Maybe in the price action it is, but in the actual fundamentals, is it? Because you're exactly seeing that right now. Circumventing some legacy software by Microsoft, which actually helps them track inventory, and the IBM software that they were licensing for a lot, by the way, that manage maintenance. And they're using all this with the basically vibe coding, developing in-house AI tools to get around that. So I feel like we're probably going to see more of this, Adara. Let's see how it trades.
Let's see how it trades. I want to mention as well here, CRM down about 4% here. This one actually a downgrade from KeyBank as well. So a couple different negative pieces of news here in the software space. Are you guys feeling the SaaSmageddon today?
Well, it doesn't have to be SaaSmageddon. I don't think that's the right word to use for it. Like, the CRM is at what, $159? It's within stone's throw now, making another 52-week low. The trend is continuing to be your friend, only if you've been short. It recently bounced to exactly where you might think it would get to with a turn, the 50 period and the prior support levels. So that little reprieve that it had, maybe the downgrade's the reason. I think some of the other software names that took a bit of a hit on the Starbucks story and plus the downgrade, that's enough. I'm looking at, well, I mean, when we sit down, when I'm sitting down, it was maybe more realistic to see the 162 for some prior support in here. but I'm going to favor the short unless it gets back above 162. I'm shorting pops in this thing. I'm just looking short. It's continuation play. Even have like a classic like head and shoulders look and then the flat bottom break. So everything says continuation to the downside. In this particular name, you don't want to necessarily lump them all together. I think sometimes if you're looking for things that can bounce, every now and then when the IGV or some of those names are down, you might see Palantir be down. And then if it has its own thing, maybe you can catch a bit of a bid. But this one, Salesforce, like Benioff, don't like the stock today.
Yeah, you're right about Palantir and some of these other names getting hit there. Whenever there's this sort of Sassmageddon talk, as Adair just mentioned there, we do have a downside push now, and we didn't get above. We got above, but we didn't hold it. We've wicked a couple times above this 50-period moving average, and Palantir trying to get back to the upside there. It was a great little rebound, and I should have picked this one maybe start of the month, but movement. Definitely for Palantir, but I feel like there's a downside drift happening again. I mean, Alex Karp's been on various shows talking everything about Palantir and trying to talk up the stock a little bit as well. And they got to deal with Mexico the last couple of days. We talked about the border control. We talked about immigration, what they mean for the war angle and everything like that. But for right now, man, Palantir downside looking to break through this 126 area. And yeah, that's like, it just kind of reminds me, it's actually almost the exact same look there. It's not down as much as AVAV, but they had this dip down, then they battled back, and now it looks like it wants to come right back down in. If Palantir ever gets downgraded or something, I really think this name is going to get hit pretty bad. There's been a lot of chances for this to go upside here over the last little while. President Trump even, mentioned it in a tweet or a truth. The exact symbol there has now, you would have thought that with the Iranian war, or whatever this war is going to be called, starting to pick up again a little bit, that Palantir might have had an opportunity today to go upside here. Look, I'm a shareholder, obviously, and it hasn't been treated well off of that 200-period moving average. And I don't know if we're going to get back up here anytime soon. The software names continue to get hit, and you looked at it with the IGV. I mean, that's the right ETF for sure. And if a name like Microsoft, which Joe and I, and we all talk about the moat that Microsoft has around it. We do like, the Azure aspect there. Even Microsoft still with Windows and everything still has, and then OpenAI. There's a lot about Microsoft to like, but this one still can't get going either. And that's that same look that Palantir had, right? Up there into 450, and then a fade right back into 350. And then here it goes again, right? So you're looking for lower bids to come through on Microsoft. And I remember even talking about it up here, and it was like, oh my gosh, I had people, some of our friends messaging, and it was like, oh man, I missed the Microsoft run. And it was like, I didn't really have too much to say about it, other than we had to look at that 200 period. You might have got caught buying the rip through this. And if you did, man, that's kind of sucky because, I don't know the next time we're going to be to 450. We have earnings coming up. These names could move easily 7-8% on an earnings call, right? And so, if that does happen, then we are back up to the upside. My big fear moving forward is, the earnings have been great for most of these names. And we've already seen some great earnings calls come through over the last little while, and they haven't reacted properly. Samsung gave us a big dip buy opportunity in the chip names. We had SNDK, we just talked about Palantir, we had the Nvidia with a monster number as well, and all these names getting hit to the downside. So yeah, not a great reaction here for Nvidia over the last little while. So I'm nervous about the software names, needless to say. But for CRM, a good one. And then what about Adobe? I mean, this is another name that we just had that Muse spark come through with Meta, and that was an image generation aspect there. And that did not generate very well, for Adobe. And now that's more downside there. So Meta announces something cool, they go down. Adobe, affected by that, they go down. So for right now, man, the software names, not in a lot of love. I mean, we even talked about OpenAI not even coming to market, it looks like this year. So yeah, just a little nervous about what all this means. The AI sort of boon that we're having means for a lot of these software names. I don't think we're wrong. And even PanW, not that.
I like them better.
I love this space. This is the space that if it continues to get hit on worries, of some kind of a, can our software be replicated, or what exactly can we sort of, as a smaller business, maybe use lesser values for cybersecurity to come through. Also, the reason why some of this is going down is not the threat of like, hey, can someone replicate what CrowdStrike has or what PanW has? It's kind of part of the seat license issue, right? And that is that if you have less people in your office, then there's less sort of accounts to protect. And that could be an issue, and that's an issue for CRM too, right? The less people around to sign into Salesforce, the less seat licenses people have if they start cutting back, right? We heard Microsoft, Meta all cutting back on their employee counts, and that's definitely having an effect because all of a sudden, if you have everybody using CrowdStrike at their desk, protecting all the data, and you take that desk away, well, then you don't need that seat license anymore. So, we do watch out for some of these software names, and it's a concern early right here for us. But, I want to buy the dips in strong names, and I think Palo Alto is one of those names. And the more we look at it, the better it will be, I think, for Palo. So just keep on buying some of these. And you could get the hack ETF if you're uncertain of, any. And this is cyber talk, and it's not all the same here, but this is one that, on the downside, you're going to get a little bit of Fortinet in here, Zscaler and all that. So, maybe take a shot here at the hack ETF or cyber, CYBR is another one in the space. And talk about a CBRS coming through right now. Good story with them.
Yeah, up.
And we had someone talk about this with a nice super chat yesterday, and it was, hey, what do we think about the RAM and the memory issues that are happening right now? What about Cerebras and what they're providing to the market? And we mentioned that the CEO was on there. And again, another name that's failed off of its IPO, but in and around that 180 marker might be a decent buy. Let's go back over the desk. We'll find out about it. Then we'll look at the chart.
Yeah, we're going to talk here really quickly. I just got a story here on Apple, so I'll mention the stock's not moving, but I guess they reportedly held talks with Prism ML, according to the information. This basically has to do with the idea of Apple potentially using Prism ML's technology as it pushes for more on-device AI. But now let's talk here about CBRS. CBRS, some positive news here out of Europe in terms of where they're trying to expand to going forward, specifically deploying some AI compute capacity.
Yes, absolutely, Adara. Multi-billion-dollar expansion, into Europe. They're targeting, I can't speak, 200 megawatt footprint across the continent. We're talking about France, Norway, Finland, all by the end of 2027. We've talked a lot about, though, European data sovereignty. They don't want their data on American computers where the U.S. government could statutorily elicit that from their companies. So they want them sovereign and governed by EU law. We've been talking a lot about that. So how are they going to build this thing, right? A lot of it is coming from OpenAI's massive $20 billion multi-year compute contract, meaning the Nordic and the French buildouts are going to be completely insulated from any capital expenditures from Cerebras. It's going to be financed entirely by OpenAI, according to the reports. And then, these things typically take 3 to 7 years to build, but it's not going to take that long this time because they're reusing prefabricated already warehouses that they're going to convert into data centers. So it's going to be a little bit quicker. But guys, they are trading richly here, 130 times. In fact, price to sales, nearly about 130 times. So any, maneuvering here in terms of stock price could hurt their ability to finance the non-Nordic and non-French data centers. And then last but not least, Adara, we talked about tech analysts. They view this as a multi-billion-dollar kind of continental placement as a calculated political defensive play. So if the U.S. comes out and says, no, you can't use these type of chips outside the continental United States, they'll already deployed that there. So they basically insulate themselves from any sudden U.S. government export controls.
CBRS, you guys trading this one today? It's back above that 185 IPO price.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's a good recovery level. The last time it bounced off 185, because it lost it a couple weeks ago. The last time it bounced off 185, it was an unbelievable day. Like it went 185 into 220. Now Shreve nailed it when he said it's richly priced. So what's gonna have to work for them is they're gonna have to continue to get 140% revenue growth year over year, which that's where they're at right now. But that can't slow down. I think this is the kind of thing that helps it. So I don't know, it's probably still too rich for me, but for today, it's got to be about whether it holds 185. The day that it did it, that last one we were talking about getting to 220, it dipped in the morning. So it was dip all morning long, and then right at the open, it then caught a bid right around that 185 spot. I think that just kind of gives you an easy over/under level. Like it wasn't even on my iPad, but I'm literally, I don't need to put down anything, but it's just a mental note. 185. If it bounces off that in the open range, then I would look long on CBRS. Still probably a little bit expensive for me, and I don't know, it hasn't broken the trend on to the downside on overall on the dailies. I don't know if it's like a start a position kind of moment for it, but no, I do like it today over 185 at least.
Yeah, I mean, the 180 is the mark that it came to market with. And then, we've been holding that level, really. I mean, you had one downside day. We came in there yesterday. And again, a big shout out to our audience because you absolutely nailed that yesterday. And you mentioned about Cerberus and coming through with, a new kind of RAM. And now you're getting it there into Europe. And we'll see if it gets accepted in the United States. And then we get going higher after that move back up to 260. I wouldn't be surprised if we got something between the 240 to 260 area right in and around there. So I like this move higher. Just interested in where it goes from here. Up 5.6%. I don't love the name, but I do think there is a potential, for this to get going. And let's just look quickly to see, when is the report coming, because that's all that really matters. I mean, the fact that, as Neil and Sharif said, it's a little bit too rich. It's just about what do they guide forward? August 19th right there. So we still have a long way to go. I mean, PEs in this world are something else. We understand that, if you're looking at a Walmart or you're looking at something that doesn't have the growth expectations that a brand new name we've never seen before. Look, there's no PE at all right now. The P is 400. There's no forward. We have not got a guide. So we got to wait to see how that comes out. Obviously, right now, we don't have enough information to sort of properly value this name. But hey, CBRS, man, I mean, it should be good. It's down not 100%, but it's down 50%, obviously, from its highs there. It got as high as 350, back down into 170 there. So, this name's been chopped in half. So at some point, you'd think the buyers would come in, but, let me indicate to you, there's many different names like a Figma or anything, that came to market. And, picking on Figma, we just did software, but, you can look at StubHub or any of these other IPOs that have come into market, even in the last, Figma's older now, but in the last little while, like there's a lot lower to go in many names, so just because you break below that 180 or hovering around its IPO price, it doesn't mean that, you can't break it and get a heck of a lot into those names later on. And right there, Figma, we actually had Steve Tileman on and, talking about wait a couple years before you invest in any kind of an ETF, an IPO. And, I think that that's a good example here for CBRS. You at least got to wait for 1 or 2 quarters to make sure, what the guide looks like, what their customers are, because right now you're just hearing from analysts and from, the people in the know. I actually want to see the real numbers, right? So, the same bankers that brought this name to you at 180 had it go up to 350. Let's see if there's some support down here, just like SpaceX, right? SpaceX has that support at 150, it seems like. Had they let it go a couple times? Yes. We actually don't even have SpaceX to talk about here, so we can do that a little bit now. There's that 150 mark, and this is actually a pretty good looking chart, both ways. If you're looking for a short, I mean, this doesn't look very strong. IPO move up to 230, comes right back into this 150 mark. And we played the 150 breakdown. We played the 150 move higher as well. And right now it looks like it wants to hold, but at the same time, it also looks like, there is some pressure here on the downside. When you're looking at the down plays, right, that's a huge day. I don't know if we can, zooming in here, there we go. So look at the up days, right? So once it starts to trend, it gets going, but then, it can wipe it all out. Like the down days are pretty dramatic here on SpaceX. So let's just wait to see if some of these bottom wicks wind up holding here on SPCX. I don't really have a trade idea for this one today. We've been looking at it every single day, and it's just for today, little on SpaceX. Was not expecting it to head to the upside like this on that Grok 4.5 release. But hey, man, SpaceX upside for now. Maybe a 150 defend happens one more time here today. So yeah, looking everywhere. Cerberus, it's going to have the news to it, but still 2 million shares on SPCX. Should be an interesting take here on the long side if we get back into 150. Pretty sure I'll be sitting there. Let's just see what we wind up doing. Let's not sit there early, though. Could get run over. the next story is a really interesting one because, you know, there was a short report there. It was defended. I'm starting to not be able to feel my hands. So I think I need some
Dude, I have
Bloom
literally
energy
goosebumps.
here to heat us up.
Ridiculous.
And, you know, if that can get going, yeah, there it is right now. If that can get going, then, you know, we'll get some heat around this place. Let's go back over to Sharif and Adair. I know this is a name that Sharif's interested in, as many of you guys are as well. So let's hear from the big desk what the story is here with BE.
Hunter Brook had this report yesterday called Bloom's Big Lie about their scandium supply chain. There were a lot of quotes, I guess, of the CEO saying they didn't use scandium from China. That was called into question by Hunter Brook, but then denied today by Bloom. Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's get into it, Adair. Let's throw some context on this. Who is Hunter Brook Media and why are they chiming in? Well, they've got two divisions. One is the investigative reporting, investigative journalism division. And then the other division is the investing division. And they work, of course, as you probably guessed, hand in hand. So one does the research, the other one takes the aggressive, I guess, short position here. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but something to think about, okay? Now let's talk about the assertions that Hunter Brook is making. While Bloom Energy, they firmly reassert their complete independence from China-sourced raw materials. Custom tracking records compiled by these short sellers, they paint a bit of a different picture. The core friction here is that essentially centers around the routing pathways. So the allegation is that these Chinese-backed suppliers like Hunan, Oriental, Scandium, are quietly funneled through intermediary countries. We're talking Thailand, we're talking Japan, South Korea, to mask their true geopolitical origins. And the way that Hunter Brook was able to make that assertion was, according to them, satellite imagery where they were able to track that scandium tracking from China into these third-party countries. So that's the first thing. The second thing is they make allegations that they're not going to be able to meet their 5 gigawatt stated output. And the reason they're making that assertion, Adara, is because it requires roughly 220 tons of high-grade scandium oxide annually. The entire global projected, of course, global supply is 240 tons. So where's this 220 going to come from? They're going to mine the entire globe? That's not what Bloom is doing. Bloom is relying on a highly proprietary operational workaround. What is they've quietly locked in this IP to chemically extract and reclaim already used scandium, right? Oxide directly out of external global industrial byproduct and exhaust systems. So they're reclaiming already used ones, they're not mining anew. That's what their response is. But we're not going to have to wait long, Adara. July 28th, 2026, the company faces a very high-stake regulatory reporting because they're going to be reporting earnings, of course.
Yeah, let's find out what happens next year with BE. Are you guys looking to bloom with this stock today?
I didn't realize we had an iced coffee machine over here now, Randy. I mean, these coffees are freezing now over here.
Cold brew,
baby. I
baby.
love the iced coffee. I see, I know you're a fan of iced coffee. I see Joe's got an iced coffee over there today. What was that, a Tim Hortons one there, Joe? It looked good. Oh, you got the large today. Okay, put those guns away, my guy. Why do we have,
all about
what is Joe even doing over there?
Just casually, like, yeah, I'm just yawning. Let me throw the gun show up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
There he is.
Look,
Next
what's
thing we go over there,
actually
he's gonna be tarps off. This guy, you know.
We ain't doing that on this show.
Tarps off over here.
I know. I literally have goosebumps right now, and not because all these chip names and energy stocks are looking really good. You got a good bounce in Vernova off its 50 period, which is happening right now. I think anytime you have a short seller report, keep it simple, stupid. If the day of the short seller report or the day following is the temporary bottom on the third day, then it's a long. We see this time and time again. I don't know that I want to necessarily chase this move. I didn't read the short seller report, and I often don't. I just like to look to see, does it make a fresh low after the report is made? If the answer is no after a few days, 2 or 3 days, in this particular case, it'll be the end of the week. I think you're a bit of all systems go. That said, in this energy undeniable, you talk about Meta already mailing out this new data center, and they're not building the power plant until after they've started the data center, so they're going to be behind, needing to tap the grid. Everybody needs power, so that's going to be good for Bloom. It's been good for Vernova. These stocks are trying to get back into some of those highs, but specifically with the short seller report, if you're if you've been tracking the stock and you're really confident about it and you've read the report and you're like, it's fugazi, you probably buy that sucker on day one after the report comes out. I like to give it the old 2 or 3 day rule, but it's already done a very good, like we're gapping higher when this came out from when it came out yesterday. So I'm hard pressed to believe that come tomorrow, it's not gonna have held these lows, and then you can start filling in the gap even more. Just get that exit liquidity, because let's be real, they put out the report yesterday, but the short position, if you have to take some guesses, is probably somewhere up here in the 325 mark. So they got to make their money by getting out.
Yeah, I think, yeah, exactly. And that's why it's always, bless you, I think that's why it's always a questionable decision to trade off of some of these reports. I mean, digging into it the way Adair and Sharif have provides great advice, and I want to make sure that everybody does. There's lots of stuff on the note. Sharif's morning note talks about Bloom Energy, so if you guys want to do that, become a member immediately. It's 12, 13, 14 pages worth of data, and there it is right there. Get your head start every single trading day. Membership's only $5. It's the best. Like, for 20 cents a day, man, you're not going to regret doing that. Grab it right now for all of your information, key levels, key ideas, everything like that happening, and helps you go through the rundown and gives you some ideas. I think it's great for swing trading with some good levels to talk about there. I talk about power, and again, it's a name that I'm in, and just relatively recently there, CEG, it's not done well. It's done actually very poorly since I've been getting in. We did buy some at 300. We did buy some there at 260. So we are underwater on Constellation. But I'm just looking at it and thinking, hey, maybe we are. That's going to be Randy with our iced coffees. Down there at 250, right and around there. Yeah, I think this one has a good opportunity to maybe get back up to the upside. We saw IREN moving as well over the last couple of days. And yeah, $45. Good for IREN. Again, another good day off of a nice level there in and around $40 for IREN there. I told this story the other day, Randy, and now you can verify this. Remember about 10 years ago when you and I were going to set up a Bitcoin mining? There you go. Yeah. See, he doesn't want to get involved because he knows where this is going. But we talked about this the other day. So shout out. Okay, good. Yeah, let's get that mic going there. And, it was an idea that we both had, and we were wondering about power generation. And we decided that, hey, maybe we could sneak a rig somewhere around here to drain power and to produce more Bitcoin. Unfortunately, we didn't do it. Fortunately, maybe for our careers, we didn't do it also. But that was a good idea, I think, back then.
It's amazing how power has become the biggest problem, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
not just for Bitcoin, but for AI, and it's all about power, or the lack thereof. But yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I installed the new CarPlay this weekend and installed the new ChatGPT update in the CarPlay, and it's excellent. It's fantastic. I was playing with it all the way to work this morning, and I mean, AI, we need it. We it's a thing, but power is
so gotta have a power name.
We need that for our air conditioning to keep Neil cold.
Why did we go? Why did we go into
keep the coffee cold? And
why did we go into CarPlay there? What was going on with that? Is that just something on your mind over there?
I love it. The newest, Sharif got me into the new version. It's fantastic. It's
good, man. Yeah, well, hey, man, Apple keeps on winning, and we've seen the Apple chart. So yeah, shout out to that. And I've got at my house right now. I got a used refurbished iPhone 15 Pro. I only have the 14, but I wanted to get that new one, the new AI chip there, and I can't afford a new iPhone. I just give that to my wife and kids. I got to get the scraps right now. But yeah, I got the iPhone 15 Pro. Should be good. Yeah, Sharif was indicating to me too to get that new Siri as well is now available. So, all right, it's only 3 more minutes to go. So we have Pepsi and Meta. Pick your poison, Sharif and Adair, only 3 minutes.
Both poison.
We'll try to get through both really quickly here. So Pepsi, you had basically really close to estimates here for both EPS and sales and maintaining their fiscal year guidance. This is at day's lows. Not a lot of caffeine here.
Yeah, they beat on revenue, guys, but North American weakness is clouding the outlook here, specifically 220 EPS versus the 221, so a miss there, but revenue did rise about 6%. They're also continuing to worry about decreased consumer spending on some discretionary items, as well as their food division not doing that well, Adair.
And then you have META, like, as I said, literally too many stories on this today, but I think maybe the biggest one here is this new Canadian data center because more spending, oh boy.
$9 billion US dollars, 13 billion Canadian, expanding a 33 global data center footprint with a new one here, 1 gigawatt initially, guys. We're expecting up to 1.8 gigawatt. It's going to be a bring your own power type of deal using gas turbine generators, much like what Elon Musk is using. And it's going to be a closed circuit water cooling system, Adara.
Are you bringing your own buying power to META today?
Maybe not, but certainly to the place that when the hyperscalers spend, they're going to like, and that's going to be Nvidia. I'll get to that in a second. There was a drop just now in SpaceX right at about when the imbalances came out, but I didn't see a sell imbalance on it. I did see a small buy on Nvidia. There's really nothing on the locator here. You got GLW, which is a 170 buy. I actually like them today. That's a good-looking chart. So Nvidia had a small imbalance, which is bringing it back in, but it was the strongest thing in the afternoon. Final look 200 is the A level because that was the breakout trade, and then 202 secondary. Going to look for some buy the dip scenarios in that name. Still looking at that CRM for a bit of a short, but just to show you what happened on SpaceX, there it was. It was right at about 925. And I didn't see a sell imbalance on it, but my guess is it's probably a small one caused that little dip. Bouncing off 150, it just seems like that stock, it tests 150 every single day at some point. Gets too far away, probably a fade back into it. I like the 153. 153 on SpaceX. It gets up there. I think that's a nice little pop and fade.
Look at this on the sticky note today. Look what we have. That's me, Trader TV Sean. Then we have Trader TV Shuan. And then I have an assistant apparently as well. So you guys can have a quick look over there. I'm going to block all these guys. But what I want to get to was SMCI. 27 to 27.50 to 28 long on SMCI is on the note today. So this is a name that I forgot to get to when we sort of talked about semis there. But I like SMCI, and it's dipping down here again. Try to see if we can play some of that momentum back into $28 to closing price. Yeah. For SMCI. Everybody, get ready to rock and roll with VinFast. We want to thank them for their sponsorship here of the opening run and our opening bell. So thank you to VinFast. Check them out on the exchange. VFS is your symbol there. Yeah, okay, here we go, man. Ready to rock and roll now as SMCI. We're waiting for $28. We'll see if that can come in quite early. The market's fading out just a little bit right now, so downside here for SMCI. Let's switch over to SpaceX. Nope, still can't do it there, Michael. So we still do have very bad quote issues off the open, but we're just waiting for that to get settled out. So SPCX right now, waiting for it. There it is. Okay, only 30 seconds there. Yeah, not bad. 150.50. So watch out now. As Neil mentioned, they dropped right into 150 there, and boom shakalaka. We'll see what winds up happening here with SPCX.
Yeah, and Nvidia also dropping continuing to drop at the open down into 203. Looks like it might get that 200 test. Want to be patient. It's that first candle down where if you just sit on bid, you tend to get run over on any kind of a buy the dip. CRM I like for a fade if we were going to pop today. CRM still down 5%. Software names getting tranched. These guys were just a simple downgrade. Might have to just look at VWAP for an opportunity to get into this and say, you know, if you're not going to get 162, that's something that could have been something in the pre-market, but not looking very good at all. So getting the bleed there. The other name that is bleeding is Meta. Low of the day, just broke it. Well, just tagged it, down 4% as well. So the weak are staying weak for sure. Yuck, and yuck Meta, yuck CRM.
Yeah, no, that's I'm in. So we're in here probably in a little too early, but we're going to try Nvidia right now, and I actually meant to put in a 202.50 order there. We put in 203.50. We meant to take one fill, not two. I don't know if does it show. No, it's only showing one. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's fine. We have that one fill there on Nvidia. I wish I had one share on this name right now because it's coming back down in. So we have quite a bit more than that, but we'll wait to see right here what happens with Nvidia. We wrote down 202 as a potential look. Look, I mean, I thought that could be something that holds. You know, whether or not it does, you know, we're about to see right now on Nvidia, and here it comes in. We're just going to give it to 202, man. If it breaks it, then we'll give it a little underneath that, but that's why we're going long here into yesterday's closing price. And I thought the Nasdaq might have been onto something here today, and maybe it's not. So there's 202 right there. That's why we're long. Let's see if it can work itself out right now. Long at 203.17 to start the day. It's Nvidia's world. Maybe not today, but it was yesterday. Let's see what winds up happening here as it approaches that 202 area. Let's get a little more long if it gets down into that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking for. It's just not quite getting down into that level for sure. We did talk about SPCE, and I'm going to maybe amend that 153 because it's already looking like it's losing that volume-weighted average price and seeing a little bit of pressure. So it just broke the 150. I'm going to play off VWAP here and just get that 150 if I can, and then jump into the south side. Nvidia is still doing the same dance. We just talked about that name. We didn't mention USO. I know oil has been a big story. There was a dip right before the open on USO. Still not a lot of volume and not doing much. I'm going to remind everybody you get nat gas at 11:30 or 10:30 today. So that's going to be one that I'll be watching boil specifically around that time. So whether we actually get picked up at the 150 area short or the Nvidia.
It's at 150 now, I think, SpaceX. Is it? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I'm sitting at 150.22 because I like that number. CRM just popped up for me, so we're able to get into CRM coming back. Oh, come on.
I was just making sure that my quotes were the same as yours there because I was like, I see it there at 150. And that would have been a great call there at 150.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's now at 159.73. We'll wait to see what happens there with SpaceX. Another name that, of course, we talked about earlier was SMCI, getting that long at 28. We're going to wait to see if that kicks out. Here goes Nvidia. Let's go, baby. Nice move higher here as there it goes. Let's see. Let's see if it wants to hold it, man. We've been buying it. We've done this the last couple of days. We'll see if we can put this into the dollar club here. I'm waiting at 204. I almost said 304 there. We're waiting at 204, 304 next year for Nvidia. But right now, here we go. Just give it to me, man. Why am I sitting at 04 flat? I don't normally do that. We just took one out a little bit ahead of it. But again, you got to let these trades mature up a little bit, right? There's our 202. Again, a top play for me on the node. And we're just going to, that's a rookie mistake, man. That went right back up into the 90s. And we talked about that a couple times. That's an out. You don't need to be waiting at the exact dollar to get it out. We should have done better there. Disappointed in myself there for not having another out up here. Look, we have one at 85. It's all good. I'll go sit at 90 this time and see if it wants to blow a little higher there. SpaceX still underneath that 150 SMCI. And the other name.
That keyboard thing just happened again. I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, you got to figure that out.
No,
there.
I know, but at least I know what it is.
He'll be able
no,
to
I just keystroked out of SpaceX. You know what? Maybe it was a good decision. It might have been a good decision. It got down, so I'll show you what happened. We got from VWAP. It just broke down to 149. I was able to get the 30s in here, and I was going to go for a reload and ended up like punching out at the 150, but I'm back in it now at the same price. So maybe it was the right decision. I ended up maybe being a good thing. We got the reload on VWAP, and they're actually starting to buy this one up pretty precipitously. So I might get some out here again into the low. Once this breaks out above the volume-weighted average price, I want to be done and waiting for like the 153 level, which I think is still going to be that key over there. We'll stop to fail on CRM. That was not a keystroke error on CRM. That was a play for the volume-weighted average price break. So short, give it to VWAP. Next level, 162. Not going to hold a 58 to 162. I think that's not reasonable amount of risk. And Nvidia, yeah, we're not in that one yet. I'm still sitting on the bid. Wow, that came real close. Okay, real close. I'm just going to move my bid on that wick, because if we hold VWAP down, I think the next test might be a little bit lower. So either going to buy it at a higher low or wait for that 202 to come in. The market's absolutely screaming. I guess SpaceX is just not doing its own thing, or is doing its own thing in this moment. What is actually causing the market to rip? Probably Micron 7% to the upside. Probably DRAM.
Yeah, DRAM's been good.
Which is 6% to the upside. You're not getting the dip for this. I would look maybe the VWAP, see if you can't get a pullback in that regard to join the party that is, well, I don't want to say it's ending tomorrow, but there's a big event happening in the memory space tomorrow, and that would be SK Hynix. Sometimes there is a bit of sell the news. It's a lot of hype, 7 times oversubscribed for that ADR. It's almost like they're getting ahead of it today.
Yeah, I think so as well. I did, we wrote down DRAM as a long today. It hasn't really come in. Oh, I wanted to address something over here. It was Dylan up here. Why do you guys, it'll be past it right now, but thank you for the chat. And it was about why do you guys cover SpaceX so much? And, for me, it's very, very simple. It's the #1 stock. It's only been around for a month, not even a month, and it's my #1 stock on the year. It's not even close. And that's obviously, you know, I had my best day ever on the IPO release, but that's not even the reason, man. We've been crushing and hitting that name every single day. If you go back over to, you know, my Instagram or Twitter, you'll see some of the posts that we've had on SpaceX and some of the trades. And for those of you that have been watching, man, it's been an absolute killer of an opportunity for myself and for, you know, a lot of us around here. So that's why you always want to go back to the well if it's been working out for you. But yeah, big shout out to everybody that's here on TikTok, that's here on Instagram. We want to say thank you so much for being here with us every single day. And we will do our best to look at the chat. Unfortunately, it's 9:38 right now, and there's just a lot happening. Doesn't mean, I mean, I'm still looking at that. Someone just said Marvell's popping. I thought you said Marvell's pooping. So I was like, oh no, what is going on right now? But so there you go. Yeah, there we go. Come on, man. Let's go, Mom. My guy over here. I'm going to buy a little bit more of Nvidia because look what the heck this market is doing. And Nvidia's like, dude, man, hold my beer. Like, what's going on right now?
Pull up your quote board.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think
no, if you got a quote board, it's insanity.
Literally, we just talked about Marvell. Yeah,
AMD's up 6%, Intel's up 5%, Broadcom. What are you doing, Broadcom? Figure it out. 3%.
3%. Nvidia's red.
What the heck is that, Broadcom? Broadcom. Come on, son. Broadcom, you should be at $410 already. ARM's up 9%. It's absolutely flying around. But you're right about that in Nvidia. Like it just bounced at 202 half into 03s, but it's under VWAP. This is not looking like the strongest one. And you know, the other thing I will say to that, why cover SpaceX every single day? It does such fantastic relative volume. It's just such a big name, and it does a lot of volume. It's no longer the biggest volume notionally every single day. It's gotten past, but it's done $5 million to start. So it's going to be a day trading vehicle. There's pretty much no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I'm a little surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised by Broadcom here. All these other names that are flying, these are the dudes that got the deal. They bounced off the 200 period. Why are we so weak? Probably the same reason why it's memory back in and Broadcom, Nvidia back out. So another bounce here off the 202 in Nvidia, but this sucker is just continuously making lower highs. So I'm going to be scalping out into the volume weighted average price because this seems like, despite the market absolutely blasting, somehow I'm against the trend in the biggest and the bad. Well, I can't call it the biggest and the baddest anymore. We used to, but not really.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the biggest, but it's definitely not the baddest.
I just can't say and the baddest.
Yeah, well, it actually, I mean, depends on how you phrase bad. It's definitely trading bad. But yeah, there it is right here. Good day yesterday. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and complain too much about Nvidia, but today it's worth complaining about because it's right back into our 202 level. And sure, we got one out up there. It's silly. We should have had two, but we don't. So now we'll just sit here. It looks like we'll lose $1 on this one as it's going to break below 202. So here we go on that, man. Not a lot of love here for Nvidia today. It is all about the other names, right? I mean, Nvidia started the rally. Looks like they're going to end it here on a downside as Nvidia not like the rest. DRAM, I mean, I think this is where we want to look. Instead of buying the dip here, and look, it's not like I'm buying the dip in Nvidia. It's at the level that we talked about. It just came in a little quicker than we had thought. DRAM right there, a look, that's for sure. So if that comes back, there's the 25 period. There's your $65 mark as well. So we're coming back into a level that maybe we should have taken this break anyways. If you can get some love back into this name here, DRAM, down to $65 could be something to look at. And I had written down on this one much lower. At the time, it was 61.50, where the 200 period was right down into here. That's, you know, 745 when we started to write this note down. And then now it's at 63.50. So if we're going to get excited about it, maybe let's let it settle down, see if it does have a move back in. That is DRAM right now trying to get into some levels where maybe it's a buy. And, you know, Neil just showed the sort of the quote board there, and many of these names, man, up that 7-8%. So is it going to be faded, or are we going to continue with a little bit of an upside push here in the market? And yeah, definitely being led by this space right here, right now, as we go.
Speaking of space, it just bounced off the LOD again. So 149 change, 1/4 or so, and then right back into the top. We're able to play the range. I didn't reload the last quarter. I just got out the last quarter when it broke. So I want it underneath VWAP, not above. It's above the volume weighted average price, so I don't want short unless it's 153. That's going to be my rule. I actually even put down VWAP on the chart. On the note this morning that it was a good VWAP short in the afternoon. Like that was where you were playing it outside of the open range. So as long as it's over, then I wait for 153. This might be a rebound day in SpaceX where we didn't talk, and this is my bad. Yesterday, I really, really liked silver short. Someone asked me in the chat what I thought about it, and I said not short today. It's super strong. I think it's made a pretty good bottom in here until it gets to like 56. It was a good short for about an hour in the morning yesterday, and then ever since then, it's been on an absolute tear. Oil's down at the lows. That's not going to help it. But I think right now it's looking like a fail on Nvidia at that 202 level. Again, there were a couple of bounces that got into 203, but there was no follow through. So next stop 200. I suppose. So I got to sit it out until we start closing above 02 or get down to 200 and then wait for the next opportunity on SpaceX as well. But we're looking at all the same names. Meanwhile, I look over and I see in the chat that SDOT, people are looking at Light. That's a good company. And that reminded me, I completely forgot about GLW went all the way to 202.
Yeah, I love that.
Now you can write long down on something at a price level, and then it already goes from like 191 to 202. That's a $10 move. Yeah, I do not like what it just did at the open. That is a nasty reversal candle off the open and a lower high. So suffice to say, I'm going to wait till about 10 o'clock on GLW, because as far as I'm concerned, it already made the $10 move, and now you're just looking for a secondary B play at this point. So Nvidia, maybe it gets back above 200 here, or 202. It's making an effort to turn this into a bottoming tail wick. And if this ends up like a bottom wick out, then I'll get back in above 02.
Yeah, I'm already in above that 02 marker right now, but yeah, it might not be right. We'll just in and out real quick right there as it failed again. And yeah, man, hopefully we'll be able to find some winning trades for you at some point here. But yeah, Nvidia, still waiting for that. I still like it. We'll hold on to a little bit here at 202, but yeah, not worth holding on to the bag there as we tried it a couple times there. Not a good look there so far for Nvidia into the day. But hey, man, day's pretty young. I still want to take it. So we just got to wait for it to get going again. Sometimes it does take just a minute right there. Palantir still down 4%. I mean, we talked about that earlier today as well. I didn't like the software space, and yeah, Palantir gets hit on that, and yeah, downside now for PLTR. Looks like it wants to still keep on going lower, but underneath the 50 period right there, maybe this 126.50 can get absorbed just a little bit. Eli Lilly, I saw, came up on sort of a scanner there. I'm not really sure why. Oh yeah, back into VWAP, so there it goes. Nice run up today for Eli Lilly, approaching again near those all-time highs of 1240 or so, but pulling back just a little bit there is Eli Lilly today, only up 0.43 right now as well. We do have a super chat there, BJDX. Feedback, short squeeze potential, 920%. We don't have, that's not really a halter there today yet. LASC, that's, yeah, I'm just trying to find out if there's some of these names that have halted early. MFP, maybe we've looked at in the past before. LRCC, no, that's nothing. Here's VRAX. VRAX halts actually as well, right off the open, it looks like there. 933 reopens back up at 936. VRAX right now trying to get going back there to the upside. So there's another name, and then you wanted to look at Blue
Jay's got almost no volume on it.
DX. Oh yeah, Blue Jay Diagnostics. Yeah, this was a name that was pumping around last week a little bit there. So
only a million float. I'm looking to see, is there a story on it today? There's not a story on this since the end of last month, and it's completely sideways on a gap of 13. So yeah, it's got a short float on it. I'm assuming you're talking about the borrowing fees are expensive. I don't know, maybe it's made a bit of a bottom, but there's no volume on this today. What's going to get it going, I think, is a real question. There's other small cappers which are actually moving around, which could be a little bit more interesting. So yeah, again, appreciate the super chat. I'm not necessarily seeing it. Maybe there's a story I'm missing on that stock. Don't claim to be perfect. Dara has a perfect memory. What do you have for us at desk?
Blue Jay Diagnostics, nothing, but I have LASR. There's no volume really on this, so I waited a while to mention anything. I just kind of wanted to see, but nice pop. It's about $6 or so up from the open. LaserWars.net reporting that the U.S. military has awarded this LASR company, which is called Enlight, I guess some kind of contract here to build cruise missile killing high energy laser weapons for the Golden Dome. So Golden Dome contract here for LASR. I'm also seeing some people in the chat talk about Oracle to the upside, and I have no problem talking about Oracle being to the upside. There was one catalyst on this. It's kind of a nothing burger. Came out at 9 a.m. I guess this International Motorsports Association here, they made this new lab, and Oracle is a founding partner. That is not much of a story here, but ORCL is up significantly from the open, so I wanted to mention that. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. We're back into the same name again. That's going to be Nvidia. It's one of the #1 names on my list, so we're going to watch out for that. It does look like a bottom take is better, but if that can come through, we'll. I still like SMCI down here near $28, but it doesn't really have the juice under it today. That was, my #1 trade idea there today was on some SMCI. Yeah, nothing going on there right now on SMCI. We're back into Nvidia, of course. And then SPCX, I talked about it sort of being a nothing burger today. It hasn't done much there, but it is at the lows and looking to break lower here through 149. They're pretty good shorts to be had at 151 and 150.50. So, a move back up there on SpaceX, I could find myself getting into the short if possible there for SPCX. So maybe something to play off of as, the market. I don't know, man. Maybe we can short it. It's ahead of 30,000 right there. I know we're long Nvidia. I don't want to be short the market and long Nvidia, but that's a nice little move there. And Marvell pulling back to VWAP as well, apparently hitting the scanner. So, yeah, man, good run-ups for many of these names early, but there's the give-up right now as we go back into it. And Neil and I both, again,
Bloom is also
holding on to Nvidia here.
Yeah, and I'll be mad because I actually didn't get the reload in SpaceX when it took out VWAP. Nasty candle, completely engulfing on that last candle on SpaceX and now breaking lower. So it's under VWAP, means every single pop, anytime it bounces, you get a green candle, I'm going to look to enter. I had my stop in, it triggered, I wanted to get back in lower, but now this is absolutely flushing, so another flush day for them. Bloom Energy, well, I guess the short sellers are winning off of the open. Maybe they're still going to have a little bit more juice. I think you got to give it the 2 or 3 day rule. Again, I didn't read the short seller report. I think oftentimes, sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. Oftentimes the price action doesn't lie in the first couple of days, but they are selling it off here at the open.
I was going to say, I think the way that Bloom denied this is also really key. So they said that they're not dependent on China supply, not that they don't have any China supply. And that I think is really important because you guys know me, I'm always looking for the true story here. The wording of that denial.
Okay. I think a way that you could also look at that is if you find anybody if you find a related power name that's to the downside maybe on Bloom, when you get a report like this, it's sometimes easier to go long the sympathy play. Instead of trying to figure out what's going on there. So, if you catch a dip in a related name, it could be a little bit better to go. Lunch 911 caught Tesla up. Thank you, everyone. We haven't been talking too much about Tesla recently. And I don't know that I love this sucker until we get back above 420. It's now back into the red. It had a good move off of the open, but that looks like a pretty hefty fail of a breakout here. So maybe a retest of 390s in play. Yikes. It's already come back in. Hope we bank that profit because the market's still holding higher and Tesla just went into the red after a little bit of a jaunt at the open. Be careful of those opening wicks. They can absolutely psych you out. Right? Look at that crazy little bounce and all it's doing is chopping everybody up in the same range. We're a bad stock, man. Tesla's been a bad stock.
Tesla hasn't been the greatest right there. We'll head to fruit salad winners right there as we take finally a little bit out here on Marvell. It's easy to celebrate. We did this fruit salad. Good watermelon, good grapes today from the caterer, so we say thank you to that. But yeah, just right back up into two. We took some 202 16s there, which is only 20 cents. But here we go. There's some 12K. Here we go. Now we're starting to get back to the upside. Let's go, Nvidia, man. We stick to our guns here. Stick with this name. Let's see what winds up happening now with Nvidia. Maybe it can get back to the yes. Let's go. So we take a little bit of a hit early there on Nvidia, but here it goes, man. Right back to the upside. We just got the 1 unit on now. We took a hit on about 1.5, maybe 2 units. So we need this to mature up just a little bit here. As there it goes right now, 60 cents in the money for Nvidia. Bye-bye. Let's see how high we can fly on that one right now. And again, we wrote down 202. It did go against us a little bit, but we didn't get out of it all. We bought some more on the dip. So let's now wait to see what winds up happening here with Nvidia. SpaceX back up to 149 and change. Another name running up, and I do know that we talk a lot about the same names, but like we play where the bread is buttered. There goes SoFi right now up 2.5%. So yeah, man, this name coming back from the dead. We already, Adara sort of, I don't know, I think we already got to the super chat, but thank you so much for Oracle. And yeah, it is making.
Did we?
Well, Adara talked about it. I don't know. SoFi now up to 1823. I mean, we can look at it. I love Oracle because of the level that we just got to there. Not love it enough to buy any of it, but, right back there into these levels. And we've seen Oracle make this dip. So, my thoughts on a bounce, looks like a little bit of a relief rally there today. As we have mentioned already, DRAM, a lot of the names that are involved in the data center are popping a little bit there today. Sans, my guy Nvidia over here, but that's a good name, and Oracle should be able to work when the rest of the players come out to play, and today they are. So nice move there for Oracle, up 5%. If you're asking my thoughts on it, I just gave them to you, but I don't really like the long. It was 9 straight down days. It looks like it's even more than that, and this was just at 250 back June 1st. So you're giving it 6 weeks and it's lost $120, man. I mean, that's a rough ride, losing 50% of its value roughly in just 6 weeks. So yeah, Oracle probably on a depressed valuation. I like it for that reason, but I don't necessarily think it's the best place to swim. And, Qualcomm, a name that I recently bought, kind of like them at these levels as well. And they've been getting hit just not as much, but from 250 down to 180, 185. The important thing about Qualcomm and why I like it is we're still above the 200 period moving average. So that gives it a little bit of room to grow to the upside there off of Qualcomm. Nvidia just still 202.40. You know what? We still got a piece on.
It is rejecting on the lower high.
Yeah, so I'm going to get another piece out here at 204.40, 202.40, and then just let's see if this one can get up into 203. That's where my next offer is.
Yeah, VWAP sits right at 203, but it just lost that $0.50, so it's coming right back in. I just got out 2/3 myself because I'm not really loving the price action I'm seeing in it. One note, I want to try to get over to Cerebras. We talk about that Tesla, that engulfing candle in Tesla to the downside. Well, there's one to the upside. The entire opening or the entire pre-market range just got made up on one bounce here in CBRS. So I know we liked 185 for a key price level. Yeah, well, you're not getting 185 anymore. But that kind of a candle, that turns into a buy the dip into VWAP. So just adjust up and follow the trend. The trend's higher. Next available dip, looking for the 190 level. Might park myself just so I have a little something to get back in down there. 7% to the upside. Obviously, this has not been a very good IPO for them. But hey, it's made a bottom. You made a higher low yesterday. It's kind of taking the stairs to the upside. Kind of hoping it does a false break of the high and pulls back to pick us up at VWAP because the Qs are absolutely spitting hot fire. 1.5%.
Yes.
The calm before the SK Hynix storm, I feel like.
Yeah, it might be right there.
We'll see, because I actually think, it doesn't really matter. DRAM is all green candles on the 15-minute chart all morning long. A little bit of exuberance coming into tomorrow.
There's a lot of money in this market on the sidelines, and it's getting put to work a little bit here today. Yeah, man, just looking ahead now. There goes AMD, and I'm going to I think I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and get out of AMD here today. I still have shares. I think we're sub $100, man, on AMD right now, and this name is at 550. So we've seen this name run up, and it's just been an absolute monster. And getting back into it today, I don't know. It's like you look down and you see some of these gains, and I know it's polarizing sometimes because stocks aren't supposed to really move the way these names have moved. But yeah, AMD. I have way more of Nvidia, and I just when you look at the two different names, it's one is absolute moonshot, and the other one is kind of on the struggle bus right now. But AMD, maybe we should do the other way around and get out of Nvidia and buy more AMD. But a good little level there. We've only seen a few days where we've ticked higher than where we are right now on advanced micro devices into 580. But give it another 7% today, and it is a wowie wooey on that one. And as we talk about Nvidia and AMD, I get more Nvidia down here at 202. And here comes the fade again. So, it was a good run up there. We were able to get out. Well, we'll reload a little bit. We don't have as many shares as we did initially on this. Yeah, a little bit of a fail there for NVDA and SpaceX. As I said earlier, I didn't get a feel for it today. We didn't write anything down, but it's back up to VWAP there after making, again, another low at that 148.50 mark, man. I mean, yesterday we had a $6 winner, I think, on this one, and we shorted 151.50s up into here. We were short yesterday around this time, I guess, and we brought it all the way back in. So there is a lot of opportunity here for SpaceX. So let's just get ready to rock and roll on that one, SPCX.
We got a halt here on that VRAX, now 300%. So we were kind of joking around about how there hadn't been too many of these 100% movers holding on to those gains. The tap is flat, so 1262 theoretical auction price. It's indicating an open pretty much where it was. And thank you to Tisha for pointing those. Not just pointing it out now with the super chat, but pointing it out earlier as well.
Wowie wooey. Yeah, there we go. You're welcome, SEK over there. Yeah, look, man, trying to add as much fun. Yeah, trying to add as much fun to the show as possible. Today's been a rough day for trade, I think. But it's not that bad. Wish we were just long the whole index here, including our friend DRAM. As I just sitting here fighting Nvidia, which is not going to be right. We have an exit to come on that one at the day's low. But yeah, and it's just. The reason why it's a little disappointing, what's up, Randy, is that DRAM came right into VWAP, and we were looking at it, staring at it right there at 65, and didn't pull said trigger, and instead bought more of the, brutal losing name today in NVDA. Because Randy's here, we can have a look at Rivian back upside. So we say, yeah, buddy, for Rivian, as we floss that up another 4% there for RIVN today. Randy called this move, and again, really appreciate guys sort of sticking their neck out and making some calls. And you did that, Randy, and you said, get lower, Rivian. We like it lower. So there was a dip buy there into VWAP, and good little opportunity to take that long. And now you're rewarded today, Randy, off 15.50, maybe 16, maybe 16.50. At the end of the day, you're up $1 into 17.50. Let's see what happens here with RIVN. Trying to get back upside there as we wait for our R2 Rezo to come through. But yeah, there goes NVIDIA back down into the lows of the day once again, man. Bad trading today on NVDA.
Yeah, I'm not letting it break any of those lows. We've got a couple of bounces that's made it a little bit better than it probably should have been because it's just fighting the trend here. And then I go back over, I look at the names. We did trade SpaceX to the short side, but I'm not really seeing a great short in it again yet. So I don't mind going back to what worked early. But we're going to go to a dare for happening now in numbers. And I'm reminding myself that, hey, I had GLW that I wanted a long in today. So we're going to have to try to find that when we come back from Adara.
It's time for numbers, guys. Existing home sales in 5 seconds, 4.2 million. Forecast, 4.17 million was the prior print here. We get 4.09 million. So it's going to be a little bit lower than the forecast and also below the prior print. Now, as it is below the prior print, that means we get a negative existing home sales change number. We were expecting 1% here for that existing home sales change, comes in at negative 2.4%. Nasdaq still hanging out here around highs. And this is a great look. I mean, we opened here around highs, a little bit of a gap up, and then just continuing to push higher here for the Nasdaq SPY. Looking pretty similar, though not as strong, I think, when you compare it directly to the Nasdaq in just terms of how it looks. Keep an eye on USO as well. USO just pushing lower here. We know that this was a name that was absolutely in focus yesterday as we had more tensions heating back up, unfortunately, between the US and Iran. Let's talk about MU. Micron, one of many memory names that has been pretty strong today and that are going to be in focus out of that SK Hynix IPO. Micron's up 8%. SanDisk up about 7%, and Micron, as mentioned earlier, making a whole bunch of updates to its U.S. investment plans. They apparently started laying concrete for their New York facility, which they expect to create 50,000 jobs. Idaho, they're expecting some more updates for that in 2027, I believe. And Micron also, in general, just investing over $250 billion here on U.S. manufacturing. Costco also, someone in the chat, I believe Sean Carter, so shout out to Jay-Z, mentioned what's going on with Costco. COST, not bad volume and actually a catalyst here. So yesterday, after the bell, they reported their June sales. These were up 10.6% year over year. Not a bad look here, but JP Morgan, while maintaining overweight in Costco, they lowered the price target. So I guess market not really receiving these June sales numbers well for COST. But it doesn't cost you anything to like or subscribe. So join us here every single day as we send you back over to the guys.
I like that one. It just costs you a little bit of cash to get involved with Costco. And I think that's a nice name there. hovering around that $1,000 mark, can dip by into that 920. We'll see what happens there with Costco. But hey, man, it's volatility, and we've been talking about that for a minute. Volatility is what gives you the big trades, the big moves, more setups, more momentum. And of course, we partnered with Trade the Pool. This is an offer that no broker is giving to you right now. Trade the Pool comes in, and instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can now access, of course, firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing their risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more fear of moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your savings. This is called limited risk trading, and it is available at Trade the Pool. Take advantage of this volatility without risking that capital at tradethepool.com. Go have a look, see if they have anything interesting to offer you and your trading style at tradethepool.com. Scan that QR code, check the link in description, and do not go long Nvidia like we've been doing here today, as that is down now to 201 as we finally take that out. And, you know, we were able to get a little bit of a bid there here as we go. And I'm pretty sure Adair is going to talk about Meta, because Meta releasing AI tool now for Meta, now up 1%. Well, not up 1%, only down 1% after being down 4%. Adair, what's the news on Meta?
Meta, for the first time ever, developing unveiling here a paid AI developer model for the first time. Again, Meta's first ever paid AI developer model. According to CEO Mark Zuckerberg, this updated Muse Spark 1.1 actually outperforms tools from rival Google Gemini. So again, first ever paid AI developer model that apparently outperforms product from Google. GeoOGL is dropping on this, guys. Back to you.
Apparently outperforms.
Alphabet's
it
dropping.
Doesn't outperform. Alphabet's doing.
Yeah, that kind of makes me want to. Well, Alphabet's already looking weak. If Alphabet had been strong going into that, I probably would have liked to try to buy the dip, but it's not. It's looking pretty weak in there. Meta, whatever. If it doesn't break and hold over 600, we've kind of been talking about that number. Where that's been the wall, and it was the wall yesterday, or it was the floor yesterday, and now it's a bit of a wall. So if it gets above 600 and can sustain that after the news and after things settle down, fair enough. Then I'll like it a little bit more. SpaceX is still above VWAP, so I don't really see a re-entry into the short there until it gets up to 153. GLW, Corning is now gone. Another fresh high here for Corning. So now that we're finished with the fail, unless we get back to 202 or get to 200 on Nvidia, I want to look for GLW. Corning off of the volume weighted average price, 10% today. What do you do with some of these? 10% there, 10% in ARM. I think Marvell's probably the same thing. I want to say
the answer, what you should do is buy Corning at 180.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Okay, that's actually off the highs a little bit. So this one's pulling back a little bit more than some of the strongest names more. But it's all about the chips and not just the memory names. There are some other names taking us up to this 2% threshold in the Nasdaq, which does seem like it's going to come into play today at that 30,000. I feel like that's the place you might look for maybe an entry if you're looking reversions or something into the short side. Let the Nasdaq at least test some of those earlier week highs, because there's nothing really stopping it.
I don't want to always look at Amazon or PayPal.
I think we're going back to Adair.
Yeah, we can go back to Adair. Let's do it.
Yeah, believe it or not, guys, DJT actually on the move to the upside with a catalyst. Citrini, again, this is the research that brought us that research note going back about SaaS a couple months ago now. Citrini noting tailwinds here for DJT, saying that Trump's media merger here with TAE is going to be signaling political backing for nuclear infusion venture. So I would say this note is maybe more about nuclear infusion, but also, I guess, a good look for DJT. Volume on this, not bad. It's about 1.2 million shares in the day so far. Back to you.
VRAX there halted a couple times, and now it's back down to $11 as this is a runner for sure today, up 252%. VRAX right now starting to kick around a bit. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there. Off of that's the 50-period moving average. VWAP down here at 9 right now for VRAX. So I think as long as some of these small cap names stay above $9, or sorry, above the VWAP, which would be above $9, still the long executing probably okay right now for VRAX. So, you know, another looker there for the big runners. And we want to thank Tisha and everybody in the chat for bringing VRAX to our attention earlier today. Like, probably should be trading some more small caps. Like, that's a nice move up to $11, $12, $13 right now for VRAX. definitely worth a look there. JP Morgan coming next week, man, and 333. So just having a look at this one. I think it was the 14th or so, but there goes JP Morgan upside, up that 1%. As it's Nasdaq, it's ES. Nasdaq up 1.4 right now. ES up 0.4, and many names moving around. I mean, we've looked at only a few over here, and we'll promise you we'll find some.
That DJT
yeah, we'll find some winners.
No
Yeah, I'm not doing anything with DJT.
I think it's a short because that's a story that makes more sense for other fission names, not DJT. So why would
I don't know. DJT, as soon as I hear that, it's like, okay, some manipulation there. Producer manufacturing, for sure. I mean, you know, I'm always talking about this. So if you're on the show and you sort of listen to some of the things that we've been talking about, buying dips in this space is really what's been focused on. And today you're getting another move higher here. Caterpillar, Lamb, AMAT, GV. We talked about IREN and CEG as well on the power side of those plays. Financials, big day again for them today. We just looked at JP Morgan, American Express up 1%, Morgan Stanley up 2% as that's going higher. JP Morgan, I like Citigroup as one of the better names to look at there. Charles Schwab again as well, very similar to the Robin Hoods of the world and the SoFi's there as we talk some broker names coming through there. And then unfortunately, Randy's been getting us the coffee, so we really appreciate that. But unfortunately for his XOM position right now, down 2%. As you were surprised. I was surprised when you mentioned that oil was just going to the downside. There's Oxy, there's all these names right here. So some good value to be picked up for sure in the oil space. And get maybe some more Exxon in your account, it being now down 2% today. Here's XOM. And there was that 50 period, 200 period moving average, I believe, on XOM that's going to come into play there. And that's exactly where it bounced off of, in and around 136. So if we just give this a second to load up here, we'll get that 200 period. There it is. So yeah, looking like another good dip buy opportunity potentially lining up here for ExxonMobil. If you believe it's all fugazi, that, this back and forth, we'll bomb them, we won't bomb them, we'll open up the straight, we won't open up the straight. Eventually, I think XOM is a name that, on the dividend and, even green energy as well. They're not just all, pure, combustible. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with XOM. But here comes Nvidia, man. It's a good thing we got out of this one. This is at 200 right now and breaking lower. Wondering if I'm punching short here on 200.
Well, it looks like it wants to test it for sure. And Nvidia, I just go back to the DJT. It's actually got even resistance here, 8 3/4 into 9. Bit of a head and shoulders look as well. So it spikes on that news right into some resistance with a bit of a topping tail. So just grab the 70, stop at the high. VWAP retrace is down to about 858, but I actually like 850 for the prior high as well. So I got my bids down into that level, and maybe DJT does that thing where it's not to bag on it. It's just that usually when you get a story that doesn't seem that fundamentally big for it, it gets like an algo buy or whoever buys it up, and it's usually pretty good to sell into it. Speaking of things that are pretty good to sell into, I wouldn't say that about that Rivian move. Wow, Rivian. So it's at that $18 level. This also has a head and shoulder-ish look if you get to like 18.5. It's not really a pure head and shoulder, but at least it is a big resistance level if this gets to 18.5. I wouldn't think reversion or a key until you break out the 18 and start pressing into the quarters and maybe the halves. That is not the same thing as DJT randomly going up on a headline. Like Rivian's got some juice behind it. Let's be real. It's just a different story. So here comes VWAP here on DJT. If we get the fill at 58, then we'll be at a 3/4 of it, and then I'll look for the 850. Gonna move the stop to break even because it's already pulled into VWAP at this point.
Okay, good look on DJT. Yeah, there goes Nvidia through 200 now. I'm just trying to look at some more charts here, and I'm not really. This is just a 5-minute chart. I was just so mad at myself that we didn't reverse this at 202.50, man. We kept on trying to hold out that. We saw the Nasdaq running. We saw, some of these other names, AMD, and everything really starting to take off to the upside there. This little break of VWAP, this little break here of your 200 period moving average, the break of 202.50, there's the break of 202. There was so many reasons if you zoom out as to why this name was not a long and indeed a short, especially after that aggressive move off the open, man. And, should have been able to catch that. Now down 2% for Nvidia. Damn it, man. Should have been better. Should have done better on that one, except for, still trying to chase it to the downside. So yeah, not good right there. Shout out to D. Westermeyer and everybody that's here with us, man. Put whatever names in the chat. Like Elf is a good one. What's up to Daisy Boy? Anybody that's on TikTok, this isn't what we call the consolidated feed. So, everything that you're watching on, whether or not it be Twitch, TikTok, anything here, especially on YouTube. I mean, that's what all these little YouTube signs are on there. So get it going out. Will Nvidia reverse? Doesn't look like it today. Thank you for that. You are still a superstar. Thank you, Big Scalp, for that. Look, man, I mean, we know where our bread is buttered around here, and it's been a good move on SpaceX and good move on Nvidia. And yeah, man, you're gonna be wrong every once in a while. Yo, what's up? There's Leanne from TikTok, always trying to shout out all of our TikToks. LIT Lumentum, yeah, that was brought up earlier today as well. Oh, Open Door there from No Respect, that's up 9%. Shout out to you guys. Yo, what's up? There's Trader TV Live is in the building. We just saw them there on TikTok, so we say hi to Trader TV Live. Hey, Trader TV Live, you have the same name as us. So we want to say thank you to Bravely and everybody over there on Trader TV. Big thank you. There's Eats Meast West. Again, another big follower for us on TikTok. And because you're always here, man, you just said IREN in the chat. Yeah, they're running for the gates on this one, as that's now down into $43. Still up on the day, but yeah, kicked downside, now down $2 there on IREN. But yeah, again, thanks for everybody for keep on watching there. T-Mat, Tic Tac, and D7 also on the chat for TikTok as well. So yeah, man, just a big shout out to everybody watching here worldwide.
Yeah, and T-Mac actually mentioning McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Everybody keeps asking when is Wendy's gonna bounce? Well, because Wendy's was a squeeze play. Everyone heard of GLPs? Yeah. I mean, it hasn't been a good look at all. Even McDonald's is bad. If McDonald's isn't good, then Wendy's, how's Wendy's supposed to be any good? That just lost a 50 period. There might be something on this stock at some point. But it doesn't seem like yet, because the trend is still your friend, and it is very much to the downside. All right, I said we would maybe get this one all out at break even. We got the view up on DJT, but no push through just yet. If it puts in a lower high, there could be a bit of a reshort there, but I might just get out and try to get back in for the full retracement play. If you're looking over what's happening in oil again, market just pulling back. I looked over and like, did anything happen in oil? Will the Nasdaq pull back off the highs? Nope. We're still just drifting lower and lower. So at any moment, if we get like a headline, a negative headline, then for obviously what's going on in Iran, you get any kind of a spike in USO, and it's a big-time trend break. So this is one that you got to keep your ear to the ground, but I'm more interested in 15 minutes in Boyle because you're going to get nat gas. East meets Westy Bestie. Howdy. Little howdy action. All right, well, good to see that y'all are doing well. We'll put a little drawl in there for you. Let us know where you're from. That's one thing we don't see enough. If you're in TikTok right now, shout us out in the chat and just tell us where you're watching from. We get viewers from all over the place. We appreciate where you're seeing us, whether it's YouTube, whether it's TikTok, wherever you're going to be able to find us out there on X as well. Let us know where you're watching from. I always love to see where we get those different viewers. You could be in the southern states, which we all love there. As Sweden, Boston, Maryland, Clearwater, Florida. Shout out to Clearwater, Florida. I'm there every single year, and I will continue to do so as long as the Blue Jays exist. And well, I mean, if they have spring training down there, I'm always going to be down there. So shout out to Clearwater.
Yeah, shout out.
Birmingham, Estonia. I saw Costa Rica, Indiana, USA. That was going too fast. Brazil. There we go, Brazil. I'm trying to pick out the Portugal.
Yeah,
I'm picking out the ones that are a little more. Singapore, a little more unusual there. Melbourne, Australia. Hey. We got the Vegemite.
Melbourne over here.
We're not going to eat the Vegemite, but we got the Vegemite.
No.
It's like 5 years old. We're not touching it.
Yeah, Neil's had it before. Obi's had it before. It's a problem.
It's nasty.
Obi took it like a champ. Like, Obi handled that Vegemite challenge so well.
Yep. Thank you, Obi. Right now, I'm addicted to bad things. And right now, more Nvidia there, just trying to, not trying to hold out for many shares right there. But yeah, I thought, maybe down into 200 might hold something. And no, it looks like we're going to go long again on this name and lose one more time. This time we're down 50 cents as there goes Nvidia through 199, like down 2.3%. I guess the market is not having that day that it thought it was going to either. I mean, this is a complete destruction all the way back down in now. You've just fallen like huge down into the downside right now on everything, including Nvidia, including the market. But yeah, nice little downside play there in the Nasdaq, not helping out any of these names. That is for sure. TQ is having its move downside there into the 50-period moving average. So if we're going to go long something, maybe it is just the Nasdaq, as we have reason to hold it. Breaking back down below the 200-period moving average right now, but very, very good there. Yeah, you're right, African Starfighter there. You do not see me do this very much anymore. I used to, get a little frustrated with some of the trades and, try to get right back into them and everything like that. This really isn't. It's a little bit of revenge trading, I would say, a little bit there, but I looked at Nvidia. I liked the momentum there yesterday. I do think it can catch itself a bit at some point. It's just we've been wrong on the points. Like, we're not even, getting hit that bad on it. It's just, the downside play's been there. And whenever I see this kind of play, it's like, I think there is going to be a retracement back to the upside at some point there. So now we're in the money on this so-called revenge trade, but I'm going to lighten up on this now as it gets back into 200. Maybe I'm sensing that as well, that right now, we don't need to hold out for a hero trade. If it's not working out, we could get out of it. And, right there, it goes back up into 200 and fades again. So I did put an offer at $200 change there, so into the teens, and we'll see if that can hit. We'll take 10 cents on it, and then we'll see if we can hold the rest. But yeah, right now, not a huge look at all for Nvidia, as it's just been bleeding to the downside. If there's any recovery to happen here, I think Nvidia does have that chance. It's been hit before. Like yesterday, if you bought it at 200 on that break, basically, it does come back to 196.50 and then gets going around 11.30 and closes $10 higher. So, I'm not holding out for a $10 move today or anything like that. But, I do know that the pedigree is here for Nvidia to maybe do better, and we'll see if it does do that. But another fail again at 200. So it's like it tried to go through the key level, putting us basically putting us flat, and now we'll have to wait to see holding this against us now, NVDA. But
even DRAM just hit VWAP and is not catching a bit.
DRAM, okay.
So it's there. Like, this is always on a pullback, going to look for something that was strong at the volume weighted average price, and you're not really seeing the buyer step in just yet. You got to look what's under the hood. Anytime you're looking at an ETF, you look under the hood. Micron faring a little bit better, so that's a little stronger at the volume weighted average price. SNDK. If we're just going through some of the names to find if there's one better, that's also holding out a bit better. So they're both holding above the volume weighted average price. So that, to me, means that DRAM is a good shot to follow suit because they're doing a little bit better. So once we get a close on this 3-minute, I'm going to take the shot here to jump in the memory chip names. Even as the Nasdaq is still 0.7%, it's still dropping here, kind of getting taken to the woodsheds. The small cappers might still be the place to go. And one way to find out is to go up to Adara and talk about them.
It's a rare day where all of our featured small cap recap names actually have catalysts behind them. Let's get right into it with Virax Biolabs, VRAX. This name has definitely traded higher and rallied in the past. Today, though, the catalyst is that its subsidiary apparently entered into an exclusive multi-country commercial supply agreement with a company called Fosun Diagnostics. Now, VRAX has a $10 million market cap and a 780,000 share float. So low float runner here, VRAX. Next up, RKTO. This one giving back a little bit of its move here, but Rocket One in focus, announcing that SpaceX AI API has been added to its AI tech stack. With RKTO, another name that I believe has rallied in the past, $25 million market cap, 21 million share float, and nearly 22% short float. Last but not least, on our watch list today was Republic Power Group, RPGL, $2.5 million market cap and 1 million share float for this one, announcing that they've regained compliance with the Nasdaq listing requirements. Lots to look at in the small cap space. We've sent it back over to the guys.
Okay, yeah, lots to look at there. Yeah, that VRAX there. Thank you to Tisha bringing that up to us very early on in the day there. VRAX. Yeah, SpaceX there, not a small cap name at all. 2 trillion market cap. Maybe no longer, as there it comes right back into 148. This is a level that we had seen yesterday. We had seen this a couple times, and boom, Like, what a good short that was, up at 150, 150. That's the same short we had yesterday, and we just didn't take it today, and we should have. Paid for shorts, not very expensive, but yeah, there it goes to the downside, SpaceX, and still looking like it wants to get lower, in my opinion, underneath VWAP, underneath everything. It's a downside play there for SPCX. So at least you had the short there in DJT, but the shorts are really coming in now on the Nasdaq, on everything, as we look a lot lower here today. Now, almost, still not even flat on the day, right? I mean, you're still up that 0.5%, but man, we were cruising at one point there on the Nasdaq.
I got a question for Adara, because the DJT thing is done, but I think the other side of the coin was, what was the fission name that it was like 2 days ago?
Yeah.
We had a fission name. I don't know if you remember the ticker. I'm going to try to search for it myself. Nuclear fission.
I didn't hear it then.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
everyone in the...
I'll remember stuff if I hear it, but if I didn't hear it then.
Okay, so everyone in the chat, we did have a story, and there was a ticker earlier for nuclear fission that DJT whatever. There was somebody else, and I think that's where you go to, because I think if the government's going to be behind it, then let's take a real company and be interested about that, and not just pumping DJT. It is what it is. It does this very often when you get stories like that, where it does the full retrace. But I want to move on to the next. It wasn't SMR. It wasn't SMR.
What's that?
But while we're talking about it,
I don't know that one.
I hate doing this, but where's my flush? SMR, I feel like every single day since I got back has hit a 52-week low, and it did so. Yep, there you go. It did it on Tuesday. It did it again yesterday. And if it breaks 855, which it looks like it wants to, it's going to do it again 3 days in a row, 3 52-week lows. At some point, maybe this stock should be a short. I don't even know what to say. The stock is it's a loser right now. It's a loser. That's the word we're looking for. It's pretty simple, Neil. The stock is a loser. Should be just shorting it every time it gets to $9. $9 fade. I did take this one. Okay, I took it 2 days ago. But didn't take it the next day, and then didn't take it here. So if the market's weak, maybe just short the pops where the weakness is, which would be over here in something like an SMR.
All right, yeah, SMR, what a disaster name some of these names are. I want to thank Adara, man. I was able to get out of that at 57, but I'd bought back up. So, yeah, muted out right now on that one. Yeah, Marvell, ARM. I mean, some of these names continue to go a little bit higher. There's VRAX again, now down to 1050. So it's kind of just doing not a whole heck of a lot right now. So I would say that, actionable level there, $10 on VRAX. We'll see if it eventually gets going or not. But yeah, VRAX right here, not the greatest name to look at, I feel like, in the market. But yeah, a nice little downside push regardless to say what the market's going to do there. But $10, a good, decent look anyways. Stopping the bleeding a little bit here. Nvidia, I mean, we're long at 199.80. We just got some out there at 199.50s. Hopefully we're able to hold out for this play one more time. And if we can get it back to the upside, we've taken out a little bit each time. Let's just do a little bit more now because, yeah, it doesn't look like we want to get too much excited here, too excited for this play on Nvidia because it has not been a good one. But we're long just out now 20 cents, and we'll see if it does want to get that little late day run into it. Potentially that is the case. All right, Ethereum, IBIT, 62.7 right now. A quick little look at Bitcoin. I mean, we look at crypto as much as we possibly can around here when it's moving, and it hasn't been doing a whole heck of a lot. This is your dollar strength right now on a 1-minute chart, and you can see it's getting a little weaker right now, which should help the Nasdaq go upside. There it is, man. Nvidia finally back into the money, so we'll take some profits there. But yeah, there's the dollar. Let's see what winds up happening with the DXY. And then we said we'd look at Bitcoin, so let's go over there and have a quick look. We do have nat gas coming out soon. Neil's going to look at Boyle for you all and potentially put a trade on there if there's anything happening. But there's Bitcoin, just a 1-minute chart. So nice move up to 63,000, back to 62 and change. Always good to look, of course, at a daily chart there for BTC. And we see right now kind of stuck in the middle of the highs. This is not a this is not a daily chart. Let's go back over there. I clicked on 1D down there. That must not be right. But yeah, so that's what I was going to say. That high of 80,000, definitely not even anywhere near. This is your 200 period moving average right now. But what I was meant to say was price-wise, we're stuck in the middle, right? You have that move to 68, that move down to 58, and right now you're at 63. So you're $5,000 off the high and $5,000 off the low right now, stuck in the middle with Bitcoin. We'll wait to see if that one gets going anytime soon. And it doesn't look like it, man. We need some catalysts there. Maybe lower rates helps Bitcoin. I don't know. But right now, the odds of a rate hike they were 25% yesterday. Let's just see what they are here today. We'll go into July, of course. Yeah, so the same thing. Not much going on there as we look at the rates. So still 26% of a chance in June, July 29th, we get the next Fed rate decision. So we are now moments away from that. We'll see if it does kick around that 25% chance. I think it should be higher. I think there is a good chance of a rate hike. But again, we're going to wait for some more numbers.
Well, especially with the ceasefire gone. Like, I mean, if that's not calming things down, how are they supposed to do anything?
Yeah.
It is what it is. Muffins
are good. Oh, muffins. Yeah, muffins.
Any guesses what the POTUS will tweet about today? Iran?
Yeah.
I don't know. Spain and their lack of military spending. Your guess is as good as mine. There'll probably be something. If this market goes full-blown reversal and we end up looking pretty red. Right now, the Qs are still holding green, actually bouncing. We're going to be looking at DRAM at VWAP again. But if we just continue trend down, we've usually been good for something positive on the back half of the day. But you can't anticipate it. If it happens, it happens, and then go from there. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, it's going to happen, so just keep buying until it does. No, I'm going to wait. I want this close above the volume weighted average price on DRAM. We talked about how SNDK and Micron were making a nice little bounce. So if this can follow suit, I want it above the volume weighted average price, kind of give it to the prior bar in here. So that's the next thing I'm looking at. Although we have 2 minutes until we see what happens with nat gas. And the idea for that is a few times before we left, it would just be trend down. Sometimes it would be trend up, mostly be trend down. And then at 10:30, you get a reversal of the trend and then play it to VWAP. That's now down, boils down at $25. VWAP's at 25.6, so a break of the consolidation there, and you just kind of look for that 40 cents. Strait of Hormuz threat level remains severe. Oh, there you go.
I think it's been severe for a long time there. I mean, we had a couple days.
Tell us something we don't know.
Yeah, we had a couple days of the ceasefire, but other than that. All right, we're heating up a little bit. Let's see if we can get a move on Nvidia, man. We've been clearing out some of this pressure at the 25 period moving average, which is right here at $200. So yeah, it was a good take for us. Our average price was in the 70s. It's getting lower now because we took that there at $199. But here it goes, man. We said there's a possibility for this name to run multiple dollars here, and here it goes. Right now, Nvidia catching that bid that we were all hoping for. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, didn't. But that down there on the futures, man, we looked at it and said maybe it's time to get long the TQs, but didn't do it. There it goes, upside. So that's helping, obviously, this market get back to Greensville. I should have just, honestly, stuck with what I'd thought about, and that was DRAM, man. And I don't know if you guys can rewind or whatever, but when we talked about DRAM earlier, I said the 200 period moving average would be where we're looking, and that just came in there at 64.30. So let's pay attention if it does hit again on that one. And I didn't even, unfortunately, I got to set this up as sort of a new scanner. It's a relatively new name that I got to put on the board. So right there, DRAM down at the 200 period moving average. We mentioned it earlier, didn't take advantage of it, and there it goes, DRAM right into there. So, a big shout out again to everybody watching us. There's T-Man TikTok is in right there. Is that what it is? T-Man at TikTok. So what's up, T-Man? More often than not, I know what you're referring to, but thank you so much for all of that. Candle stocks, Jack of Art there. You like pooping, not a great one there. What's up, Jack of Art, man? I saw you there yesterday. Shout out to you. I think we have a lot of like there. Dell, yeah, okay, we can definitely have a look there. Look, Qualcomm, finally a name that I most recently bought. I hope that's still doing well. Moon time right now for Nvidia as that's trying to go back up there to the upside. Talking about Nvidia 205 call. What's up, Long Brady over there? Hi to you as well. And Jack is talking as well on the chat. So we want to say a big shout out to all of y'all. And yeah, Nvidia just did have a problem breaking through, but we got another out there, I believe. Yes, we did. We took that right there. $200, sorry. I wish 202. $200.25 there for a 50-cent win there on NVDA. There we go. Okay, good. You've got the DRAM long. I like that trade.
Yeah, it's at VWAP here, and it's already starting to lose that volume weighted average price. I said if we close above VWAP, we're going to take it. By the way, Boyle, there was just a build on that gas, and it doesn't break the 25.2. It's a reversion play. I had my stop order just a couple of seconds before, and I just canceled it because we end up breaking lower. I don't mind taking this like later, like allow it to give a couple of candles. If it holds back underneath the low, play the reversion sort of after the 1030 number instead of on it, because you're putting in a nice bottoming tail wick. So that could happen on this 3 minute. But just wanted to make sure it was a build. It was on my ear, and I was kind of paying attention to Sean there. I didn't see how big of a build, but the first action was to the downside. It is starting to come back in now, and I do still like that reversion over there on Boyle.
Yeah, it was 61 billion versus 60.
Billion.
Yeah, 61 versus 60 billion.
Not even
right
that.
There. No, nothing going on. Tesla, 10:30 a.m. right now. We look at Tesla, and it's not doing anything. It's literally right where it opened. I mean, I don't know if literally is the right word there, but yeah, 294, 294, 293. So just dancing around. It did have a big move up into 400. It stopped at 398, but Tesla now coming back in, now down that 0.1% as the market retracing back again. So we've got two longs again on, man. We've got DRAM over there. We've got Nvidia over here. And
so every long has been a loser. Every short's been a winner.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. It's been a tough day today. But there it is, man. 200. This is why we got out, man. We got out some more at 200. We got out some more at $200.25. But yeah, Nvidia coming right back in at some point there. And yeah, today the shorts have been printing. I still like that TQQ level down here somewhere. So we'll see if that does come into play at some point. But right now it's Nvidia downside. But we're fine. We're just long right here right now. We might get a little bit of a bid coming through. That Bloom Energy was a story that we had earlier today. And some of you in the chat definitely liked what we were throwing down. And but since then, man, it's been 275 down into 260 here as the short sellers come forward. And whether or not you believe the story, how dependent they are or are not on China, Bloom Energy definitely moving around on some of that report from 350 down to 250. Not a great couple weeks there for Bloom coming through again. Oh, in the background is freaking out right now. Don't look back or anything. There it is. It's all fixed now. Our screen has been disabled in the back. But okay, here we go, man. It's Nvidia time. Another move higher. Let's see if we get some more out right now on NVDA. Back up there to $2. We're 40 cents in the money. Probably should be in AMD, as that name has been the rocket ship today as well, taking out new day's high on Advanced Micro. Wow.
That ARM, Marvell.
It actually looks pretty cool as a black screen back there. 547, yeah, ARM, Marvell, Soxcell, all those names going there. Qualcomm, I hope for Qualcomm anyways. Corning was a good one there. 547, look at that, VWAP, right back in. Hey, Ram, right back in there into 547. Coming back up $10 now is AMD. What a great name that's been.
Yeah, an unbelievable name. Broadcom's actually getting back into the green. That's actually looking a little bit good too, off of the lows. Still 1%, but it went all the way into the red, like just barely into the red over there on Qualcomm. I did say I would possibly take another shot at a lower high on DJT. So it's been literally, DRAM hasn't come out yet, but I mean, the shorts have worked, whether it was DJT or whether it was early on in SpaceX. So I want to maybe go back to one of those well. So lower high here on DJT. If it loses VWAP, that gives another potential scalp trade. There was that fission story, which I didn't particularly think was all that great for them. So I'm going to stick with that idea. DRAM's just kind of hanging around VWAP. It did make that reversion off the low, broke the trend, and now we're just looking for a press back into the high. So I have a 60, just above 65 offer, then 65 quarter, and then we'll look for the high of the day at 66. USO still a bit of a nothing burger. And Boyle, it doesn't look like, with that build, again, you can favor a direction. Like I don't like even playing fundamentally off of the number. I just want to find a reversion in Boyle, and it did, and it just continued the trend down. You could play this. I've seen people do this in either way, where they just take the break of the consolidation, one way or the other. With us, we kind of have to pick not have to, but with the way our stops are set, like you're picking a direction and firing that one. So I decided to fire the long order, which it's not going to go. So Boyle's still in a tremendous downtrend. I'm not touching it at all until it makes a trend line break, which is no time soon. So just DRAM, waiting on DJT. Might be able to find a short somewhere else, but nothing's really setting up for me. We had SLV yesterday, and today with the market early on booming, this is still holding above VWAP, still holding the uptrend. I didn't like it until we got closer to 56, if not at least 55. So I'll put that on the back burner. Very strong day, or recovery day for the metals, with oil back down, silver and gold heading back into the upside. So yeah, we're just counting on DRAM to show the strength that it did earlier this morning and get back into some of those highs. Respect the fact that 66 is resistance, but if we get up there, we'll take our profits.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go find out there with the trades we've been putting on today. We won't be on this list, but I say it's still early. Let's go find out who's making the money today or yesterday here at Real Trading. And you could see this is, again, the problem with Blue Ocean is it's not last night, it's 2 nights before. So Blue Ocean right there, 16,000. This is just, Blue Ocean is actually classified as just after hours trading on, it could be Blue Ocean, it could be Moon. There's a few other gateways that we have that can execute against some of these trades. So, and then it was a pretty light day yesterday. It looks like Canada, Nasdaq, the best trader around here. And again, it's nothing to do with us. This is Real Trading that has over, I think it's 2,000 and change live traders right now. So Canada, Nasdaq, Canada, again, we say shout out 2-0 Canada. Let's go, man. 50 cents back into the money on Nvidia. Hey, maybe we can get positive on Nvidia. Let's see what winds up happening. Amex, Nasdaq, New York. There's more Blue Ocean. So some good trading there on Blue Ocean over the last little while. So, a shout out to everybody that's trying their best over there in the ocean, as we say, or as Obi says, and waiting for Obi to get on this list. I think that would be awesome if and when that can happen. And I know he's been looking at it. So, just a matter of, you can't make this kind of money until you start to really ramp up the shares, right? And so once that winds up happening, that's where the real money comes into play, once you have a strategy that you can successfully ramp, right? And that's why we talk about how good SpaceX has been for us over the last 3 weeks because it was a ramp job. Okay, so just looking at Nvidia, so there's a little bit of a look at who's making the money there at Blue Ocean, obviously, here with Trader TV Live and Real Trading. And Adara brought us the Blue Ocean numbers, the top symbols over there. They're all DRAM related. They're either
Micron,
SOXL, Micron,
MUU.
Yeah, like SOXL, I think I said SOXL, SOXS, all those names, they're big overnight. And because
wait till SK Hynix.
I was gonna say a lot of it is based on the Samsung moves, right?
Exactly.
So that would make sense why a couple days ago it was so big. Seeming to offer, so CFTC blocking 24/7 oil futures. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I think the more access to the, liquid markets.
What's the logic there?
Is better for trading. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I don't see what the logic is about
want
that.
To make some money there, so
Whatever.
We'll see what winds up happening.
Staving off or slowing down the inevitable, I suppose, right? But sometimes that's just how the world works. It'll happen eventually. We had a super chat up there about Alibaba, so we're gonna go over that. Can we throw that back up there? Thank you very much there, Assassino. Tampa Bay trades. Maybe the Jays will trade someone to Tampa Bay and get some nice prospects that they always have. 5 bobble calls, 110 expiring tomorrow. Your cost per contract, 95 cents. Currently at 214. Congratulations. Obviously looking good. Does the run up end today, in your opinion? Key levels for selling? Well, we can always look at the levels. Technically, this on Baba. I was just wrong. I was wrong about where it was going to bounce because I stunk bid in the 80s thinking we're going to retrace to that big level. But the breakout is very much in tow. Like, it's clean trend break on the daily. Let me zoom in so you can see it better. There's 2 levels of resistance. One is at 113, 114, and then 120. So is there room for it to go more? Sure there is. But everyone has to have their own risk parameters. I don't know what constitutes good or bad, or what's a normal winning trade for you, or what you were looking to get out of that trade. I always say no one went broke taking profit, but there are 2 key levels that it would work itself into. I always like that 50-period moving average on a daily for a target on trades like that. Again, for me, if you're trading shares, you set a trailing stop. It's a bit difficult. Options are expiring tomorrow. You got to make a decision, but you're at a pretty key level, and no one ever went broke taking profits. I love that Baba trade. We're going to go up to Adara now and talk about maybe some sectors that can get this market back to the top side. Adara.
I do have some good news for you, Neil. Those sectors do exist, and they include producer manufacturing, which has a lot of strength here in both AMAT and LRCX. They include finance. They include transportation. They include health services. They include select members of the consumer services space. Notably here, Starbucks, we had this announcement, or this report rather, from Bloomberg suggesting that the company is shifting to AI and away from certain software providers for some of their growth. So that's going to be an interesting look there. And we also have about half of electronic tech that is strong. Basically, anything other than Nvidia is looking really good. Micron up 7%. AMD up nearly 8%, Cisco 3.5%, Dell 5%, WDC nearly 7%. It's really hard to find weakness in electronic tech except for the largest name of the sector and in the market. Let's go over to tech services here. You have Google, Microsoft, Meta all selling off. Palantir down 4.5%, IBM down about 2%. Salesforce hit with a downgrade here. They're still down about 2%. They bounced nicely off the lows. And let no one ever tell you I didn't say anything good about Oracle. ORCL is up about 4% today. There wasn't really any clear catalyst for this. Apparently, some Motorsports Association made them one of the founding partners in their IMSA labs. Kind of just a random press release, but regardless of why, Oracle is up 4%, and I will say thumbs up to Oracle for that. Back to you.
We'll say thumbs up for this one. We finally... Oh, man. Good one here on Nvidia, man. Now we're $1.30 in the money on that one. And, you know, we should have really just started getting interested in and added $200, which is what we did, man. We didn't sell anything on the way down. We actually bought some dips there. And it's just like the Nasdaq bounce back has obviously helped us trade. But there it goes, Nvidia. We're getting lighter on it. We still have half, though, of what we had on this whole trade. So, yes, finally, there goes Nvidia back up to the upside here as we held out for a while. And you are right, Salvador, man. Shout out to you there, man. That was a tough trade for sure. But, hey, you know, we got to keep on doing that over and over and over again. And that was it right there. So we send that through and say thank you to Salvador. And I hope that you're able to ride that higher as well. Yeah, good one. You're still holding on to 25%. That's good. We're a little more than that right now. And I think about getting out as we approach that 201 marker. So let's put, okay, Salvador, because you have a little less than me, I'm going to get out now. So there it is. So $200, and I think we just got 83s there. Yeah, we got 82s. So not horrible there. Ringing the register now for $1.40 to the upside there. So here's a long that's actually printing out for us. And we hope the same over there for DRAM.
Yeah, it's the first time the longs are actually starting to work.
Yeah,
you're bouncing off that volume weighted average price, but I'm still going to look 66. We just got to the 65 quarter here. As long as this holds VWAP in this trend line, I think scalp out, look to buy the dips, but have to remember, look under the hood. We know we can't be looking at SNDK and HK Hynix, but Micron holding the trend and looking very good. I'm just going to go to these two. I know there's Western Digital. I understand there's more there. SNDK is breaking out the high of the day. So if this can hold out that top without a reversal, that's just going to make me think DRAM has a chance to get all the way to those highs. So that's what we're looking for next. Don't really have that DJT. It really hasn't set up that second short yet, so I'll stay away from that. The Qs, however, are also at VWAP. So we're at we're at an interesting inflection point here. You have a false breakout and then another false break of the high, false break of the low. If we can't hold on to this volume weighted average price, I say when in doubt, zoom out. That's not a very good looking 15-minute chart. I can make some arguments as to why it might look bullish on the 3, but on the 15, this is a pretty key candle that's going to be coming in. Like if it doesn't reverse this on the 15, that's going to look awfully bearish. And got to start thinking about where the next short is going to be. Because DJ Keys might be a short, but it doesn't care what the market is going to think. And SpaceX, we kind of got away from that one early. We had that initial short that worked, got away from it to go long in Nvidia, which is a fail. That's now breaking down the lows. So we've got a downward trend in SpaceX where I think just shorting the pops on the trend line, which right now would tell me about 149.5 into 150 would be the play on SpaceX. But that's for what's going to be the future. The now is how far this bounce is going to be able to go in DRAM. SNDK needs to break the highs, Micron gets to the highs, and then DRAM should follow.
Yeah, so 100%. I mean, I'm thinking the exact same thing here. And, you know, looking at maybe names that were a little bit beat up there today, we did get SpaceX to the downside there, and that ticked out to, wow, Wait a minute. We got to yesterday. We covered some. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say yesterday we covered some at 145, right? So that's not there yet. So I was just thinking in a beat up name, and it's still positive. So I actually thought SpaceX was a little lower there in red on the day today, but it's not. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with SpaceX coming back into this 148 level. That could be the dip buy opportunity that we're looking for on SpaceX. I'm still trying to look short there. I've paid for the shorts. Very, very cheap shorts available right here. Want to thank everybody for, again, their continued love and commitment to us in the chat. What's up to Commodity King? There we go. What's up to iCup 85. Sorry, I thought you were on Twitter on there over there. Open short interest. Yeah, that's a good one there as well. Shout out to Monarch. Shout out to Bjorn over there. Juan Padilla. Lulu shorts. Okay, that could be a name that we look at. Chris there. Hey, what's up, hangry wife, man? Hope you're not too hangry there. And if you are hungry, coming in 4 minutes, we'll discuss. Yes, $1.52 now in the money there on Nvidia. We'll click back over there and have a quick little look to that as well. What up, fam? Says Joan. Says Ja. What's up, Ja Rule? Okay, Nvidia's here as well. Or sorry, Neil's there. Sorry, you mentioned Nvidia. Apple G King's there. Neil and Sean are the best. Thank you so much for that. Big shout out to our other friends and family members here at Trader TV Live. Yeah, SMCI. Shout out for your call on SMCI. Hey, if there's one thing that I like to have around here is accountability. And you know, we're talking about SMCI, and I did write it down, and I'd like to talk about different levels and whatnot. I did have a bid on SMCI. I wrote down 28. Unfortunately, I was actually waiting at like 28.10s. I still have that order present. It didn't come into my level. I should have been, I mean, again, we were chasing the Nvidia dream when all this was happening, and happy to have Nvidia now $1.60 in the money, but that was a pretty good call. Therefore, SMCI news today about them, and then I liked it for the same reason I liked Nvidia, right? We had a nice ramp up there yesterday afternoon on SMCI, so we're gonna figure that out now on where to go from here. So 29.10 and change coming in for SMCI. But yeah, pretty good. Thank you for the shout out there on that one. You can catch my sticky notes every day at Trader TV Sean and on Instagram and on X. So here we go, man.
Absolutely, here we go. I'm just looking at what, like, some of these names are, I'm looking back down to my iPad, trying to find like that next trade, that next opportunity. I went over to look at BE, because I love when you get a short report and you get a buyer that comes right back in, but Bloom is not doing very well. Cerebra's actually back above VWAP. I know we said we like the volume weighted average price, but one thing I've learned is just because you like the volume weighted average price, maybe wait for there to be buyers there. Like, that's the example with DRAM. Like, on the way down, the front side of the trade, if you bought Cerebras on the front side of the trade, like, you're just getting shellacked the entire way. However, if you see like DRAM here, you get a bottoming tail candle, then you get the higher low. Like, there's your VWAP hold. Just because the volume weighted average price is cool and you put it on your chart doesn't mean you have to sit on the bid when it gets there, or the offer if you like to short. Allow the buyers to step in and then you join them. So now that Cerebras is back above, I'll go right back to that well. It's got a double bottom. Put in that little dip buy, show the buyers back at the volume weighted average price, and then we can jump into this. Good looking name. Obviously, they've managed to get back above that IPO price and then hold that key 185. Here was a flush down point 2 days ago and then resistance yesterday. It's held on. I don't want to be breakout trade today. I don't think the market's strong enough for that just yet. Thought I heard we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second. I know we're going to be going to Adair in a quick little second. But one last one. We're going to go to Money Talks. A lot of people have been throwing in this name into the chat. So I just want to, we try to acknowledge everything we can. Mara is on an absolute mission today, up 18%. And there is nothing stopping Mara at this particular point. So shout out to anyone that's been involved in this. Much better than if you went long Bitcoin today. I promise you that. So shout out to Mara. Let's go to Adair.
Here is the US dollar. And as you can tell here, this DXY held that support earlier, or I guess the end of last week, around that 105s, kind of just oscillating here over the last couple of days. There really has not been a lot of large economic data to assess that would really make any big changes, and that's not going to change until Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday, you get CPI, month over month and year over year, core and non-core. Wednesday, PPI, month over month and year over year, core and non-core. So that's going to be some bigger economic data next week. The rest of this week, though, nothing too crazy. Expect some, stagnant dollar action to continue. Let's talk here, though, about the rates, because we're still seeing, as Sean mentioned earlier, about 76% chance that rates are going to be held at the next meeting on July 29th, 24% chance we get a 25 basis point rate hike. But if you look to September, you're still seeing more than 50% chance of rates being hiked by 25 basis points, followed by another 25 basis point hike in March. That hasn't changed. It's the same as yesterday. Worth noting. Also worth noting, we get Fed speak at 1:30 p.m. And not just any Fed speaker. We're going to get Fed's Logan. She's right over here. Now, why do I flag her? She's not a Fed governor, but she is a voting member. And she was one of the 3 Fed members going back over to the April meeting, along with Fed's Hammock and Fed's Kashkari, that in favor of getting rid of the easing statement that was at that time present in the Fed rate statement. What does that mean? She's already a little bit hawkish. So keep an eye out for any comments that we have today. We know we already had some hawkish tones coming out of that Fed meeting. Her comments coming at 1:30 p.m. following pretty mild comments earlier from Fed's Williams at the bottom here. He basically just said, hey, I don't know how stable coins are going to impact demand for reserves. And then he also said that inflation's still too high. Nothing groundbreaking. Logan will be the one to watch at 1:30 p.m. Back to you.
Thanks, Adair. We're going to go over, and yeah, there it is, man. More task forces being set up as we speak. And
you need more task forces.
Yeah, maybe Adair will be on the next task force as well.
Just let me know, Kevin.
Yeah, I know. I think that would be, actually, no, do not let her know. We have to keep, right, we're keeping you here, Adair. Kevin, that's a horrible idea.
We'll make up our own task force here.
Do not do that at all, Kevin. Intel had a good overnight. Yeah, what's up, East meets West bestie. Remind me of that stupid Kanye song with his daughter there, Northwest. It's called something like Yo, What's Up, Bestie, and all that kind of stuff. But shout out to one of the GOATs in the hip hop game, Kanye West, and definitely a bucket list thing to go to one of those concerts. That looks insane what he's been doing lately. So big shout out to that man for sure. Kanye West, one of the best, if not the best. All right, Intel, what's it been doing? Yeah, Intel did have a good overnight, but yeah, not a great midday or early day, I guess, on Intel there, trying to break back down now below. Look, we've been cashing out, man. We talked about that with Salvador there and what his thoughts were. We let Nvidia run. Sharif, it's $1.50 now, but we've been battling on on Nvidia all day. But there's a couple outs right there around 201.20. We'll see what winds up happening there for Intel. Neil's got the long DRAM. I've got the long Nvidia. And yeah, what do you think of DVLT? Data Vault. I'll get to that in a second. Yo, Hamster, I'm going to disagree with you on this one. He says the worst thing about Trader TV Live is that I have too many days off. I think it's one of the best things because it gets Joe on the show. So shout out to days off.
Joey Shivers.
I think I'm going to actually apply for more days off so we can get more action with Joe. So we want to say a big shout out to Joe, one of the best members of our team. But I mean, you can insert anybody's name there as we get the man, the myth, the legend. Sharif is back in the building right now. I assume the workout was well? Yes, sir. It was. When is it not, I guess, Sharif, right? I mean, this guy. Oh, yeah, that's right. How your shoulders. Okay, we can get.
What?
We shouldn't talk. I heard his shoulder doing a leg press over there. So shout out to Sharif there. So we will clear that one. And yeah, DVLT, I haven't had a chance to look at it, but yeah, right there. So I guess out of DRAM there and still looking to get out of Nvidia as well.
DRAM just broke that. I always use the prior bar, but then I use the current on the VWAP. So the bar underneath the volume price was right here at break even, so I jumped out of it. We ended up getting, as far as the move went, it only went to 65.3, 64.8 to 65.3. That's all it went. And now we're back under the volume weighted average price. I did say, why aren't we shorting $9 on, or when I say we, it's a figure of speech, I mean me. Why not short SMR every single day at 9? We did it 2 days ago, didn't do it yesterday. It's literally gone there 4 times today, so maybe the 4th time's the charm because this time I'm in it. We did a topping tail wick at 9:02. I got 97, so if it breaks 02, then I'm out. I want to play into VWAP and then lower. So a couple of legs out, 1-to-1 and then VWAP, and then we want to look for even lower here on SMR. Got to keep in mind, oh, wow. All right, I was about to say we got to keep in mind we haven't had any big shocks in futures. Oil futures just broke the low of the day here.
Yeah, they did.
On a big-time move to the downside here. One of the biggest candles or moves we've seen all morning long. So that could buoy the markets for sure. And thank you, Tisha Perkins, as well. We have another small capper, JLHL for Neil, Sean, and you know who will actually be trading that name will be likely Sharif. So what is this? Julong Holdings.
Oh boy.
All right. Without making this, I think we know what this company is. Probably a Chinese small capper. I'll let that one speak for itself. Bit of a dead cat bounce with it, but this is the daily chart, which I think very much speaks for itself when you have one of these runners. So when you get a secondary move, one of the best things you can think about is usually doesn't go quite as far as it did the first time. So this is probably not going to like $80 like it did last time. Resistance 625 and 10. Congratulations. Just understand, oftentimes these don't last very long. Not to be rude about the Chinese small cappers, but you know, they do tend to rug you harder than the others. I'm just saying.
We are now $2 in. We're rugging this one pretty hard right now. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a move back to the upside on Nvidia. Just took off a little bit there. Let's go find out right now what's for lunch. You know, we got some, you saw it was pea meal bacon is what was there this morning. So lots of bacon coming through today. So where's the bacon, you may ask? Not at lunch. We'll see what's going on. Yesterday was the Mexican flag, and it was great, man. Those bowls were great. Oh, today Swedish. Oh no, it can only be one thing here. And
why is that? Oh no.
Yeah, because Swedish, the first thing that comes to mind is Swedish meatballs, and that's exactly what it is. I don't know, I'm not in favor of this, but hey, we'll find out. It says IKEA-style Swedish meatballs with rich, savory gravy.
IKEA style.
Oh man, I don't know. Creamy Yukon Gold mashed potatoes. I'm not super excited if you can't figure this out. Lingonberry compote, that might be nice. Roasted root vegetables, love some vegetables around here.
Can I weigh in? Okay,
Yeah.
so two things for the country, much like that time where it had like the Israeli flag, and then for the food, I think it said Jewish, and then it was actually Greek food. This is weird to me because it says Nordic. Yes, I know Norway is part of the Nordic region, but this is also Sweden, which is also part of the Nordic region. But like, why wouldn't you do Scandinavian? It's kind of weird to me. Just say Sweden or say Scandinavian. It was kind of weird to just have them say Nordic. And number two, I do wonder, Sean, if they actually just, and Neil, they just got this stuff from IKEA because the lingonberry is the IKEA sauce.
Yeah, I know. So that's be interesting to see that. Does it say anywhere there? You mentioned the Nordic. Yeah, I did. It says Sweden.
It's just a flag.
No,
it's just a Swedish flag.
Just a Swedish flag. Oh, you're saying about in the weekly theme. Yeah, under the theme, it does say that right there. But the theme of the, thank you, Adara, for that. The theme of the day right now, though, is Nvidia. I mean, it's literally the only name I traded today. And let's go, Nvidia, right back up to VWAP, man. We didn't think it was possible, but anything's possible. And right now there with this one, yes, Sharif, anything is possible. As we continue to get excited
you
here.
Can literally
yeah, about Nvidia up to 201.50 right now. And shout out to Salvador and everybody here that believed in this trade. Back to the upside. There goes NVDA.
Get it, Nvidia. It'll be a fail for me for sure. I gotta wait for this Sharif story. But the midday is coming rather quickly, everybody. Want to give a big shout out in the chat to all of the small cappers that have been able to find the runners. But understand, the market is on an absolute tear. You're getting Tesla try to come back in. I even still like DRAM again. Ooh. It's going to put another, it might have lost VWAP, but the first long still worked, and it's still putting in some higher lows. So another close above VWAP, and I just jumped right back into the trade. But it hasn't done it yet, but I want to make sure it does that on the 3-minute. Can get out when it breaks that trend for sure. So want to take a second one here on DRAM. That was the first long that actually worked out for me, so I want to make sure we go back into the well. USO is still dropping, although catching a small bid. It has been all trend down, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for oil, I should say, unless anybody's long. If you're long USO, it's not good for you, but we like oil to the downside. At the end of the day, that's going to be positive for the markets, I think.
All right, appreciate you, Gary, over there. Instincts is pretty much the whole game, man. You got to have good instincts, and I do appreciate that talk there for sure. So thank you so much for that one. And sometimes it is that feel, right? I think it's instincts, share sizing, opportunity cost, all that. It's all wrapped into one. But look, man, we wouldn't have the show without all of you guys. So thank you again for coming through again. Thank you to everybody that's been watching on TikTok. The bigger and the better show is about to happen momentarily right now. As we've got Sharif, we've got Joe, we've got Sia, we've got Adara. Everybody's ready to rock and roll there on the midday. All right, man, decent day today. Hopefully we can make a little bit of money here in the afternoon and on the midday show. I think we can. The boys are ready to go, man. It's maybe a VRAX kind of day.
No, that stocks one dead.
No, let's go find out what they're doing today. More halters just to my guys on the left. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Ciao.
Man, it is raining outside. It is 1,007% humidity, but I'm in a good mood, so we're going to get this. Boom. Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the midday show. This man right there is your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif, and everybody's weaseling on in early. Don Sharifo, Tisha. I see JLHL, Tisha. We're going to be all over that. Juan, Adam, Bovin, Andre, Hamad. We got the commoditied one, the commodity king 777. Boom, boom, boom. Grunfeld, JC Trader, Alan. We got Yannick. We got No Teeth, please. The DC Guitar. Blunder, Grey Worm. We got Apogee, Buckled. Meta Broke 600 says Buckled. White something Trader. We can't say that one. Saul G, Micron Millionaire. We got Dino. We got Toddit. Bilbo Baggins. He's bagging money, Joey. Okay. Customer ATH. We got Ryan. Overweight. Puttus? Okay. Gamecraft Nico. We got TJ Kodak. And shout out to Henry Hood. Midwest Cannabis joining us again. 44th Love. Yes, right back at you, brother. Broken Arrow. We got Customer. We got Jaguar Nut. Scott. Boom. John Deesk. And Edward George. We got Ochiri. As well as, who else? Boston. 26.2. And DK 60, 50, frickin' 2. And shout out to my man, Hangry Wife. Is that me? That's hilarious, man. All right, let's get right down to work. You want to show them what you're looking? Oh yeah,
are you
already
tapped
I'm not
in there?
even tapped
Oh
in, man.
no!
Good thing
all
you
right.
caught me quick
Good
there.
thing I caught you.
Otherwise, I would have been in a little bit of trouble, Joey. Tell them what you're talking about.
All right, guys. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these move highlights VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the Nasdaq under ticker VFS. Pew, 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 pew. All right, let's get right into it, guys. One trade for your boy here today, and it has been a rocking and a rolling so far. We're posted up. We want to double up our complete position size here, guys. One trade right off of the lows here in the TQQQs. Bang, off to the races we go. I did remove about 40% of the position on this initial partial, and then we pieced some out. I am currently sitting on approximately here. I'll do a transaction for the folks back at home, but I want to reload and get back into full size if I'm fortunate enough to get anything around this neck of the woods. 74.90 is where I want to put in my full position. We're long from 74.13. Other than that, guys, I've been working on some things, so I wasn't heavily focused on the overall market. But hey, sometimes when I'm slightly distracted, I'm at my best, and sure enough, we were able to display that here, guys. $74 off of those lows, waited for the market to finish its selling, and I just had the hunch. Sharif, sometimes you get that gut feeling, brother. A couple of articles just stating that how so many data centers, and Sharif brought us this point a while ago, have been rejected. Over $130 billion in data centers so far this year have been rejected. Hyperscalers thinking they can just plop these things up anywhere. Honestly, not necessarily the case here, guys, as we had a high of around $206 on Nvidia, then climbing earlier this morning down to a low of $198. But I do like the bigger picture, right? This is going to be really important. Are we breaking this trend? Are we going to have the ability to hold? A name that has been relatively weak, guys. Don't expect strength to always step in. We're a three-day green streak. Eventually, things were going to start to come back in. Now, as for Meta can't hold on to 600 for the life of it, even though we're at 601 right now. A catalyst steps in. It feels like every day for the past couple of weeks within this name, and Sean hit that nail on the head, just stating you get hit with headline after headline, and it still can't hold specific levels. I wonder why. There's a headwind, there's a weight on this name's shoulder, and that's going to be the antitrust in regards to all the states that are suing in regards to social media addiction and safety amongst children. Once that gets cleared up, once they pay the fines, which they will, I believe that this stock trading at less than 23 times forward earnings is going to go absolutely insane. Sharif, you brought up a point yesterday on the fact that Nvidia is trading at post AI boom numbers.
P to E, yeah.
Yeah, price to earnings ratio. So is Meta.
Oh.
Meta is absolutely insane. This is one of the names that hasn't moved with some of these other names, like the Googles who have gone insane. And same thing with Microsoft. So I believe in the near future, you're going to start to see these companies that have been lagging start to gain some ground, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Peter, I see you, Peter. Peter 7675. Feeling is the way it is, man. You know, that's kind of how that game goes. But we're going to move on, man, and we're going to start.
Is that...
Take off the super chat, Tiffany. Why are you doing this to me, hangry wife, man?
I think that's fair.
Why, man? It's not even like I'm not deranged when I'm eating, you know? I'm just like having a good time. Why you gotta do me like that, hangry, man?
That's fair, man.
There's been a lot of these coming up, man. AI sucks, man.
It does, man.
You're constantly exposed, Tia, like, right? Like, unreal. Super. Let's get to this. DVLT, thoughts. Second super chat, please let me know. I'm pretty sure the boys covered it. Didn't you guys cover DVLT? I was pretty sure you guys did. I heard you guys. Oh, look, Godzilla, yeah. Get out of here, Ozan. All right, let's look at this super first. Shout out to Adam James abroad as well. Thank you, Adam, for the super chat. Adam, we know how you feel about data centers. I completely respect your opinion. And it looks like, you know, you and the people who espouse your thinking are getting their way. At least this year. I don't know for how long, though, but let's look at DVLT.
Where's Ben Affleck? Is Ben Affleck in
He might be there, Joey.
Good.
All right, so let's start with the wider time frame, if you guys don't mind, on DVLT. We always have to put everything into perspective. You have to know where this one is coming from in order to maybe know where it's going. And right now, it looks like it's going to zero, okay? Because the best time it ever had, well, was a long time ago over here. Let's start with the weekly. Jeez Louise, where's this one coming from, man? Yeah, it's split a lot of times, guys. Two split, 1 to 100. It looks like this is something to 1,000. So it's done a lot of reverse splits. But let's go to the hourly and see exactly what we've got a gnarly looking downtrend here on the hourly. This takes us back to late April. It's unbroken lower highs, Joey. It's unbroken lower lows. So this is a tough one. It likely is bid non-compliant, meaning that it probably got the letter from the Nasdaq saying, hey, man, get your stock above $1 and keep it above there, or you're going to get delisted and sent to the Jeff Mendel exchange on the OTC, right? And that nobody wants that.
J-Man's not there.
J-Man's gone?
He may or may not be there. Katina Man released
Katina Man, is that true? What? Jeff Mendel, he's gone Zeno? I don't know. Joe said you did. You said it. No, you didn't say nothing like that. Okay, I guess it's in between.
Okay, so I just made it up. All right, man.
Thank you, Luis. Luis, when you're talking, brother, I'm listening. Trust me, because we trade the same thing, and you trade the opposite of me. So I don't know what's going on in the mind of short sellers. So when you talk, Luis, I listen. Shout out to my man Luis Barbado. He's in the chat. We all know who Luis is, but maybe we don't know who he is in the chat. His handle is A-Day Trading. Tag him, speak to him. He's likely in the chat. He's great at responding, and he's a hell of a small cap trader to the short side. So make sure you take advantage of that because we, short in supply around here anyway to the short side. So DVLT, look, I don't like it. From a wider time frame, 5-minute time frame intraday, it looks good. 38.25 resistance. I'd say expect resistance right here. Look at this multi-day. Both support and resistance at around 38.5 to 39, area low, area high, and here we are again right back there. Sorry I couldn't be more positive about this one, but hey, a lot of these small cap gappers, we know, what their modus operandi is. But here's what we're looking at, guys. Let's get right down to work because these are the 8 that I'm looking at, and FBRX or CIRC may lose its spot here to open. Guys, open door is running. It is back. It is up to 5.25. In fact, the high of the day is 5.33. So if the open army wants to, pump this one today up 10.25 so far, I'm game, right? Intraday game, not, swing or long-term game. But JLHL, the best one of the bunch right now. It's up, I believe, 83, 84%. It's got some resistance here at around $6. No closing prints above 623 high. Unbroken downtrend ever since putting in that topping tail candle into 6 1/4, showing 560 now. I wouldn't mind a defend of the 550 to 540 area. You had resistance there initially. We know the $0.50 typically is, you know, an area of support and resistance. Moreover, you're getting the 10 EMA on the 5 support there, of which this one has been quite respectful of that green line. I'm talking about the 10 EMA, of course. So JLHL in focus. We also have Trax New York.
Yeah, Trax NYC.
NYC.
Where is my mom?
Yeah. And then he has to end the video by letting you know where to go, right? Because he's got to do his little promo at the end there, just like we do with VinFast, Joey, right?
Yeah. Oh,
TRA.
Are we doing VinFast?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
TRAX, guys, trading at around 29 1/4, 30 1/5 high. It's more expensive. It is a little bit illiquid, but it's got a hell of a pattern today. With a couple bull flags manifesting here, the breakout right at 930. You get the bull flag continuation between 26 to 27, and then you get the breakout above the consolidation area right around 1025. So this one's all gas, no brakes. As I mentioned, open door in focus, as well as FBRX, another more expensive one today. This one gapped up big from 24.5. It opened up at around 27, zigged and zagged. But look at this, guys. We haven't filled that gap between 26 to 24.5, right? So something to look out for there, trading above $30 right now. 30 was a resistance level for about a period of 20 to 25 minutes. You could give this one the old community college try at around 30 to 29.5. 29.5 being the 10 EMA on the 5 and 30, obviously, that area breakout. But we also have WRAP. WRAP looking like it's putting in an up. Yeah, Katina, man, WRAP, baby, it's going. An upward channel bull flag here. A lot of support right around this this upward trend line here, right around 2 1/5. Volume weighted average price 215. It's a good looking name as well. Laser, LAS, freaking lasers. But this one's way more expensive than, you know, I'm typically trading small caps, trading around $75, but it's a dang buy program. Yesterday closed out at $58, 76.43 high today on frickin' lasers. And then Mara. I mean, Neil called this one out, and so I had to take a quick gander here about Mara. Where's my boy BPI? I was getting all sorts of messages from Big Patty Ice during the Egypt game, man. He was all eyes on that game. And then, you know, it ended up being the way it was. But 14.41 high. Didn't lose the 10 EMA all day since it reclaimed it around 9:15. So perhaps due for a pullback here, MARA. And last but not least, Joseph Options, FRVO. Bull flag breakout right at 930. We're putting it in a bit of an upward channel now. Trade this one carefully. It's a little illiquid. Moreover, the volume profile is diverging from the price action. So you have higher lows and higher highs on the price action, but you have lower highs on the volume bars. So you got to be alive to that, lest it turn around. But there goes JLHL right back through 6. Let's load this monster up and get shut down sooner rather than later. No, I'm kidding. We're going to do it live. We're going to do it properly on this one, keeping an eye here on JLHL, Joey.
All right, man. Yeah, there we go. We've been waiting. There we go. We pull up the old screen ski there, Assassino. Man, I wanted that dip by over there at 74.90s. We're not getting that right now, so we're just holding on to whatever we have. And I mean, it's like 5% of what I've had of the original position. So this is slowly starting to cook up. ICUP, don't worry, brother. Your super chat didn't get ignored. All right. Can I get a second opinion on SpaceX? With rational, like, what do you think? What we're going to give you is irrational? But anyways, I told you. Listen, this is a play. This is a specific Elon Musk play. I think a lot of people can agree with it. Now, from a forward-looking standpoint, the total addressable market is some insane trillions, like 23 trillion, I believe, in the near future. But the majority of its money right now is coming from Starlink and from Grok. And that's apparently not even performing that well. As Sharif stated yesterday, they've lost, I believe, around 30% of their monthly active users, right? Exactly. So it makes things a little bit more difficult, but good thing that we have its reports coming up. Q2, So you're going to see all of those metrics, and if they come in better than expected, then it might be a good opportunity to buy on SpaceX. SpaceX is a long-term hold. I think a lot of us are aware of that, and I'm going to stick with that nature, right? Like, that's how I am. And believe me, I'm going to be putting up a substantial amount of size of my portfolio onto this bad boy. I just have that much confidence in it, and I'm okay with sitting within it for 10 years. Here we go. So there's your rational take on SpaceX. What is going irrational right now is I'm a little bit infuriated, Sharif.
Why, Joey?
As I should have had significantly more shares on this bad boy. Assassino screen, please. As we continue to climb, bottom picking Gorev. There it is. Where's Ben Affleck? Boom, there it is here, a nice grab off of the lows, and we're continuing to move a little bit higher as some of these big names find their way to recovery, and I'm referring to Meta and Nvidia. SpaceX above the volume weighted average price, and same thing with DRAM right now, guys. So that's what I have. Did you go over Adam James's super chat?
I did. I told him, like, him and people of his opinion that loathe data centers, right?
Yeah.
For the environmental effects, a lot of the other things, surveillance effects as well. You guys are getting your way. We talked about this. A great majority of them are getting canceled. I don't know. I have my own opinion.
Yeah,
I think
if
they don't get done here, they're going to get done somewhere else, and then those people will have the compute. My concern is everything is going to be based on compute. Healthcare, anything, military. It's all going to be how much compute you have. There goes JLH. Give me my money, man. Let's go. We got this breakout here. We got 610 on. We just went the beak there. Katina, man, I appreciate you at 654. That is a new high of day. Looking for the 6.5 continuation, and then I'm looking for 7. Limit up is 666s. Oh, that is an ominous one right there. But JLHL in focus. But guys, I got to tell you something. Let me tell you something. Quick reminder, Trader TV Live members get Sharif's Mind daily morning research note every single trading day that I'm here with big market stories, key levels. We're talking about trade plans, catalysts, and what specifically we're watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, and you can also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join below this video to become a member now. It is only $4.99 a month. As Katina Man says, that's less than a cup of coffee per day, right? You go to Starbucks, you're showing like $5 or whatever you guys are paying there. No, maybe for a latte. The coffee's not that much. But continuing to watch here, Joey's 666s. The ominous number is now the high of the day on this one. And by the way, Mr. Gray, something or another there, tag me again, brother. Tag me again, because, it's hard for me to do the show and look at levels and do all this stuff here. So I'd love for you to tag me again. Let me know what you're looking at there. And yeah, that's the situation. Joey, what do you got?
Same thing, man. I'm just reading up this Marathon Digital story. If you guys aren't aware, Mara Holdings shares are trading higher after the company announced a definitive agreement to acquire a powered land site in Texas from HIF USA. So you can see that this name has climbed a little bit here today to the tune of around 13% or so, $14 and change. Now, if it's going to remain strong, I think there can be a good opportunity to get a reload on this bet, or an entry at least, and then maybe a continuation of that trend. It depends how deep this pullback is going to be. Let's head over to our watch list, guys. I want to add substantially here on this TQQQ trade, but if we do fail to put in a new high, I have to be aware of that as well, all right? Which it's kind of looking like right now. But Gaurav, look at this 5-minute print off of that bad boy. That's a thing of beauty as we take that a little bit higher. But what I was long off here, if you want to get into a little bit more detail, just being patient, allowing the selling pressure to cool down, and then we just long off of this candle, and then it's like long this, bang, off to the races it goes on that bad boy. There goes ARM up 10%, as Sharif was talking about earlier, but very illiquid, surprisingly so. Wow, Google getting absolutely slaughtered, taken to the woodshed here today, Katina, man. Google with a previous pivot high of $373, now down $20, just like that, and looking like it wants to head a little bit lower. Now Tesla, this name, man, I was trading it over the past couple of days looking for some volume weighted average price breaks. The one day I'm not even looking at it, obviously it does that setup. So a pretty good look over there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Applied Materials, Michael Burry, how's this? Up 6% here today. So not too bad of a look on that front. Now ASML, whole lot of green this morning, and it's not what we were referring to yesterday. It was a lot of red across the board. It's good to see some things have somewhat of a turnaround. And there goes our good friend Robinhood, Sharif. Robinhood up to 116. We're really struggling around that 120 mark. With that being said, let's head over to our options chain and see what we have on this front. Boom, 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 boom. Robinhood there. Let's see what we have, 120, 12,200. And you can see we got that gamma exposure right there, Ozan, just in case you were curious about that one. A supply zone of 12,200 contracts still currently open at that level, and volume substantial that expired tomorrow at 27,000 contracts on that front. What is Marathon Digital telling us? And how much has the implied volatility uptick? 1450. 34,000 contracts on that front, guys. So keep an eye out on that. That's probably going to be roughly around our high of the day is, and then 112% at the money IV. All right, so that's a big time uptick in implied volatility. Listen, for all the marathon, I know there's a couple people in the chat who live and die by Mara. Hey,
Patty, you in the chat?
Is it Patty and some other people?
Patty was his nickname on the floor. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joey. You knew him just as well as I did. Was he not the Mara?
Brother, his life was easy. He came in, he knew what he was trading.
Right away.
That was it.
Right away. He sat down. He was either up big on Mara or down big on Mara. Love that guy, man.
It's either one.
Joey.
No way or the highway, baby.
There goes JLHL into $7. We got 610s on. We got one beak wetter left, and we're looking for 707. It's a theme here. Lucky number 7, right? So Tisha, it now rejected 7. But Tisha is of the opinion, thank you, of course, Tisha, as always, for the $10 super chat. She's doing it live as she always does. JLHL room to 911. Dun, dun, dun. Then 1096. Need to get through the chop. Absolutely, Tish. Don't disagree with you at all. Now the question for me is, where am I adding into this monster, right? Because we're pretty much almost exhausted of shares. We only got in one full position. We didn't get into anything else, right? So we need a little bit more here. We're holding from 610. I'm looking for 707, but believe you and me, this comes back into the 6-ish area. Your boy's going to add with a tight stop, of course, below the 10 EMA. But right now, we're either going to take out 7 or we're going to reject. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles. Again, we touch 7, and again, the short sellers show their conviction. Above 7 we go, Mr. Options. 701, but no continuation. 3, 4, no continuation. But it's showing you that the buyers are stepping in, so much so that they're pushing this a couple of shekels above said what's it called? Level there. Bovin wants me to look at, let me see what the OG Bovin. Bovin wants me to have a look at, where's Bovin's message, man? There it is, Bovin, MTTRY. Let's look at MTTRY for the OG Bovin. MTT, this is on the, obviously, OTC, MTTRY. Let me, I don't know if I have data permissions. I do, okay, cool.
Were you trading Trax NYC?
I'm looking at it.
It's not very liquid, is it?
No, brother, and that's one of the things that I was saying. But MTTRY, Bovin, this is at the high of the day, right? Let me put this on the side chart here, MTTRY, so it updates. Yeah, see, that's a problem, Bovin. I get delayed data for the OTC markets on my platform, so I'm gonna have to load it up here. I won't be able, bless you, Joe. I won't be able to do it on the MTTRY. Neil, if I wanna do OTC, what's the gateway that I select? For OTC, MTTRY, what gateway am I selecting? Market, sorry, yeah. PK, thank you. Thank you, Neil. No, it's not loading up there. MTT, did I type it right? MTTRY, yeah. No, it's not. It's probably something else, OTC. I'll have to figure this out. It's a different one. Yeah, see, that's the problem, Bovin. I'm so seldomly trade these ones. On the Amex? No, it's not on the Amex either. I'll check it out, Bovin. I'll check it out, and I'll get back to you. But anyway, JLHL, my focus at the moment, Joey.
Yeah, good stuff. C Castroism, whatever you got going on there. Like, listen, man, those things kind of go like, wow. I know what you mean, but like, man, we can't have our eyes on absolutely everything at the exact same time. I like wrap. I like the way the look of this one's jib. I mean, breaking through this double top right here, $2.38, and now punching through. Now we want to see if we're going to get a little bit of a hold there, 247 so far. So yeah, not too bad of a look there. I have my eyes on the Nasdaq, guys. You can see my one position. It's been cooking up for us here today, and we're looking to add substantially to it. And then also we have our eyes on Mara. Right, MARA, just in case there's any form of a pullback. Robinhood's been strong as well, too. So a nice, strong session here. As soon as they just dump Bitcoin and they're like, yeah, we're going to get involved in the cloud and just the whole data center biz, you get an 89% return off of the lows, which is almost 100%. I mean, there it is, some strong activity. Now, a pullback into VWAP. We're rocking and rolling on this one, looking for the continuation in today's strength. So patience is key. All right. Patience is key. So we'll continuously wait for that.
Joey.
Yeah.
Can I mention something, please?
Of course.
Warp. Wrap.
Yeah.
Not warp. What's going on with me? Wrap. WRAP. There it goes. Now, it's up to 249. So now we're knocking on the door of that $0.50. But what we did get there, if it closes this way, who called it out, man? Let me just call them. I had this one on the side chart, but I want to shout him out. GCA Strozim? I don't know how to say your name, brother. Is there a name that you have that I can just call you by? Because you're trading small cap, so you're in my good books immediately. WRAP, though, if it closes this way and doesn't end up being like the 10-10 candle, then this is a breakout from the upward channel. And then that means that when we come back and test the upward channel resistance, I'm talking about 240 or two low 40s, then I punch for a possible move back into 250. So WRAP, thank you for bringing that to my attention because I didn't see the breakout. I was too busy with JLHL, which just dumped Joseph options into 613. Is that Max? What's going on over there, Katina, man? Katina, man. Max must be long Nvidia with the Katina man right now. Where are you long, Katina man? 2? No, 199.50. Katina man is $2 in the money as it's knocking on the door of $2. But what I'm trying to do here, get
it right,
One,
bro.
Two, three.
Get it right.
There we go.
Jeez.
Yo, bro, come on, man. That's an entire dollar. And with the amount of shares,
we
already go there, right?
But I'm saying, bro, don't mess around.
Don't mess around.
Don't mess around.
You know that song,
man.
Do the Mess Around? You know that song?
Yeah, what song is that?
Yeah,
that was a
man,
classic.
that's a classic.
Oh, too bad we can't play it.
Yeah. Well, that's what they used to do, Joey. It was like the twist or something like that, right?
Man.
I wouldn't know, though, Joey. I'm not that ancient. But back above 650, we go here on JLHL. And are we going to punch in here, Joey? I'm gonna punch, looking for the $0.50 hold. Looking for a little bit more into the high 60s, and there it goes. Looking for a little bit more now. We're looking for the 50 hold here, okay? Because we added into a winning position. We want to give back a lot. So we're going to go ahead, set up some beak wetters. Let's see what kind of juice this one has. Changes my cost basis to 659. Let me just take a quick look here at the 5-second chart to spot areas of localized support and resistance on JLHL. Load, please. Down below 50 it goes. Yeah, my chart is taking its sweet time to load. I do apologize about that, but there seems to be a 47 buyer, give or take. Okay, so if this one loses 611, that will have been a decided breakdown. But I definitely needed to get above 665. That's where we had resistance last time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it right at 30, right below 30. So let's go ahead, throw that on there, and then we'll take the subjectivity out of it. And for this many shares, of course, right? My days.
What was for, I missed the what was for lunch.
Something Scandinavian. I don't know. Dara was talking about it. Neil was, or Sean was talking about it. I'm not exactly sure. What are you looking at, though, Joey? Because wrap I know you're looking at small caps these days. WRAP is back above the $0.50. You might be interested in that.
All right, man. IKEA meatballs. Oh, we'll take that all day, Gabs. Or Swedish meatballs. Yeah, all right, nice, man. Good quality stuff on that one. No, Shadow Rap, seriously. Like, I know what you mean by this. Market is slow today. But, like, come on, brothers. Like, why is Micron dead? Like, are we being serious over here? And I know it's a genuine question. Why does everything always get mixed up on my end? There's Micron here. Just because it's not going absolutely parabolic doesn't mean it's dead. Here's Micron. Like, come on, man. Just because it's cooled down a little bit at this point, I understand that's a slower session and a lot of drop, but what else do we expect? We have SK Hynix coming to market tomorrow as well, which unfortunately I will not be here for. It's going to be your boy Obi sitting in this seat as I am off on an adventure because that's what I like to do. But other than that, guys, Micron, things are cooling down, right? Just don't forget, like, we can't just go up all the time. And now I understand that we're facing a consolidation and some toppy type price action. We were down from the peak to the local low 30%. But you also have to take into fact from March of 26, within the year, you get 306%. Things just don't go up all the time. They do cool down here and there. And I think that's just the stage that we're in right now. Let's send it over to the desk. We got the Euro closes with Juan.
It is 11:30 a.m. on the dot, which means the European markets just closed their doors for the day. But what is worth remembering and keeping an eye out for next time from that session? That's what Juan is here to tell us. Let's get right into it.
Thank you, Dara. Hello, everyone. So, European markets stabilizing after Wednesday's brutal sell-off. That was triggered by President Trump basically announcing the declaration, the ceasefire agreement between U.S. and Iran was over. But if we take a look at some of the indices right now, Stocks Euro 600, the regional index, up 0.75%. Had a huge break, especially a 1.6% surge across the technology sector, which is a good thing. DAX Germany also up by about 0.82%. That was helped on by Infineon. They were up by about 3.1%, pushing the tape for a little bit higher. France also caught a bid, 0.76% up to the upside. The only problem that I saw in Europe was in the UK. They were heavily penalized last night, especially off news of AstraZeneca's massive 9% plunge. We'll get into that in a little bit. So, like I mentioned earlier, the big AI and chip sectors, they caught a major structural bid in Europe. Reports that China may be allowing domestic firms to use their Nvidia's H200 chips. That helped chip makers surge on increased infrastructure spending. We got the likes of Siltronic gaining about more than 7%. Soitec rose by more than 5%. Even ASML, they were up by about 2.5%. Good signs there. Now, about AstraZeneca, that was the one in the red in the UK. They went down 9%. That was following a late-stage trial failure over their disease or nerve disease drug called Wainua. That's co-developed by Ionis. Listen to this, 20 billion pounds off the company's market cap. That's huge to the downside. So hopefully they bounce back off of that. And another thing that caught my eye was in Spain. We know that previously, especially during NATO, Trump was saying threatening trade ties over defense spending, but then Trump said in quotation marks that Spain was very generous. So that helped trigger a relief rally in Spain. And IBEX 35, they were up by more than 1%, erasing their 3-week lows. So a really good sign for Spain.
Yeah, it looks like the Trump bounce or the Trump turnaround can happen no matter what country your stock is trading in. Here's that IONS, by the way, as well, that one mentioned. This is also down sharply on that AstraZeneca news. So lots of really applicable stuff. Thanks again to One. You can see him again, guys, at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian market, which I'm sure will be very worth discussing ahead of that SK Hynix IPO. We'll see you guys then.
I just heard ASML. That's all I heard.
All I hear is jackhammering.
Yeah, we do apologize. I don't know if you guys are able to hear it on your side, but of course the other side of the office is under construction. If you've been watching us for a while now, you know that we were under construction for almost a year. Now it's the other side's turn. The nice thing about the other side is they get to work from home though, so they don't have to listen to this. So shout out to them. Lucky. All right, continuing to watch here, guys. We're back into JLHL at 13s, lucky number 13. I'm looking for a hold off 6. Here comes the $0.25. No continuation, sadly, through that $0.25. We'll wet the beak here. Looking for 33s next. 23, 24 seller, can't shake them. I also got into WRAP. I'm looking for exactly what I said I'm looking for last time. The hold of that breakout trend line, right? Because we had an upward channel on WRAP. We broke above it. And now I'm looking for it to hold. So that's what I'm watching here, Joey. We're looking for a bigger move up on JLHL, possibly to reclaim trend. We got 13s on, but we're by no means out of the water here. And we're also looking for WRAP to hold above the previous resistance 9, now acting as support.
All right, man, good stuff. Let's see what we got going on in the bank sector as well, too, guys. We'll get into that momentarily as I pull some more things up. Landed in Canada on 8th. Should I visit Toronto and see the new office? Last year was, it's Nimit.
Nimit.
Brother, you know what you got to do,
missed
brother.
Nimit,
Yeah,
man. Where you been, Nimit?
He pulled up in Toronto, man.
That's
so he's out here.
Love Nimit,
hey,
man.
brother,
Good
you know
vibe.
what to do. Hit up, do the exact same thing, because I personally have no control of that. Do whatever you did last time, and they'll get in contact. I'm not here tomorrow, so maybe, hopefully, you'll get to come pass by and see everybody here once again. Other than that, man, let's rock and roll. Head over to the banking sector and see what we have on that front. JPM up 1.4%, $335. A nice strong session here. Also paying out its dividend on Monday there, Sharif, just in case you were curious on that one. And now
I like divvies, Joey.
Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs have been performing extremely well. That might be the best name, to be honest.
Good. It's
really
gotta
good.
give you get that one.
As 1.2% off of the all-time high. So some nice recovery here in some of the financial names. Now, as for Robinhood, guys, this name's up to 116. We can't break 120, Sharif. Hopefully we do sooner rather than later, because I feel if it takes longer, then we have a more potential and the bigger chance of us breaking down a little bit. Right now, my hyper focus is on this trade. It's been a great one, but we want to make it even better, all right? So we're waiting for that pullback, maybe 72 or 75.20 is what I have to wait for, or VWAP. Those are my only entry points. And with that being said, I have to deal with the size that I have right now. It can continue to appreciate in price, or we get that pullback and that good quality opportunity to hammer their shares. But the longer it takes, the less I like it, as I was stating before on this Robinhood breakout as well, too.
All right, man. JLHL about very close to breaching prior bar high. Prior bar high is 659er. This bar high 655. We need a breach of prior bar high. Sorry, guys, when I'm yelling, I actually don't mean to yell. It's just because I can't hear myself because of the thing of the drilling there. And so when it stops, then I hear that I'm yelling, and I really don't mean to. Get out of here, Randy. He's trying to get me to yell again. This guy, bro.
Randy's off tomorrow too, man.
Yeah, well, that's what he does, Joey. There we go. We breached prior bar high. Have we? No, 57s. We're still below 59s. I'm looking for a little bit more. All right, Tiffany, what's going on over there? So that's what I'm looking for here, guys. JLHL. We don't have that much left off that 6 bounce. And I got to tell you the truth. I'm not looking at adding a bigger position until we resume trend. So far, we're still lower high, lower high, lower high off that 703 touch and drop, right? So it's not the time to add the big boy shares. You need to reverse the downtrend in order to, add here. In 630, we're coming back down. If we don't breach 659, I'm moving my stop up to break even. That's my plan on JLHL. My plan on WRAP is to hold it into 40, but I will have to give it room to 37. And I say that because that's a 10 EMA on the 5. So we're not getting that big move up above the $0.50 quite yet, which is what I was banking on here. Let me move up my stop now to break even on this one, and we'll have to give it a little bit of room, Joe, because quite frankly, there could be an area of illiquidity here. Iman.
Wow.
Iman U06. Wow. Cracks dead. VRAX. Let's have a look. I remember that one was moving. Take a quick look there. VRAX. I wouldn't say it's dead. No, that would be the wrong characterization. What I'd say is it's found equilibrium here between buyers and sellers right around the volume weighted average price. Iman, that white line on the black charts is the volume weighted average price on all my black charts. And look at this, we're kind of straddling it both as support and resistance. So first things first, man, we have to break this downtrend. It keeps making lower highs, right? We need to get above that 11.5 to change the trend, right? Because if we continue to pop up, say 10.5, 11, and then we drop again, that would be yet another lower high. That's not the move. We need higher highs if you're looking long. So that's what I would say first. First and foremost, you got to get above 10, and then you got to get above 11.5 to regain trend. It doesn't mean you can't have a scalp trade off it, because oftentimes what a lot of the small cap traders do in the chat is they're just scalping for 10, 15 penny moves with big share size. And that's their modus operandi. To me, I'd rather take a little bit less share size and take a bigger move. So that's my cup of tea. That's what I have to say about that. What's up, Joey?
What's up, Mayor? Yeah, Google, Apple's going nuts. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah. MARA.
We're gonna do this right now.
Bang.
Joey.
Okay, yeah. This is what we want to see, right? So we've had this strong up move. Now we're starting to pull back a little bit to find any form of continuation. What we're going to do, Gorev, Los Pollos. I haven't seen Los in the chat. I've seen you, Gorev. Hopefully your day's going good, brother.
Someone said you're better off buying Enron. That's just like the ultimate dunk. Who is this?
Who is that?
Shell LOL. Tell me, brother, what are you referring to? Are you talking about VRAX, the one that I was just looking at there? Because I really want to hear what the comparison is, because that's funny. You remember Enron, Joe?
Enron, no.
Yeah. So really interesting documentary. If you and Selena want to watch something, maybe it's kind of intellectual, kind of.
Yeah, well, you have to get Love Island off of my TV first before I can watch it.
Block it when she's not there.
Brother.
No, but hold on, for real. Smartest Guys in the Room. That's the name of the documentary. The Smartest Guys in the Room.
Yeah.
And it's about, it was like in the early 2000s, 2, 3, 4, something like that, right? These guys had this energy company called Enron based in Houston.
Yeah.
And then they started just diversifying into things that have nothing to do with energy, and it was all fugazi.
Yeah, oh really?
And then they all went bankrupt.
Is that what happened?
A lot of people lost their retirement.
A lot of money?
And not just that, it's like 401ks and stuff like that.
Yeah,
right?
oh really?
Like, yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Very interesting documentary, man.
That's what happened. You got to watch out for those Ponzi and pyramid schemes, Sharif.
There you go.
So there's Marathon Digital, guys. We're not quite at the volume weighted average price just yet, so we'll hold off here just in case this is a slight uptick. Other than that, there is some good signals across the board. DRAM, I just kind of want to avoid at this moment because it's pretty choppy. I want to find something that's a little bit more directional. And with that being said, would be one more pullback into this level, and then we're going to be rocking and a rolling. Have you ever heard of an individual named Sam Lee?
Sam Lee?
Yeah.
No.
He was, okay, so anyways, it's the same thing. Like, so he started like these crypto kind of networks and stuff like that, and then just created this massive pyramid scheme in Australia. And then sure enough, he lost everybody's money doing that, moves to Dubai, where they call it multi-level marketing, where right, there's like a fine between a pyramid scheme and multi-level marketing, obviously. And he's just doing the exact same thing.
Is he there scot-free?
Yeah, he's just doing his thing over there, man.
Does anybody know how to get to him?
There's no
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not that kind of.
I know, but I mean, eventually somebody will.
Because you know what happened to the crypto king in this country. You know about that, right?
Yeah. That kid, man.
Yeah, that kid. He got roughed up.
He did got roughed.
You take money from the mob.
He got kidnapped.
He got roughed up. Like, it's not.
Because he just lost everyone's money.
They don't take losing their money lightly when it comes to that kind of thing.
No,
you know
exactly.
what I mean?
So if you invest your money in that type of stuff and then all of it's gone, Joe, you good? I'm cold, man. That's what I am right now. Here, let's take a little bit more, but what I am also is somewhat profitable on this trade. The T-Triple-Q 75.97 as we piece a little bit more out. Man, we're not getting that reload as Apple has really helped drag the market higher, and a big time recovery in Meta here. So there it is, guys. Not too bad of a look across the board. The only name lagging at this point, I mean, Google's down 2.4%, but Nvidia putting up back-to-back strong sessions, having the inability to continue its climb on a 3-day streak here up into that 210 marker that Ozan and I were talking about. I mean, we're not going to completely write it off just yet, but hey, man, still relatively weak right now.
If I could make a suggestion, you need to like video with Ozan or something, because he has such
Yeah, you were saying that.
Very, very basic but specific indicator that he looks at in the Greeks.
Yeah.
That give him.
Why don't you just tell me, man?
Because it's hard for me to regurgitate information that I'm so new at. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like
yeah,
I'll do it a disservice. Whereas he will tell you like, you know, the real deal. And the thing is, to me, he's explaining it to me, and I don't have a great options background. Sure, if he explained it to you, you'd absorb it a lot more, and then you could explain it to me.
You're a Gamma boy. Yeah. Okay, I see where you are there. Yeah, man.
No, actually, no. He uses the Greeks, and it's pretty specific. I think he's got a couple of indicators that you may have to pay for because he's going on this website. Zen, tag me, brother. Let me know what website you're using for that kind of thing because I'd like to pass it on.
Do you have him on Instagram or anything?
I do have him on Instagram.
Okay, so Zen, how about you DM Sharif and I'll read it and then maybe I can put it into.
He wants to make no effort, eh?
Who, me? Well, I don't have. How am I gonna contact him?
Get Instagram.
I'm not doing that. I'm not getting, dude, I'm 33 years old, turning 34. I'm not getting Instagram at this point.
What does that even mean? All right, man, I don't even know.
Because of Mark Zuck.
SRXH says TT Mass. Let's have a look. SRXH. Let me have a SRXH. There we go. Halted? What is this, TT Mass? This is down, though. Okay. Is it news pending? Yes, I think it is news pending. They're purchasing 10 million shares here. Authorizes board to purchase 10 million shares. Halted on circuit breaker. This says circuit breaker though, so probably not news pending. Let me know what you find out about this. SRXH. It's very small market cap, 17 2/3. I will give you my phone number to give to him. Perfect. Okay. Zen, message me on Instagram. Let me know what your number is, and then you and Joey Options can have like a bedtime chat or whatever there you guys are gonna do. Shout out to my man Zen. We're having a good time. Guys, I want to mention something. That Open Door is finding a good deal of support here at the volume weighted average price. So I'm interested in getting back into the door here, but I feel like I missed my spot, man. This one gave me 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes holding the volume weighted average price. I missed it. And the problem with this one is it's still putting in lower highs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually wait for a new higher high. So 533 breakout there. We'll look for that. 533 on OPEN. I'm not doing that well, guys, on WRAP. I'm 2-3 pennies out of the money here. It is coming into the 10 EMA. I'm going to give it to 234. 234 will be my line in the sand on WRAP. I mean, yeah, it feels like it's going to flat bottom break, quite frankly, through 240. Even though 240 was a really good area of support. Let's give this one another try over here. Since it's so close to my stop out area, I'll just give it a little bit of a second to see if it does find support right around the 10 EMA as well as the breakout area. But I'm not really liking anything anymore. TRAX at VWAP, by the way. Anybody who wants that, it's a bit more expensive. Obi's in the house. Right around 27 3/4. That's VWAP. That's TRAX from a 30-20 high, but not really that great looking at the moment. Lasers, okay. FVRO. If there are any other small cap gappers that I haven't mentioned, guys, I'd love for you guys to tag me. Let me know which ones are moving because sometimes it's hard to look at the scanner as well, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. No, man, guys, to be honest with you, I just never had it. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything like that, man. You just got to understand, like, I've always been an individual who just,
you don't like his social media.
It's not even that. I just do me, man, and I'm all right with it. It doesn't matter. I don't judge people. Everybody I know has it. I just personally don't. Yeah, it's not that I don't do it, Sharif. I just never, like, that stuff never really. Yeah, exactly. I've just always been okay, man. Listen, I tell everybody this story. My grandparents, when I would be oh my God, I got all out of my position. How? Anyways, I guess I'm all out of there. I don't know. I think I got all out. Anyways, my grandparents used to lock me in my room when I would be misbehaving until they realized that I liked being isolated and alone. And then they realized it wasn't punishment anymore because I enjoyed it. So they would find other ways to, and that's just how I always been as an individual. But yeah, it's unfortunate, guys. Here it is.
That's hilarious.
It's true,
So,
man.
like, I just like being alone, so get the hell away from me.
Yeah. It's true, man. It's just how I've always been. Anyways, I don't know what happened here, guys. I got all out of my position there. I didn't mean to, and I apologize. Actually, I don't apologize for that. It is what it is, but it was a nice trade. We got the bottoms, and then bang, off to the races. We go all the way up to the top. I wanted to grab this reload right here at 74.90. That is going to be a full average price at that point. Or sorry, my initial price, right? Because I won't have any shares left. So we're going to be looking for a next opportunity, especially if we're rolling like this, man. We want to try to make it as big as possible. But unfortunately, I don't see anything that I'm in love with right now. NVIDIA not doing the dance that I wanted to. The SPY is actually performing a lot better than what we're seeing here on the Nasdaq, as the SPY is at a high of the day, Sharif, and we're not at the high of the day quite yet here on the TQQQs. But what we do have is a super chat. Thoughts on Aston Martin, RGGY-ADR, AMLL London. Okay, luxury cars. What do you feel about the Aston Martin there? I like it.
Bro, let me show you the one that my neighbor has.
His 007
black
one.
On lime green. Here it is, man. Oh my days. Here, this is the one. No, that's not the one. He's got this.
It still looks sick.
Dude, it is. Oh my days. Okay. Open doors coming to the breakout area. OPEN, guys. He's got this. Okay, it's this one here. And it's got lime green interior. He's got the cabriolet. So the convertible one. Sia, what do you think of this? Because I know you love cars. Aston Martin. Okay, let me make it bigger for you. Okay, so here, this is open Lincoln new window, and then this one as well, because this is the interior. So I just want to show this. The Vantage, Aston Martin Vantage. Your mic is not on, Sia. Let me just open. Here it is.
Yeah, all good.
Look at this, bro. Oh my days. He's got this exact model.
V8?
Eh?
The V8 supercar?
The V8, yeah. The Aston Martin Vantage. He parks 3 or 4 spots down for me, and he always puts the tarp on, obviously. I would too. Right?
Tarp on.
Yeah.
How are the meatballs,
I told you about
Randy?
this one. Randy, I've told you about my neighbor who has this, the cabriolet, black on lime green. It's so nice. The Vanquish. Randy likes the Vanquish.
Whatever James Bond was driving.
Whatever, yeah, he drives. I mean, I absolutely love this car.
The DBX 707.
DBX 707? Sia, what do you think?
Yo, this is really sick.
This is really sick, right?
No, because I'm looking at the engine and the horsepower and stuff.
Yeah.
You know I like loud cars.
I know you do.
Yeah, this is a loud car.
Oh, it's very loud, Sia. I hear him turning it on from my apartment upstairs. No,
there
it's an
you go.
exaggeration.
That's the car. That's how a car should be. Wait, hold on.
All right.
How many colors does this come in?
I don't know. Actually, that's a good question.
Ram wants to know your address and then when your neighbor goes to sleep.
Oh, Ram. Come on, Ram. We can't do that. But here's the chart, guys, on Aston Martin. This is an ADR. And obviously, it's seen better days, Joey.
There's a Vantage, then there's a Vantage Roadster, then there's a Vantage S.
He has, I'm pretty sure the Roadster. Is the Roadster the Cabriolet?
The coupe, yeah.
The Roadsters, well, they're all coupes, I think, right? But
Really?
yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's any that are 4-door. Guys, this is not a good looking chart, man. I really don't mean to poop on anybody's party, but this is a very bad chart. I don't know if this is split adjusted, okay, because TradingView doesn't show me, at least on my setup here, the split adjustment. Locally, it's just an unbroken downtrend. Look at that head and shoulders breakdown.
I just don't feel like it's one of the more popular, supercars.
No, it's certainly not. But is it a good investment? I mean, it depends on their costs.
Yeah.
It depends on their, obviously revenue and profits and everything like that. But the chart here is not suggestive of a buy at all. And I hate to sound like that, but it's not. So I do apologize. Although, despite the fact that I love the car. Fantastic. I love British cars, man. You guys know I have that Jag.
I would get the McLaren if I was getting.
It's a little bit cheaper than the McLaren.
Yeah, big time. But if I was going supercar route, it would be that
McLaren. Yeah,
yeah,
I feel
sports.
that.
The mods on this car would be beautiful too.
What do you mean?
Like if you personally take it to the shop and you'd be able to work on the cars.
Yeah.
You can just see a matte green, a cherry red, and a pink would look pink for me. It looks so good.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's still sick. Guys, open door is really going here, and here we go. We are about a penny away from the high of the day, 536. 538, pardon me, is the high of the day. So we're really moving up here on open door. And if we take out the high of the day, then my buys automatically is going to be 550. So I'm watching this one intently. I'm also watching the one that Bovin called out and TT Mass, by the way, TDTH. This is continuing to move into 274 is the high of the day. Back down, though, into 250. I'm looking for a hold of 250 here, Bovin. I don't know how you feel about this, but keeping a close eye here on TDTH for a hold of the $0.50. Currently, it's, putting in a hammer candle, inverse, what's it called? Topping tail, bottoming tail candle. So we'll see if this one holds. I could definitely get involved with TDTH up 37%. Macro Hernandez. Sharif Mustang, Eleanor all day. Love American muscle, man. Who's going to complain about that? But I think it's just a bit different, right? British styling for, English cars, a little bit different than American styling. So I can get behind both.
I think European cars are just more stylish.
I like European cars.
Yeah, man.
I have no problem with that.
I got no issues. Hey, man, if it gets you to point, I'm not even going to say. Actually, I will say it gets you to point A to point B, then
it does.
All the same. All right, guys. Yeah, let's take a look at Tesla and see how that's been performing here today. Man, I'm trading this over the past couple of days, and then it's just funny how it works. Sometimes the day that you're not looking at it is when it does stuff like this. So here it is, bang, a nice little move there. Nvidia, maybe this can get rolling at some point, but I think it's just too risky for me to start buying at the top end of this range. So what we would do is have to post at the lower end. But I believe there's other stronger names. Now, ARM up 11%. Intel not looking too bad around these lows either, guys. So a lot of potentials, and then we can most definitely head over to small cap land and see how RAP is looking. I know I was looking to look at that one here not too long. Is RXT good buying opportunity? Is that what you're in right now?
RAP, yeah.
Oh no, RXT is what I was.
No,
I thought
that was a holdover.
Rack Space. Rack Space. Yeah, it's a good
buying
buying opportunity. I don't know enough about this, man. To be honest with you, let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. But RAP's still going for you. Hey, this is a pullback, man. If you were looking at anything around the lows, wait till that level's breached, okay? And which I believe we're going to be on that trajectory. Then you're going to be looking at some opportunities around this 287 level, $3. That's going to be your next key level of support. If that doesn't hold up, then it's probably going to continue to sell a little bit. Here, let's pull this up over here. Show report dropped on this name, not Bloom Energy, Sharif, another name that was just going absolutely insane for quite some time, finding its footing at this point now. But how has Bloom Energy been performing here today? A name that's also been on a pretty big run, and I think you'll be able to get at a half-decent discount. Wow, okay. We're down 24% from this level. That's interesting.
But it's in a range.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's range. It's range.
But you're right.
You're
sure. Absolutely right.
It's range. There's that key support level. Anything south of 245, I think, could be a good potential purchase here on Bloom Energy. Other than that, guys, I'm looking for Marathon Digital to pull back, and I think that's going to give us an opportunity for the long. We're holding VWAP right now, but it's just a breath before it takes that additional leg lower.
All right, man. We're doing really well here on RAP. No, I can't say that. Into 52 it goes. Joseph Options, the high of the day is 55. We have struggled, though, ladies and gentlemen, to clear that $0.50 decisively. So I am very interested to see if we can take out my beak wetter there at the high of the day. I put this one strategically placed at 55 just to kind of get a gander at what kind of short seller or profit taker we have at the high of the day, because that's often where they set up. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Bovin, I'm in TDTH over here, Bovin. I'm looking for it to hold the 10 EMA, which is right around 35, Bovin. I've gotten in at 53. I'm not doing well on TDTH here, but 40 seems to be the breakout level. I've given it a little bit of room below 40. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, man. I'm giving TDTH the old community college try, or the JUCO try, as my boy Joey Options would call it. But that's what I'm saying. Wow, the yelling has now moved into the chat. Everyone with caps. Shout out to Lemon family. Bovin says there is a pre-market high touch on TDTH of 242. Great to know, Bovin. So 242, that should be support then, because that's a former area of resistance. It's the 42 hold on TDTH. Understood. Okay, I like where you're going with that, Bovin. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. We're also waiting for the cookie to crumble or whatever here on WRAPs. I'm looking for a bigger move up. Now, Open Door did disappoint me. Sadly, I didn't get involved with it, but it set up almost as a double top. Look at that breach. by a penny, I believe, 536.5 into 538. Or 530, yeah, it says 538, but it's 537, and now it's coming back down. Let's see if it holds VWAP at 520. If it presents me with another opportunity at 520, I think I'd be obligated to take it. Also, JLHL is not looking good here whatsoever. There seems to be a seller in and around $6. It lost trend from 703. Sure, it's above VWAP, but it's got to get, number one, above $6. Number two, it's got to get above the 10 EMA. And number three, it has to breach prior bar high, of which it's done none. None of that. So there we go. Looking for a nice move here on wrap. Into 53 we go. We wet the beak, and we continue holding, looking for that bigger move. Long Brady, you think it's a short? On what, brother? On open door? Let me know, Brady. Be specific, brother, because I mentioned so many different names. It's hard for me to know exactly which one you're referring to. Shout out to Long Braid. Yeah, Joey, what are you looking at?
Same thing here, man. I guess we got it happening now, maybe soon.
Well, whenever they're ready.
Whenever they're ready.
Yeah, open. Okay, so I'll take this one, Joey.
Plug.
Look, I got to tell you, Long Brady, I'm not shorting open door until it loses the volume weighted average price quite decisively. So 2 areas I'd be looking at, Long Brady. Number one, area low right there. I'm talking about the 11:30 candle on the 5-minute chart, the low of which is $5.17.5. That would be area number one. I would consider shorting. Number two, I'd be looking at this double bottom over here. Look at these 2 candles, 10:15 and 10:20 on the 5-minute chart, the low of which is 5:11. It would either be this area or this area. A loss of this area over here or this area over here would be the areas that I'd be shorting. I personally have a rule that I don't short above the volume weighted average price. I know a lot of people do it differently, but that's their style, not mine, right? So we're going to leave that, and we're just going to send it to Sia for happening now, and Neil, lesson of the day. But before we do, WRAP into the high of the day it goes. Now it is $2.60. We've got, what's it called on here, Joey? We got 41s. We're looking for a decisive take of 50. We want to use 50 as support, right? Not resistance. So let's see if it holds. And while we wait for that, Sia will tell you about this.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Let's take a look at how the major averages are doing right now. We have the SPY up 0.60% at the moment. The triple Q's up very close to 1.5%. We have the Dow up 0.27% and the IWM up 1.1%. So investors have continued to pivot into the semiconductors and away from the hyperscalers as of today. So semiconductors have rallied with the iShares Semiconductor ETF, that's the SOXX, higher more than 5% on the day. The Roundhill Magnificent 7 MAGS ETF is down by 0.6% on the day. And let's talk about Nvidia for a second here. We have, according to TD Cowen, so Nvidia has a much wider range of applications in the market, does recognize, which makes it a strong addition to investors' portfolios. And the bank has a buy rating on Nvidia, naming it a top pick. It also has a $275 price target on its shares, implying a 35% upside on yesterday's close. With that, we have Nvidia down on the day, 1.07%. But let's pause before we go back to the guys, because Neil, tell us your lesson for the day.
Thank you, Sia. Lesson of the day is, and it's an important one. I want you to listen up to this one, Sharif. Short above VWAP. No. Well, I mean, look, you don't have to have set rules for all of your trading, but I think one of the rules that I like in trading is you don't have to fall on a certain sword. You don't have to stick to only one concept or one idea. One of the best things about the market, and I said this morning, these conversations happen all the time where it's like, oh, one person's like, oh, I like the way this person trades. I don't like the way that person trades. And it goes back and forth. And I said something back in the chat to someone who was like, oh, but I like the way Neil thinks, disagreeing with someone else. I go, you really actually want to see people that have different ideas. Like if when I look at a trade, or Sharif or Sean or anybody looks at a trading idea and nobody out there thought that was, oh, I don't think that's right, or I think that's a short when you're looking into a long, if that wasn't true, there would be no market. It's the entire point. So you want to have these ideas. That being said, there are so many different stocks to trade in a given day. News will come out of nowhere. Trends will break. Guaranteed, you will be able to find opportunities in almost whatever style it is that you have if you're patient enough to wait for them. And in that vein, I think sometimes you don't know where your bread's going to be buttered. Now, did I like Nvidia this morning? Did we catch some bids off of our 202 level? Yeah, there were a couple of decent bounces that gave you a buck, maybe a little bit more than that. But when it lost that area, I'm done. Bye-bye. I'm going to go find something else. I'm going to find a long, because I sit it out, and then the next $3 down, I'm like, nope, don't want to be losing any more on that. And it could be something that you were already looking at, and just not really the point of it. I can go to something like a DRAM, wait for like something that was stronger to show up at VWAP, and then just start trying to go long off of this one. Or you can just put your ear to the ground and look for setups that you like. One of which you can end up getting. I end up getting fortunate with DJT. And you guys heard it. Like the second there was that DJT news, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a fade. I'm not messing. I'm done with the whole messing around with Nvidia. So now the head's on the swivel, and then I can just wait for another setup, which was, by the way, shorting above VWAP. And I worked that one back in there somewhere. And it has nothing to do with the volume weighted average price. No, it's just that the news story, sometimes when you react to news, if you have an edge where it's a specific stock, or it's just like maybe you have a good reason to believe the headline is fugazi and not fundamentally great, or the stock has a history of doing that kind of a reversal, it doesn't really make a difference. Once you see it, it's a very simple concept. I went right over to my 15-minute. I'm like, where am I going to be able to find some resistance? If we start to show some selling above there, like right on the line back through this prior resistance level and this prior close area, that's exactly where I just said, if it turns here, short. Get some out into VWAP, hold for 850, get yourself a 2-to-1 trade, and then that's it. Like most days, you'll sit there all day long looking for a 2-to-1 trade. If I was still trading Nvidia in that moment, I don't know how many more times I have to lose before it goes to the upside. Or I stop, one shot happens in DJ2, and boom, there's a 2-for-1 trade. And it doesn't happen if I don't move over. If I don't stop, look for something different, look for another opportunity, whether it was picking up DRAM or waiting for news to hit or waiting for a volume spike or looking at a scanner, keeping that head on a swivel and keeping an open mind. Because I promise you, if you've developed any kind of a trading style, everyone's going to be different. Sharif's going to be looking at the small cappers. I'll see him exit a small capper, and then he's like, oh, he's got 5 more charts up. Okay, we're waiting for this to happen on this one or that to happen on this one. Because sometimes you got to get off the bus and find a new ride, right? Like yesterday, my train broke down on the way to work. Is what it is. So I had to hop on the shuttle bus so I could get in here. Or I could have stubbornly just sat on the train that's not moving and cry about it. No, you can't do that. And the market's going to give you so many opportunities. If you have an idea of what it is that you're looking for and the stock you're trading isn't doing it, then hop off the bus and go find a better ride. It's better than being stubborn about it. And this wouldn't be true if we lived in a world where everybody could only trade one thing. Imagine the only thing you could trade is the SPY. And every single person on the planet had to trade the SPY, then I get it. You got to have a thesis there. You got to try to figure it out. That's not the world that we're living in the market. You got small caps, mid caps. You've got different sectors. You've got ETFs for those sectors. There's a million places that you can express a trade. You don't have to be stubborn about it. You can take a step back. You can find another setup. And it only really ever takes one if you have that risk to reward. So, that's a pretty simple lesson of the day. Wish you guys all the best of the luck. I mean, this market is determined, absolutely determined to try to get to that 2%. The Nasdaq, I should say, not the SPY. Man, forget the SPY, 0.7%. What are we doing here, SPY? Get out of here. 1.5%. We're trying to get to 2% over there on the Nasdaq. Hopefully DRAM can help lead the way because I want it to continue to go up. And we got a headline before I throw you guys back. Google introducing AI disclosure labels on ads for search and YouTube. I feel like there should, some of them YouTube shorts, they just keep showing. Every time I see one that's obvious AI, I'm just not interested. And they still keep showing up in my feed. And they're so obvious, man. Anyways, that's my mind. I love YouTube. But that's one of my minor beefs. Too much AI out there. If that's your cup of tea, it's certainly not mine. But the Nasdaq in at 2% would be my cup of tea today. Fire you guys back to the midday, and hopefully to Sharif shorting above VWAP.
Neil mentioned it here. I want to get back into it a little bit more detail, though. Google, as you guys saw on your screen there, it's up about like $1.20 or so since this move. So not a massive move here, but basically announcing they're going to be making AI and advertising more transparent by adding AI disclosure labels on ads for both search and YouTube. Apparently, the disclosure will be added in each ad in the My Ad Center panel automatically, which also gives advertisers the option to show if they use generative AI. So it sounds like this is going to be the advertiser's choice whether to add them or not. That could make things a bit complicated, but either way here, Geo, OGL, and Watch. And just a reminder, because I've mentioned it a couple times, but I'll mention it again. With Google, what I found is they usually do these kind of blogs or press releases at 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. on the dot. In this case, looks like a 12 p.m. announcement here for Geo, OGL. Back to you.
All right, guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales this week. Specifically, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles like those cars. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them trading on the Nasdaq under the ticker VF. Shout out to the great folks there at VinFast, who still have that what's it called? That store in Yorkdale, by the way.
Do they?
I always go in there and look. I like the VF9. Like they sell more of the VF8. But if you have you ever looked at VinFast? Like
I've seen a couple of them. I've never personally looked at.
You never looked at the VF9? Eh?
No,
it's actually
no.
pretty good,
I just see them on the road quite often, to be honest.
You still seen them on the road?
Yeah.
I've seen
passed one the other day. It was just beside me going down University.
Okay.
Speaking of University over here, SpaceX. I don't know. There's no correlation on that one there, Sharif. SpaceX starting to climb a little bit higher here, guys. I know a lot of people talking about Tesla, so I'm just looking for that next opportunity. We've put on one trade here today. Now we want to continue on this trajectory that we're currently on. Nice bounce off of VWAP. Buyer step in, bang, off to the races you go. And you're talking about $415 there, Ozan. Let's see if we gotta get to 410 first. I think you might have said 410 or something along those lines. Anyways, aside from that, we're still weak on this bad boy with a lot of indecision on the 5-minute time frame starting to step in. Now, what I was thinking is like, okay, we have inverted 1, inverted 2, but yet we're still grinding a higher here and a big time recovery in Meta. Dude, we're up $30 off the low, $35 plus here in META. Now breaking through some of the key resistance zones and the pre-market levels, but a couple of headlines under this, which we'll get into around that 1 o'clock time frame. Anyways, aside from that, like the Nasdaq SPY is strong. I need that next opportunity, and if it falls in small cap land, then by all means, I have no issues taking it. But where are those setups starting to display themselves? I'm not seeing anything. Now my charts are officially loading, so I can't look at. There it is. Wrap, how are you doing and how have you been performing? That high of the day break of 240 was more ideally my style of price action and momentum. You can see we had that double top being formed right there at that 235 marker, and then it breaks through with momentum and volume supporting that move. All right, so we talk about effort and result all the time, and that was on full display on the wrap breakthrough of the HOD. Now there is, JLHL, Sharif's in this one, as it looks like it's heading towards the high of the day. I don't mind the look of this one. It is curling over, Sharif. I might take a look at this one.
All right, bro. We just got in here, got 15. Very small share size. I'm looking for the third of $1, then I'm looking for the $0.50. We're taking baby size relative to the initial position on this one because it is one of those ones where I feel it could be a bull trap. Right? We've talked about these ones before that have prolonged downtrends only to break above that downtrend or break out, I should say, of that downtrend and then suffer the same fate of heading down. In this case, it would be below 6, likely below the volume weighted average price. So we're looking for the third of $1. But I want to bring your attention to one that was mentioned a lot by individuals in the chat, SRXH. This one was halted down, news pending, okay? And it's now just opened up again, and it's ramping, okay? It was halted at 181. It is now halted at 270, okay? So SRXH on its horse over here and looking to do some damage. Is this still negative on the day? Let me just see. SRXH is artificial intelligence, platform-driven, high-conviction operating companies. Okay, they're just, yeah, you know what we're talking about. $26 million market cap. It's up 37%. It was halted, news pending. So I'm not really sure exactly what the issue is. We can check into it in a minute, but it's up 37% and it trades on the Amex. The volume is a little bit light, you know, for a $2 name, 15.6 million shares, but not bad. So we're definitely going to keep this one on watch. It's just a matter of who we're going to take off. Likely Laser, because I'm not going to trade Laser. So we'll put in SRXH over here on the side chart, and we'll keep a close eye out on that. Now, the deal is with RAP, I'm running out of patience here, and it's coming into my area. So I still am holding shares, so I got to make sure I don't go negatory on this one. So here's the deal. We're going to throw in the stop. One sec. Computer. Let's go. Yeah, we're still holding on this one. Yeah, okay. So we're going to throw in that stop there. We'll see what comes of it. How's my trade doing here on JLHL? Joey, there seems to be a seller right around the $0.25, 26, 27. We can't really shake the seller there because prior bar high is 28, current bar high is 26. So there's somebody selling up here, and now it's pushing the price action a little bit back down. So I was pretty ambitious here, thinking, all right, let me throw in my profit taker at 33 rather than 25. You know, the way I trade, typically I'm waiting to beak at the $0.25. I didn't do that this time. So we'll see exactly what's happening there. Headline, mediator countries working to bring Iran and the U.S. back to negotiation table. CNN citing sources. I wonder if Pakistan's involved in that. They've had their hand a lot in these negotiations as of late. President Sharif or Prime Minister Sharif, I don't even know what they have over there, but that's a look there, Joey. What are you looking at?
All right, man. We've already had 2 coffees today. We got to chill on those, man. We got to hit the gym after, and we don't want to be all bleeped up. You know what I mean? All
right, let me just tell this individual in the chat. Ticker RSIM. SRXH is a circuit breaker. No, brother, it is a circuit breaker now, but I want to point to your attention. Here it is. At 11:55, SRX Global halted due to news pending. Okay, so it was halted at around, I believe, $1.78 news pending, and then once it opened up from that news pending halt, it gapped up into a volatility halt. Just want to clarify that, Joey.
All right, Brandon, not good stuff, brother. All right, so there's a good short signal Gore here on AMD. You can see the correlation between this inverted hammer candle, almost a triple top at this level, and an outstanding volume print, relatively higher to what we've been seeing here, guys. I believe that this is going to be a key level that we're going to keep an eye out on, this 552 marker. And then if it breaches and breaks it, then you might head towards the volume-weighted average price. Now, from a daily, this thing's not too far off of its all-time high. Been absolutely on a performance tear. Even though we've been consolidating up in this range, this is where the real money was made, and it didn't take long, man. A trader's dream or an investor's dream when you just go up and steady to the right for quite some time, a couple of months. That was AMD to a T. But believe me when I say it, Sharif, I believe at some point it's going to be this name's time, and hopefully within the next year. Same thing with Meta, right? Like here, this is why Sean and I were having the conversation. It's like, what would you rather have, Broadcom at these levels or Alibaba? Now, obviously, to each their own. Alibaba putting up some numbers right now. Oh, and that's why Katina Man likes it. Yeah, it's up again today. Well, Broadcom, it did gap up in the morning, but now starting to give back a little bit of its gains, which is totally fine. But here it is. Broadcom, from peak to that local low, was down 27%.
Was it bleeding its own blood?
It was, very much so. And then also, Alibaba down 45%. All right. And Alibaba's starting to outpace it right now at this point from a percentage metric. But hey, man, anything can happen. These guys are spending cash as well, too. Alibaba is like the Chinese equivalent of one of our hyperscalers.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're going to have that exposure. Well said, so there's DRAM as well, too. This thing was down 35%, I believe, off of that low, 28 to be exact. And finding a recovery as these memory names are starting to rebound here once again. But I do believe it's noise. And best believe SK Hynix, they're saying it's 7 times oversubscribed. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow. So unfortunately, I won't be able to participate in that one, but I hope everybody has the ability to take advantage of that trade. It is SKHY, I believe, is going to be the ticker. SK Hynix on the Nasdaq. Do we know a price, an issuing price right now on this, Sharif? On
We're going to find out tonight, my man. Right?
Is that when
we
that
find
comes
out
out?
the range tonight.
All right. So there it is.
SKHY, right?
Yeah, SKHY. Here's Bitcoin putting in some solid IBIT, so not a horrible look over there. And we've gone through all of the banks. Now I'm just sitting on my hands being patient.
Here we go. Got it. 149.
Oh, okay. That's not bad whatsoever. Yep. I think that's reasonable, and you'll get retail involved.
We'll cover
maybe
this
why
now
we're
when
7
you're
times. Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll keep my eye on it. I wonder if IBKR, maybe I'll do a limit on open on my little thing as I'm driving.
That's crazy.
Last thing I need to do is be driving to the nation's capital trading SK Hynix. But
yeah, bro, that'll like. I'm not saying it's gonna go south or anything, but like, you want it, like,
I'm not doing
because it's either gonna be a really good trip or a really crappy trip,
bad.
depending on how the trade goes.
Exactly. So maybe we'll just avoid the stock market while we're out there canoeing, enjoying nature. But there goes Meta, 614, man. A bunch of headlines favoring this one. I know we're sending it off to someone.
Let me cover this first before we go to sleep.
Yeah.
So here we go. SK Hynix aiming the price its highly anticipated U.S. listing at $149, per ADR. It lands at the premium of approximately 3.1% relative to Thursday's closing price for their common shares in Seoul, where it finished at about 218,600 won, which is about $144 and a half. Okay, that was with the SEC. If finalized, the debut would mark a historic milestone for the global technology company. Record-breaking volume, $149 per ADR. The massive scale of the offering poised to make it okay. Toppling giants, a successful launch at this valuation would surpass Alibaba's legacy $25 billion debut. AI tailwind, okay, we already know HBM. Yeah, not much more that this article has from the Street Insider other than that.
Yeah,
so
let me before we send it to CL, I'll give my 2 cents. Not like it matters or anything along those lines. Open. But I believe so say if I was an individual in South Korea who's just been on this absolute roller coaster of a ride in Samsung and SK Hynix, I don't want this.
You don't want it?
No, I don't want it. I don't want it. It's that simple. Anyways, all right, let's send it over to see.
Can you say why?
Yeah, because it's diluting the shares, right? And then now you have some more opinions. Oh, and congratulations, you have the American markets now who get to play around with this stuff. And again, Obi stands on this this is what I believe where the edge lies in Blue Ocean. Less participants. Right, that's what you want. Too many opinions makes things go absolutely bonkers, right? And I think that's what's gonna happen here with SK Hynix. And we know that they're over leveraged over there, so watch out for the Kospi as well too, because now the American influence is going to be in the South Korean market via SK Hynix. Let's send it off to Sia.
The IWM is currently up, holding the same momentum from a couple minutes ago, up 1.19%. Let's take a look at 2 individual tickers I have picked for you today. So WRAP, that's WRAP, up 54% on the day, launched an autonomous defense and public safety platform, WRAP Shield, that is designed to help government agencies in early detection of threats, improve decision-making, also considering appropriate responses. So second one, we have FBRX, that's Forte Biosciences, up 49.3% on the day. Forte Biosciences has reported a positive phase 1B vitiligo results showing FB102 achieved 29.6%. That means FIVASI. That means basically facial vitiligo area scoring index, which is a specialized clinical assessment for dermatology that's used in medical dermatology. So the ticker FBRX up 49.3% with WRAP up 54%, and that's a wrap on small cap.
All right, guys, Trax NYC just broke out. Love in. I'm in SRXH. We've wet the beak all the way up to 33. Sorry, 33. Calm down, sure. 3. We have 281s on. I've got a couple of beak wetters left. It feels top heavy. It feels like that seller at 3 above. And when I watched this one get to 3, there was a very aggressive seller because there was a lot of volume coming in at $3 and it didn't even bump into 301. So I'm talking about this latest move down below 3 in an attempt to retake 3 again. Now we're out of the money by a penny, but I don't have much left, and I'm looking for a big break above 3. This one gets back and holds above 3. We're going to add to the position, okay? But guys, Trax NYC is moving. Here we go. It's getting close to the high of the day. It's not NYC. I'm kidding, of course. If you watch social media, you know what I'm talking about. 30-20 high showing 29.87. What a hold off the volume weighted average price. I had this one. I didn't take it. It's on me. I suck. But hey, we can't get too upset about that. But TRAX coming into 30, 29.87. Let's see how it trades with the whole dollar. SRXH, man, it feels like it's going to drop here. I don't know how to feel about this one. Tisha, are you looking at this one? She's like, lots of red volume on SRXH. Yeah, I see that, Tish. And now we're down into 3/4. There's a big buyer here at 75. This is going to break. Just watching the volume here, either adding or getting removed from 75. It's a little bit of both. It's going to break here. Let me just see. But there's more volume coming in at 3/4. Look at this. Yeah, they're adding to the size, and there it goes right back up. Didn't flatten out, right? Because the tape didn't, or the book didn't give me the indication that I need to flat out. Into 85 is they're buying here. They're selling at 85. Very aggressive selling. Very similar to this, what I saw at 3. Let's see if they stair step down now. So the selling was at 85. Where's the selling going to come in now? It's 83. So the algo moves down their sell order to push the price action down. Right? Now, the question is there a big enough buyer to be able to take that out? 75 again. There's that 75 buyer again stepping in, and they're adding more. Look at that. Right there into 72, I'm out. That's it. So we'll give back a little bit of that one. That 75 buyer got decimated. So we'll see how that next cookie crumbles. Still positive on it. Happy about that. But could have done a little bit better if we had that 3 break. How we doing over here? Oh, no, Joey. We got pushed at a JLHL. I moved up my stop too aggressively there. Oh, sucks. Oh, now it's right back up into the third of a dollar. Let's see if we can get back into this one. JLHL doesn't look bad, guys. If this one can take out the $0.50, I think we can probably see 75 again. It's just really a matter of whether we can do that or not. So going to keep a close eye on
Yeah,
this,
Vinya. Yeah, absolutely, Vinya. I'm looking at that right now. We're starting to head into levels that we want, all right? So if we see any form of indecision print, we're ready to rock and roll. Mara's on our mind right now, and it's up substantially here this morning. This has been a good roller coaster for us. We're up 4.4%, and we were fortunate enough to catch the bottoms. Ben Affleck's not going to be here on a day like this because, unfortunately, if you went inverse the kid, you'd be having a horrible day, and you'd be short off of those lows, and you'd now be down 5%. So, yeah, bad idea. Joey, most important question of the day, France or Morocco? I got Francais. 2 paper cuts, small size, then bigger confirmation, bigger size. Looks really good now. Yeah, SpaceX doesn't look bad, brother. DRAM starting to pull back in a little bit here as well, too. But what we want to focus on is MARA. All right, so Mara is my number 1. 2 Mara for a continuation to the long side. But the deeper the pullback gets, the less we like it, right? I do believe we can have some form of continuation. I may as well pull it up here for us back home and see what we got going on. And how much from an exact? All right, guys. Anyways, 12.25 to the top side here, guys. Any form of continuation. And listen, I'm not expecting a break of the previous high of the day. What we will look for is maybe even a lower high to be established, right? So if the turnaround signals start to display themselves, we slowly position. Yeah, great question. What do I mean by an indecision print? Perfect. This is where price action really matters and comes into play. So an indecision print, let's find a better example, all right? It's going to be this. Let's go over to the Nasdaq. So this is what I mean by an indecision print, all right? So here, we'll go through these candles. You see how bearish they're closing? It's very decisive. They're very bearish. But what we have here, so candle number 1 opens and closes with very little wick. Candle number 2, 5 right here, opens and closes with very little wick. This one opens and closes with very little wick as well, so very decisive. But what we have here is a candle that opened up at this level and pushed all the way down to 715, which would indicate the fact that sellers were in control. But what happened, the candle actually closed bullish, forming a hammer candle at an extreme low. So I would classify this as an indecision print. Even though it is closing green, it was pushed all the way red to the low of 715, but then eventually closed up here. And this is a VPA signal that Gaurav and I absolutely love. You have the 3rd largest volume print, you have a hammer candle close complete and is bullish at the lows, an indecision print, right? There's multiple. A doji up here can be indecisive. This can be classified as indecisive. But what we have here is a multiple stars aligning with our volume price analysis methodology is that here at 710, we go off to the races and we continue to move a little bit higher. So going along off of that indecision print. And if you follow VPA signals, that's exactly what you want to see. And that's what I'm looking for here in Marathon Digital, okay? So the lower we go, the less we like it because we're looking for around a 40% pullback or so. If it gets any deeper, then maybe sellers would have a little bit more control than what we're actually anticipating, and we may not get that follow through. Now, it's also important to correlate that with your daily. Where are we? Are we in a breakout zone? Are we in the middle of nowhere? Which I believe is the case, right? We're not at the top end of this range. We are finding a rebound off a key support level, but what we're doing right now is engulfing multiple days of this chop and indecision. All right. So there's that on MARA. I'm going to stick to it because I think I'd rather put myself where there's signs of strength. And then maybe we also have less participants on this one as well, too. So what we're starting to see formulate is some indecision prints right here. You can see that's one. But just due to the fact that the momentum was so strong, we want to wait for things to cool down before they start to turn around. All right. I don't expect that immediate V-shaped reversal to the point where we sell off and then boom, bounce immediate like we were fortunate enough to participate in the TQQs. With this name, it could cause a little bit more issues. But Gaurav, check this out. As I'm looking across my board here, SpaceX putting in a hammer candle right there at this 149. But it's pretty choppy as well, too. I want something that's more directional, you know what I mean? Make our lives a little bit easier. And if I'm wrong, then hey, at least I put myself in the right place at the right time, right? Where do you stand on Meta long term? I'm long Meta. That's as polite as I can say it. Brother, that was awesome. I actually understand what you're saying there. Instant print is different from trend consolidation, though. Absolutely, Gabzor. Two totally different things. And thank you, ICUP. I try, man. That's what we're here for, is for you guys to ask questions, and hopefully I can put it in layman's terms for you.
Man, there you go. All right, guys. I think I'm going to get into open door over here for the first time. I'm going to give it to local area low. Let's give this one the old college try. There we go. We got a nice little bump up. Area low for me. Yeah, I'm going to give it to the area low, 522. Okay, that's good. We'll go 515. Right? No, 522, 515. And for how many shares? Okay, cool. All right, looking for that. TDTH is coming back as well, guys. Oh, and here we go. And now I got a breakout trade here. Probably a little bit too aggressive on SRXH. Oh, I got weaseled into that, didn't I? Let's see. I got 88. How did I get 90? Wow, that's a lot of slippage. Back into 87, looking for a big move up here into 3. What I did was I just set up my breakout trade for the breach of prior bar high, because this one did hold area support. So what I do is I put my stop below area low, which is 260. So let's go ahead and do that. It's going to risk a little here, right? So we'll have to see how this cookie crumbles, because I'm not liking the look of this one's jib right now, but it is what it is. Open door, let's set up some profit takers on this one. And let's set up at 35s as well. I also want to mention that Trax NYC is continuing to go into the area high there. That's something to look out for. JLHL did lose trend, but it seems to want to reclaim it here. So bottoming tail candle through 6, but we're still putting in a downtrend locally. Look for the 6.5 break and take on JLHL. I think that's probably the only basis upon which I get back into that trade. So we'll have to wait and see if that ends up manifesting. Watching SRXH, looking for a big move above 3. Bovin, what is this one doing? Let's see at least an attempt here at $3. We've got nice higher lows, higher highs on the current candle, but there's no follow through, Randy, sadly. So we'll have to wait on that one. And we wait on this. We're going to send you to Sia, the Sector Watch.
The SPY's green inching closer to 8%. Let's take a look at our sectors and what's going on with them today. We have electric tech. Nvidia is down very close to 1%. Apple up 0.57%. We have AVGO, AMD, INTC, Cisco, MU all rallying. Good look on electric tech today. Nvidia, not so much. Hopefully it catches up with the other names later in the day. Tech services, we have Google up down 2%. Microsoft down very close to 1%. Meta up on the day 1.9%. We heard that Meta has announced MuseSpark 1.1. So that's a news that we're also going to discuss in depth during the news segment. So stay here and don't go anywhere. We have Oracle up 3.5%, Netflix and Palantir with IBM sliding towards the downside. In finance, we have BRKP up 0.5%, JPM up 1.6%, whereas Visa, MasterCard are trading flat on the day currently. We have BAC up 1.7%, MS up 2.5%, and Goldman Sachs, GS, up 3.5%. They have said today that it has won deals to manage a combined $70 billion in retirement assets for Verizon and Lockheed Martin. So stock is up 3.25%, Robinhood up 2.8%. Retail trade, we have Amazon and Walmart, followed by Costco, all sliding to the downside with Costco lagging down there, down 4.2%, with Home Depot up 1% and TJX trading flat. Producer manufacturing sector looking pretty good and pretty strong today. AMAT, LRCX up 6.3 and 6.4% respectively. We have CAT up 1% on the dot and GEV up 0.86%. Consumer non-durables, you have a bit of a bearish sentiment. KO, PG, PM, PEP all down on the day. We have health tech also lagging a bit behind with the big names Lilly and J&J down 1% respectively, 1.13 and 1.19%. ABBV and MRK also down on the day. Only TMO and PFE up 0.85% on the day. We have energy minerals also sliding. We have a couple comments also that we had today, that we had yesterday, and some oil news also that we will discuss later in the news segment. But energy is dragging down today. XOM down 2%, CVX down 0.94, very close to 1%. Consumer services, utilities, process industries, and industrial sectors all these four sectors are a bit of a mixed sentiment throughout. We have non-energy majorly in the green with FCX up on the day 5.3%, and transportation also. That probably could be one of the strongest sectors for today. All the tickers in the green with Uber up 0.6%, UPS up 2.7%, FedEx up 3.2%, and JBHT up 3.19%. And that's all for your sector watch.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Great information. And Walmart and Target, guys, I was reading, I just mentioned this. We may or may not get into it in the news segment, but I was reading an article this morning about the upcoming weakness expected in the back to school season and the shopping for back to school. They're actually expecting, analysts that is, about a 6% reduction in back to school spending this year compared to last. The reason I mentioned it, of course, because Sia was going through the list there. She mentioned Target. That jogged my memory, so keep an eye out onto her. Brother Shane, even if it's not for me, brother, it's not something that is nice to hear about somebody that you're working with. So even if it's not about me, that's not what I'm talking about. Just don't be like that, okay? Thank you for that.
Don't be that guy, man.
Don't be like that, okay? All right, guys, this is not going the way that I want it here for SRXH. If it loses 60, I'm out. That would be the loss of prior bar low, and there it is. We are stopped out of that one, so that will be a little bit of a negative on that one. So that's all right. We're still holding here open door. We just got the print, and we're looking for a bigger move up into that $5.50 level. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye out on there. And then RAP, Joey, I remember you were liking RAP as well. Now it's making another move, and so is JLHL. If JLHL takes out the $0.50, your boy is going long.
Hella long?
What? Hella long is a statement.
Is it?
It is. There it goes, Mr. Options. They're through the $0.50. There it is. The breakout is on right now, guys. Here we go. We got 73. There's 80. We'll let the big takeover, Joey. 683 limit up. 683 limit up. Watch out for the limit up coming in.
Okay.
683 limit up. I'm going to put 88. It could change, of course, right? because we know how this one works. There it goes, Mr. Options into the 90. I sniffed this one coming away, way back. All right, loving this trade here, very happy. And boom, to the high side. What do you got?
Adam, I say that at least once a day, bro. So
What?
You'll see what Adam James said.
Adam James freaking abroad?
Yeah. Who else would it be? Even though he really frustrated me last week. But that's all right, man.
What do you say, Joey?
It's not about hey,
when I wasn't here.
When you weren't. No, I was over there. Yeah.
He was over there.
He's lucky.
Was he talking about data centers?
No, it was personal. He made it personal, and you know me.
Oh.
I am kind, so I let things slide when I want to.
What are we gonna do with this guy, guys? I love this guy.
Why does anything have to be done?
I don't know, man. I am kind. What are you, Xerxes, bro?
You know who I am, man? Xerxes, man.
Joey, we're at $7. Go JLHL, go. Bovin, is this gonna break 7 or what is going on here, man? There's a lot of selling, Joey, at $7. Big boy selling.
Oh man, why didn't you tell me about this one earlier? Man?
I don't know. I just yelled about it 20 times.
It's all good, man. I got a lot going on here right now too. But JLHL is looking pretty good for that high of the day break. Maybe we get involved in this bad boy. I'm involved with some Marathon Digital for somewhat of a bounce. Listen, this is tight risk. Like, we can be in and out of this trade relatively quick, all right? So I know Street's got some Momo cooking up over there, but what we have right now is a nice indecision brain. And this is what we're talking about, putting our money where our mouth is. When I see something like this and then a little indecision, then I have to take the trade. It may not be doing exactly what I want right now, but we'll give it a little bit of time. Extremely tight stop. I'm talking about 4 or 5 cents on this. If we don't get that elastic effect back and towards VWAP, then it's AC Slater to this one, and we're going to find something else to not trade, but we'll just wait. We're going to give it our at-bats because I have that much confidence. You're not up 12% for no reason, and then buyers just take their foot completely off the gas. All right, so let's see if we can get this this one rocking and a rolling here. I know you got that JLA, whatever it is, going on. Too many...
I know, right? The world of small cap gappers, bro.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's too much. It's too much.
I do like that break of that. The volume stepped in, multiple things aligning and stars aligning on this bad boy. $7 break. Maybe we get involved in it.
I just wanted to when the stars align. What was that song with Drake and Majid Jordan? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I like that song, man.
When the stars align, something. Yeah. What's it called, Sia? Waiting?
Yeah. I'll play it.
It is Stars Align, right? Yeah.
Toronto.
I love Majid Jordan, by the way. They're sick Toronto group, by the way.
They did a pop-up thing.
Majid Jordan?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were at Dundas Fest.
No way.
Yeah, man. Yeah. They did that, man.
I love that Toronto duo,
Me
man.
too. Do you know how they got, like,
you can't beat Toronto R&B.
Covered so in such a weird way.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah,
sorry,
they
say it
started
again?
making music in their dorms apparently.
No way.
Yeah.
But they seem to collaborate with Drake a lot. I feel like
they're signed by Drake.
It's called Stars Aligned.
They're signed by Drake.
They're so okay. That makes sense.
OVO,
okay,
yeah.
that makes sense. If they're under the OVO label. I know. Sorry, Gabzor, man. You don't even know what I have right here for you guys. Who remembers this? Oh, hold on. Give me a second.
Bro, stop. We're going to get dinged, man.
We have 5 seconds, Assassino.
I told you, man. Say you playing with fire.
Man, I've been listening to the G-Unit.
Which one was that again?
G-Unit album,
I know,
man. I've been loving this. That is an earworm for me. I just broke my screen. Fantastic.
Did you actually?
No, screen protector. Yeah, Smile on the G-Unit album. Yeah.
That one's a banger. See, I got a road trip tomorrow, man. We're gonna be banging that stuff.
Oh man, God, that was a good one. Guys, we just got a big boy drop on JLHL. We're break even on this one right now. Looking for the hold above the 70 penny level. I've already moved up my stop. Let's see what this one does. Can it work back into $7? The answer currently is no, so we're gonna keep a close eye out on that. There seems to be an 83 or 82 seller. We've got 73s on. I still have a couple of beak wetters on this one. We were looking for that 7 1/3. That didn't come in. I think I'm going to move up my stop. I think I already have it at 669, but we're going to go ahead and throw that on just in case we don't have, because it won't trigger, because it'll technically try to short, and then if I don't have locates on it, it won't short, right? So I can't put 2 stops there. All right, so that's what we're looking for now. That is JLHL. How's my trade on open doing? Well, it's stair-stepping up, Assassino. Not the greatest, but we're going to keep a close eye on that. And while we're going to have to wait for this one to break out, we're going to send you to Adara with news.
Keep an eye here on oil, guys. Not too much of a move as of yet, but comments coming from Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel saying, quote, the war is not over. Israel is prepared for any scenario. He also said that along existing challenges, new ones are emerging. So sounds like, we had President Trump yesterday say the ceasefire was over. Sounds like conflict could be continuing to start back up here in the Middle East. Back to you.
Well, there it is. Keep your eye on USO, guys. It's down 2 3/4, but that could change in a second. So USO in focus there. You'll know exactly how the market feels at any one moment by just keeping your eye on that bad. And of course, you'll see it on the Qs as well, and the SPY. Everything will start dropping. Here it is, Bovin, moving back into 7 on JLHL. Tisha, I know you're all over this one. What's your thesis here? You think we double top? I'm about to get stopped out here if it loses 70 pennies because my trigger's at 69. The spread is opening up wide as well, 15 pennies. What is going on, man? We're doing almost 41 million shares here. Why is the spread so wide? Tightening up here back into 3 pennies, but it just opened up ridiculous there. But I'm not sure what to make of this one. Cough, cough, Joby, cough. Brother, I don't even want to look at Joby, okay? I was just talking to Joey before we got on the show. Yeah, I just got to the high day at 813. I am substantially out of the money on Joby, okay? And I'm not happy about it. So I'm just going to let that one go and not look at it. But I do see 813 high price spike up. Not seeing anything really to account for that. It looks like it was a flat top break through 805, give or take. But shout out to my man, Commodity King. Tisha, I'm looking for a pullback and a push higher. All right, love it, Tish. Prior bar low for anybody interested on JLHL is 667. Right now, we're showing 81s, high at day 719. We're obviously having trouble with 7, never having closed, in fact, above 7. But we have wicked above there several times. So we are able to take out the sellers at around $7. The problem is we don't have enough buyers to sustain the price action right around there, Joe. So that's my problem.
I told you guys here we're going to have very low patience on this marathon digital trade just in case there is no bottom. And what I'm looking at here on the higher time frame is that we're not ready to find a rebound just yet. Once again, 38s, we print that. We're out of dodge on this bad boy. And that's okay. If it decides that it wants to turn around at another point, I told you we're going to take our 3 swings at it. This is going to be my lightest of size. So we'll start relatively small on this one. Been a good morning so far, but we don't want to give too much back leading into our little mini vacay and road trip that is. So let's see, man. Golfing print right there. Yeah, that's what. Well, not the road beers.
Exactly.
Not the road beers there, Sharif. You don't want you don't want to get involved with the road beers.
Not allowed to do that.
I know, huh?
Yeah, I know. It's like technically we're not allowed to do
to talk about road beers.
No, not talk. Actually have road beers, especially if you're driving. It might not be.
You know it's funny. So there's this like little video of going around of like back in the 80s when they officially like declared you're not allowed to drink and drive and stuff, and how outraged people were.
Like, you can't even leave work and have a drink. I see that video. You remember that guy?
Yeah, that guy's weekend after a hard day at work. Can't have a beer.
But it's so foreign to us, though, right?
Yeah,
it's foreign to us. It wasn't foreign to them.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So. The same thing with the safety belts. People were infuriated. They're like, I can
understand brothers' argument.
There it goes, man.
There is some states that still allow you to do so. All right, guys, there it is. 38. We're printing 38s there on Marathon Digital. AC Slater, that one as it rebounds actually right after. We'll be a little bit more patient before we find any form of a turnaround on this one.
There goes JLHL into another high of day. Very pleased that I held on to this one. 730 high. We just went the beak there at 25, so we didn't quite get the high of the day. But now I want to see a $7 hold. We have not had a $7 hold all day on this, and it feels like here comes 7 again. From 730 down into 7 single digits, 09s, 07 showing up here. Look, I'm going to keep repeating myself because it literally is what needs to happen. We have to hold the whole dollar here. Otherwise, it's just going to be a zig and zag of shorts getting involved right around the whole dollar and pushing it right back down. 19 showing up again, looking for a breach of 30. I've got no profit takers right now on this one because I don't know how this cookie crumbles. So let's see exactly what we get, too. Now, JLHL, it's already shown itself to be the number one gapper, far and away up 133%. And I'm not saying today's the type of day where I think JLHL can get into $10, but if this starts halting to no end to the high side, well, then we know exactly what's going to happen with that. Now, as I watch JLHL continue to hold 7, I am now watching OPEN drop below 30 again. This isn't the trade for me here on Open, flattening out break even on the rest, focusing on others. Let's send it up to Sia with news.
It's okay. No worries, Sharif. So let's take a look. A source familiar with this upcoming matter has confirmed and said today that Japan's government is planning to add an explicit reference to Bank of Japan independence in its economic blueprint after there have been some concerns over political interference in monetary policy that have helped push bond yields to multi-decade highs. USD JPY, the pair trading around the $162 region right now, currently down 0.16% on the day. Let's also take a look at the euro and what's going on here right now. So we have ECB policymakers that had gathered last month that had been presented with projections showing inflation staying above target into next year, despite nearly 3 ECB interest rate hikes. And these are all the accounts that have been disclosed from the meeting that have been shown as of today. So that's that. And also, we have the pound. Also, let's take a look at that as well. The pound currently has risen. The dollar has backed off as yesterday's highs, in line with the modest retreat that's been going on in these oil prices as well, which has left the pound being around its highest it's been since 4 weeks, currently up 0.18% on the day. Let's finally just see what the dollar is doing right now. Trading around the 100 region, it's down 0.2% on the day. Sending it back.
All right, Ozan, have a good time, brother. Just don't eat any Cajun food there, Ozan. Shout out to you, my man. Thanks again for lunch, brother. You're all class. There goes JLHL back into 730. It's a 735 high. We're going to continue to hold here, guys. And in fact, I'm looking for an ad. It's just about where. Now we've closed above 7, and there it goes again into another area high, not by much, by a penny, into 736. But it did take out momentarily the 35 seller. I'm looking for an ad here. Now that we have closed above 7, it's just a matter of getting a nice price spike down if we get it at all, right? And so let's see here, $0.25, fifth of a dollar, teens showing up. Is there a buyer stepping in 13, 7 adding, looking for a hold of 7? See, big buyer at 7, but it does feel like it will give way. Let's set up a profit taker here, and then let's set up something also at the $0.25. So we've got 98s on now. That changes my cost basis. Fundamentally, it loses 7, so we will give back a little bit on that. That's okay. We added into the 7. I had to, right? That was the right thing to do. We had closed above 7, but this shows you that the short sellers are convicted in their cause right here at $7. So even though we do get a candle that closes above it, there was no continuity at all. So sucks, but we'll very positive on it. This is my number 1 winner on the day, so very happy about that. Looking for a little bit more though. But failed 7, Joey, piece of crap. But that's what makes a pop the little volume. Bovin was telling me about NWTG, which rocketed up about 13%, but he was saying, that's why it rockets up like that, because the volume is so little, so there's so little standing in the way of the longs. And more accurate, it couldn't be, Bovin, but I have to manage risk a little bit differently on those ones. So otherwise, we get in a little bit of trouble there, Joey.
Yeah.
Sharif, G-Unit, shout out to Guzman Customs, shout out to my man. I don't know, man. I don't know what made me want to listen to the Unit album, but it just popped into my mind, and then Smile came on. I was like, oh my God, shades of the days of clubbing and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you don't know anything about money, do you?
Do I know any?
Club, not actual money. That would be so rude of me.
I'd be like, hey man,
this is what we're doing all day. Yeah. You never heard of the club called Money?
No.
Adam, do you remember Money? If you're in the chat, Adam, I'd love to hear if you remember the club Money, man, because those were the nights.
Bro, for me, it was like TIL.
TIL was good.
Yeah, TIL was sick.
Good.
And like Oso response that
one
we
I don't
went
know.
into, man. Oso, some good stuff. All right, guys, we're posted up at this level. Listen, we got the indecision print that we're looking for here on the 5-minute time frame. Now it's just a matter of this is going to work. So what I've done is I actually doubled my amount here, a little bit more than that, about 70% of my size. We're posted up at 41s. What we need is the bid to hit that in order for us to catch a fill and be a priority. Now we're printing 43s, which isn't great. I don't want it to go buck wild there without me. which I'm starting to get a little bit of a hunch that it might, but that's okay. We're not going to chase anything. We want the price that we've posted up at, and we're not going to pay anything more, just due to the fact of my very low tolerance here with Marathon Digital. It does tend to give back the majority of its moves at times, and it's a very, very choppy stock, but I just believe it's in play here today, and we're going to stick with that. Oh, printing 45s now?
It's curling up nicely here, man. There's a lot of bottoming tail candles here, Joey.
On Marathon?
Yeah.
I know, that's why I'm trying to, that's why I'm trying to get in on those lows,
man.
Oh, but see, the thing is, now it's printing 45s. We took
Can I
the
say
1 and 10.
something, though? Why don't you just give it the area low? Look at that bottoming tail candle there. Your low of which is 13.37. That's about less than 10 cents worth of risk on that.
But I'm trying to, like, I'm
You're
loading up
big
both.
Size,
So
size,
I want
I
want a precise end. Oh, yeah. See, what criminal activity, man.
Oh, it's curly. It's curly, man.
40, Prince 48 wicks me out here. Like, this is crazy. Like, I'm posted up here, and then that's when it makes that strong uptick. We wanted 41s, then decides that it wants to print 50. Yeah, that's crazy stuff right there. And I said I wasn't going to chase it. I'm not going to get in at the top end of the range. But these are the indecision prints that I was talking about not too long ago. And then now it's going. All right, so that curl over was primetime Deion Sanders. It's just unfortunate. Oh man, that stuff could get you going. That stuff could get you going for sure, because we should be hectically in the money at this point, Sharif. As we are posted up at 41s, as I said, now printing 1351s.
What does hectically in the money mean? Like, I just have questions. I'm not criticizing. I have questions. Like, does it mean you're in the money in a way that's very chaotic? Like, it could go away at any moment?
Yeah, Joe,
does it mean you're like, is it like hella? Like, I just want to know what it means. I'm asking as a real question.
We need to know.
It's hella ITM. All right.
Hella? Hella? Hella. 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 JLHL at 7 says Bubin. I don't know. I'm gonna let that one go, Bubin. I'm trying my hand here at SRXH again, Bubin, because it's straddled VWAP now on a 5-candle basis. We got 55s on. Bubin, I'm looking for a move into 75 here on SRXH. It's holding VWAP well. I'm going to give this one a try, but I do see JLHL making a big move back up 7 Joseph options. Oh my days, this one might be going.
This is crazy. Did you get in Marathon Digital? There
no,
went.
I did not, man. I got
man.
Yeah, it's going, bro. It's going to go to 1360. What I'd be looking out for is a rejection of VWAP, though.
But that's primary target right there, right? Just with the amount of size right there. I mean, oh my Lanta, that's all right, man. I wasn't going to chase it up here at 44s because it's important, right? Like when you're playing with pennies, every penny, like literally every penny counts. But now it's starting to show those rebound signals that we were waiting for so long. And sure enough, all you can do is laugh sometimes. Unfortunately, we didn't catch that fill in this consolidation zone, and now it looks like it's going to be on the path. Any pullback, though, I mean, a retest of 1343, maybe that can give us a signal to engage, but we would have been rolling into targets right now at this point, Sharif, but that's not necessarily the case. Yeah.
You ever play StarCraft?
I never did, like a couple of times, yeah.
Oh, man. That ruins all my next series of questions that I had.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, let's say I said I played StarCraft.
Oh, but you're not going to be able to relate.
Oh, okay.
So that's not going to work out. All right, let's go to see you.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what the crypto markets are doing right now. We have Bitcoin currently up 0.65% on the day, whereas Ethereum and Solana continuing to slide a bit to the downside. Solana's down 0.18%, whereas Ethereum down 0.27%. Let's take a look also at this little update we had with Coinbase earlier in the day. So they said that it has restored prediction markets trading on its platform after users were unable to place trades. And an earlier status message on the website had said that Coinbase was investigating this issue. Now it's completely resolved. With that, Coinbase is up 0.2% on the day.
That's fantastic there, Omahawks. My life fryer. Oh my God, Protoss. Protoss were impossible. And like their most basic person had, like, you had to decimate him because he had shields and health. So like, you know, nobody else had shields except Protoss, bro.
Star Fox, I played Johnny T.
Man, I was always playing with Terran, which are the humans, because you had nuclear weapons.
Oh.
And I'd build as many nuclear silos as I could, and I'd nuke them, right? So
yeah, you're lucky your flag's not, your account didn't get flagged. Then, sure.
I know, right? Yo, we could get dinged here, Joey. There goes SRXH. What'd I tell you, Buvin? Back into 70. Bovin, look for a three-quarter rejection. That's my thinking here right now on SRXH. There it goes through three quarters. It's taken out all my orders saving except for 77. Let's go ahead and post now. We're going to post at 88s. Should this one find a bit of a more of aggressive spike up. Bovin saying HTZ is moving up as well. Hertz on the move over here. Yes, it is. 218 high, Bovin. Good call on that. That's going to earn its way onto the side chart momentarily. So we took some good prints there on SRXH. We were negative on this one because of the stop out from this entry here, and then it stopped me out. So technically still negative, looking getting back in the ville of positive on this one. So keeping a close eye on SRXH. And I was telling Joey, I feel like WRAP may be ready to take out that 2.5 again. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye here on WRAP in the same way that I'm keeping a close eye here on SRXH. I'm looking at taking somebody off the side chart, FVRO. We're going to put it in an HTZ. Good call out there, Bubba. I could definitely work with that into possibly 215, maybe two mid-single digits on Hertz. Looks like it could be a good one here, especially if it gets moving maybe into that 2.5 on HTZ. But that's all I've got at the moment. I'm looking for a little bit more here on SRXH, but it doesn't look like it's giving it to me. Come play StarCraft with us, says Jake Whittier, 9273. Send me an invite, man.
Send the invite.
I haven't played StarCraft in a while, but I still have my tactics, man. I build my bunkers initially at the entrance, fill them up with Marines, right? And then I start building, I think it's the advanced factory, so I can get my siege tanks. So I snap you guys from far, my siege tanks. So sick how those guys fire. They can actually post up as artillery, and they can actually be tanks. So you can use them as stationary targets, stationary targets or mobile targets.
You knew what I was doing.
This guy was just like, right, he doesn't care at all. No, man, StarCraft is so good. I love it, man. I could play that for hours, but I haven't played it in a while. I have two. But I haven't played it nearly as much as one, right? So I think Taylor, he has no idea. Fire bats as well are sick, Marco Hernandez. I use those for attack, less for defense, right? They're great, especially with Protoss, because Protoss has so many shields, right? So you got to be able to wear down the shields. It's kind of like using the fire bat for close range combat and then having behind the siege tanks so that they could clip Protoss, because Protoss is just so strong. Zerg team says nobody JSR. I don't know, man. I was never into Zergs.
Man, that's great.
Yeah. They're so slimy and nasty. Joe.
You know where General Zerg is from?
General Zerg.
It might be the movie Zorg. Anyways, I was gonna say Toy Story, but anyways, that's what I was getting. Yeah. Hey, listen, Sharif, we're getting the retest of that level. It's at the top end of this range right here. So, I mean, do we lift our bid from 1341 all the way up to 48? Like that's a good chunk, especially for the amount of size that I want to put on right here. So I definitely have to take those things into consideration. Are you guys looking at Marathon Digital here for a rebound back and towards the volume weighted average price? I mean, an ebb and flow and a break of this trend line. Where's Neil? Neil team 6.
He's probably out the walk right now.
Yeah, it is. Hopefully it's not raining out there, so we can.
Yeah, I think it rained already, Joey. Because but
it said later on in the day there's supposed to be some thunderstorms, so we'll have to double check.
3 o'clock.
We'll have to hit the inside gym here today, and unfortunately not be able to participate on the outside
weekend is
gym.
Clear though, 25, 26.
Yeah, man.
But you're not here though.
I am not. I will not be
you want me to
here.
check Ottawa?
Well, I'll be in the nation. Yeah, I actually looked today. I checked the nation's capital here today.
Nation's capital. Look at this guy.
So I mean, shout out to, even though it's low key Toronto, but
you got plans for when you're out there? Like,
yeah, we're gonna go canoeing and stuff, and then it's just some celebrating and.
You got the canoeing during the day. You're going to outdoor activities and whatever.
Yeah,
Don't forget the beach I told you about, though, man. Even though it's the river, there's a big-ass beach there.
Is there?
Yeah, it's with sand. When I was
it's with sand.
Yeah. Okay. You want me to get you the exact name?
Yeah, please. That'd be fantastic.
Sending my cousin a message immediately.
Yeah, wear sunscreen, Joe. For sure, man. Thanks for looking out.
I don't even remember the last time I wore sunscreen, bro.
I mean, I sometimes I do until I get that little bit of a tan going. I need to get this sunscreen, and because I got this going on now too, I got to put it on the head. This is new, right? So I can't put.
What's the name of that beach in Ottawa that's on the river that you and I went to that has sand?
Okay.
There you go.
You guys, Katie Damser, what's up, guys? So we're still posted up at this level.
Breaking out.
the wraps breaking out. SPY is at the high of the day. The Nasdaq is at the high of the day. Oh yeah, and you guessed it, Meta high of the day. So some of these bigger names are looking pretty good. And then if you go through a lot of the memory, I'm pretty sure they're not putting in a bad session here as well too. So not completely horrible. Maybe if we can get Nvidia, Katina Man's back in the building. 0.9% to the downside. Google down 1.7%, and SpaceX up 1.6%.
Fish meatballs? Katina Man, do those look like IKEA meatballs?
More homemade.
What's
mine homemade, but like,
what's coming out of them?
Guy, is this legit?
I haven't tried them.
Okay, well you got to tell us exactly when you do try, Katina Man.
Amazing.
No.
Yeah.
Need to know.
No, not these. IKEA.
Sorry, Jack. Are they good, Tiffany?
Thanks, Tiffany.
Tiffany, am I allowed to ask if you play tennis?
Well, you did.
No,
you did. Oh,
Tiffany,
no. It's your favorite.
Because I know you're into tennis, right? Because you were telling us about the rankings and stuff.
What's your favorite sport, Tiffany? Hey.
Favorite sport is basketball. Yeah?
Basketball.
Not much of a basketball guy myself, but you know, gotta find out who plays tennis.
Oh,
the Raptors. There we go.
Come on.
Juan plays tennis. Do you know that?
Yeah, I know. You're
He's actually pretty sick at it.
Yes.
Shout out to my man Juan.
Coming out of them. Yeah, I didn't know what that iffy fluid was. But anyways, aside from that, guys, focusing on what we got with Marathon Digital, we got some size here, but you can see here on this tertiary trend right here, guys. A lot of I mean, there it is.
Okay.
So you know what I mean? It's not a secondary. It's a trend within a trend within a trend, and that is going to be establishing lower highs here. That might give us the ability to catch our fill at this 1341 level, because there's a consolidation and a resistance zone right at that 1344, and it's holding up pretty good right now. Liquidity grab south. What we want to do is hold, because now I have more than double what I had on the initial one, looking for that strong move. But this is the move that I was looking for. I would have been happy with that and offloaded the majority of the shares as we're starting to come back in a little bit. As soon as we see 41 printed on the bid, we're engaged, all right? So we're fully into that one. So let's see what we got going on with Mara.
All right. Well, it is now 5 after 1. And
it is already? Holy,
well,
wow.
You know, we typically know when it's like 1-ish because the Katina Man's back. How's the gym, brother? Pretty good. Fantastic. Very quiet today. Yeah, it's unusual.
It's Thursday, is it not?
Hell yeah.
Is it sunny out?
Nice. Okay, good. Because it's gonna rain at 3, Ram. And it's gonna.
I'm not in anything,
as well, so.
I told you I'm posted up here at 41s on the name. I'm not in anything just yet.
He's looking at picking it up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Tip trade. Okay. Great look there. All right, Sia, let me know if you're thumbs up, if you're ready to go. All right, let's send it over to Sia.
Ready to go always. Let's talk about Goldman Sachs as our first story, up 3% on the day. So it's said today that it has won deals to manage a combined of $70 billion in retirement assets for Verizon Communications as well as Lockheed Martin. So this is one of the larger recent announcements in the outsourced corporate investing market. And GS has said that the mandates include about $30 billion in pension assets for Verizon and Lockheed Martin, and $40 billion in Verizon defined contribution retirement assets, which are typically including 401ks. So unlike the more volatile trading and investment banking operations, GS has said that it is hoping to increase its share of revenues here, and also that are seen more as stable and recurring in GS, like I mentioned, up on the day 3%.
This to you because this is kind of your cup of tea. This is a name that you've been watching for a while.
Goldman Sachs?
You've been watching Goldman and JP, you know?
Yeah, I have been. And you know what, Shreve? It's funny that you mentioned and you brought this up. So I actually watched a piece on, it doesn't matter what watch it, but on private credit.
Right.
And how there was a big issue looming around it. And it actually fell into the conversation. It led into that next thing with Jane Street. Are you familiar with Jane Street?
Of course, man.
Everybody is.
Best
right?
prop firm around, man.
So,
super secretive.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
so
they're not the best.
there was all this negative stigma falling around. This negative stigma falling behind the private credit scene.
Yes,
but
sir.
apparently it's not as bad as what people are making it out to be. Now, the market is apparently going to grow at almost a 10-fold pace. Why? Because the banks just move too slow at times. right? The main national banks. So what I'm getting at here with Goldman Sachs in this specific story is, I mean, it's positive for them, right?
Okay.
So this was a space that was hindered by the fear of the private credit sector. You had the Blue Owls of the world,
Blackstone.
exactly, Blackstone getting involved with this stuff. But what we do have here is an acceleration within the growth of private credit. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not overly worried about it. The individuals who need to be worried about it, in my opinion, are Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley.
Okay.
So that's where I stand on that bit. Other than that, listen.
I don't have too much to say.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say on it either. But I mean, they're just raising more cash. These private credit companies are just raising more and more cash because they have the ability to issue more of a loan than what some of the banks have the ability.
There's issues with private credit as well. As
big time. There's big time issues with private credit, but it's apparently not as bad as what people are making it out to be, and it's going to continue to grow at a substantial rate.
All right, man. Nick Dubb, $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Nick, for the kindness there. Sharif, best of luck today. Mind giving me your thoughts on Beam on 30-minute, liking the ascending move up with a take profit at 40 thoughts. Great way you put it, Nick. I mean, that's just as good as it gets there. You gave me all the information I need. BEAM is the ticker on the 30. This guy, he's quality. Look at that, man. He makes my job so easy. Liking the ascending move with a take profit at 40. All right, definitely ascending. No question about it. But there's a stair step to this, right? You can kind of see that area over here, resistance, area support. I'm talking about 33 to 33.5, so that's the first stair step up. And then we're looking at another resistance level, Nick, 37. A lot of interaction here with 37 as resistance. Now, mind you, you do get above it at times. I'm talking specifically on the 7th of July. But there you go. We're right back below it, 36.5. So to me, 37, important level of resistance. Let me just zoom out here a little bit, Nick. I know you want it on the 30, but I got to see it on the hourly. Not good enough. I need to see it on the 4-hour. Take profits at 40. Why are you telling me take profits at 40, Nick? Are you just because it's a whole dollar, like the $10 level? Because I'm not seeing a whole lot of interactions with 40, Nick, and I haven't, in fact, for a long time. It hasn't been above 40 since February, late February of 24. So we're 2.5 years now removed from that $40 price target. But we do have this day here, that outlying day on the 23rd of June, where we got to 39.24. So I got to agree with you. You know, I'd be looking at wetting the beak certainly at $40 if we can make it up there. You've got a lot of support. This is the daily, Nick, by the way. A lot of higher lows. You basically have an upward channel. If I can kind of draw a similar parallel line there, you got an upward channel. I wouldn't say it's an ascending wedge pattern. I'd say it's an upward channel, but coming into a prior area of resistance. The first thing I'd be looking for, though, Nick, is a decided close of multiple days above 37. Now, you did get the 7th close above 37. Yesterday was a tough day for the market, but this one got bought up late and got bought up above 37. Today, I'd be looking for a close above 37 as well, right? Because we know that level is a tough one. And then if you get and stay above 37, I like your level of 40. I hope you print up multiple storms. Texas Jet fan, my man, David, Joe, Sharif. I'll be on vacation next week. I will be tuning in from the lines at Disney World, man. This guy's all class,
go,
bro.
Man. Yeah, I
He's
know.
got 3 kids, and he does a lot for the man.
Well, clearly he's going to Disneyland.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Good for him. All right, let's send back to Sia with the next segment.
Oh.
No?
Oh, no.
Okay,
We can now, but we can most definitely. But I'm involved here with Marathon.
Go ahead, Joey.
It was a strong downtick, man. This is not looking too great as the market is putting in new highs of the day. And SPY, the Qs, and NVDA starting to rip to 203. Let's see if we can get a turnaround here in Marathon Digital. That was a strong downtick, guys, and that's not what we want to see. If it cracks the LOD, we're out of dodge.
Bro, if it takes prior bar or area low, I'd get out, Joey.
Well, that's right. Yeah, as soon as it breaks out, that momentum tick to the downside is not what I wanted to see on it. So yeah, we'll get out of it when we have to.
All right, sounds good. SRXH continuing to hold this one, but I want to work back into wrap over here. WRAP seems to have some higher lows with an ascending wedge pattern. Let's give this one the old community college try. But it is finding a lot of resistance at 50. Excuse me. Every time it moseys on up to $2.50, it's met with a lot of resistance. In fact, Guys, there's only one candle this entire day on the 5-minute chart where RAP actually closed above 250. I felt it was about to break down, but you know, it is what it is, Joey.
Back a good chunk. So yeah, that's it for me. No, I see MOT. I knew, yeah, exactly. I knew that wasn't a double. Just from a 5-minute time frame, it's probably just a liquidity grab. But I'm not going to mess around with Marathon Digital to the long side anymore. We gave back a third of our day, and that'll be it for me leading into the long weekend. Are we going back over to SIA?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, me neither. All right, so we'll just continue to ramble on here.
We're good to go. We're good to go. Fantastic. What happened,
we were
Ramley?
just testing some technical stuff over there. We're going to take a look at Meta next. Meta's up 1.5%, just short of 1.5% right now. So as we do know it, we've heard earlier this morning, Alexander Wang, that's the Chief AI Officer at Meta, has said that Meta has announced its Muse Spark 1.1, which represents its strongest, quote unquote, strongest model for agentic and coding work yet. So the initial MuseSpark model that had been unveiled back in April had only been made available to select partners who could then access the technology via a private API view. So now Meta is making the new model's API available through a developer portal as part of a much public review, where users will be able to sign up and see instructions for this integration. And a Meta spokesperson has said that some early partners are already able to access this API, but new users will be able to add themselves to the waitlist and will be added there over a period of time. So for now, Meta has said that limiting this API access on its own properties rather than making it available on a third-party platforms like the more popular Open Router Marketplace. Meta up 1.5%.
That's a great headline for them, and I wish them the best, of course, on their next LLM, because so far hasn't been so good. Thank you for that headline, Sia. I'll take a bit of a different angle on a Meta headline, as there were many today. I'm going to talk, of course, about the great province of Alberta, the energy-rich province of Alberta. Of course, that is Canada's energy-rich province. They're getting Meta data center to the tune of $9 billion US, about 13 billion Canadian dollars. Meta already has 33 data centers globally. This will be number 34 from my understanding. Initially, it's going to be a 1 gigawatt data center with ambitions and plans to build it out to 1.8 gigawatts. And they're also bringing in, I know you like this term, Katina, man, BYOP, bring your own power. They are going to be doing that by using they're using Green Light Electric Center, which is a newly minted company by Pembina Pipeline. Now, these two companies over here, they're going to be using gas turbines to power this data center, much like Elon Musk uses for X. And it will be financed, I think, over here. Take 2 to 3 years. They're actually building it a lot quicker than they typically would be. 3 to 7 years is usually how long this one takes to build out, this kind of scale. But they're using previous warehouses, so they'll be able to cut that down, I think, to 2 or 3 years rather than 3 to 7. And it's going to have, liquid cooling, and it's going to be a closed circuit system, so they won't be drawing water to net, right? And that seems to be a big problem, Joey.
Yeah.
The water and the energy prices, those are the main cited reasons for the cancellation of a lot of the data centers that you were astutely pointing out to earlier.
Yeah, to the tune of $130 billion. I mean, there was a pretty aggressive sell-off here. As for Meta, guys, you know what camp I stand. Nvidia putting in new highs of the day as the market is continuing to soar. But as for META, listen, we've had headline after headline in regards if it were to getting into the prediction markets. Then you have the paid tier system within Instagram starting a cloud division, and then the stock just kind of been trading within this range. This is the camp that I'm sitting in, and we've seen it already within Google and Apple when it came to that antitrust. I'm sitting in the exact same boat. Until this is all cleared up from a Meta's perspective, I think it's going to be hard for the stock to find any form of real appreciation. Once they come to a conclusion, I think there's going to be significantly more room to the top side for this name. It's trading below 23 times forward earnings, so I think it's relatively cheap, and it is an extremely cheap stock compared to the rest of its peers. So I like everything to do with Meta after the fact that this antitrust comes to a conclusion.
By the way, it's called Mooney's Bay.
Mooney's Bay?
Yeah.
Cool, I'll check it out.
Let's go over here a couple different stories. This one not really moving at all, but just worth watching in case it gets some kind of move later, which has happened in the past. Medline, MDLN on watch. Apparently they're getting an FDA early alert to notify the public of a potentially high-risk device issue. So again, worth noting this isn't like 100% an issue, but they're just giving an early alert to make people aware of potential issues here. I also want to mention Microsoft, because OpenAI, which of course we know Microsoft, despite their issues, are still heavily invested in OpenAI, and they have historically been invested in the company. OpenAI, I think starting around 1 p.m., they're hosting this live stream for their GPT 5.6. Apparently there's going to be hosting sites that they're now launching as well. And apparently pricing as well here, 1 million tokens across 3 model sizes with Sol, $5 input for $30 output. Terra, $2.50 input, $15 output. Their Luna is $1 input at $6 output. Again, this is token prices. So a couple different notes here, MSFT in focus, but Sia has another story for us.
Absolutely, Adira, and we're going to discuss it together. So as you do know, Pepsi reported mixed quarterly results, resulting with it's struggling with its North American food and beverage divisions. So CEO Ramon Laguarta has said in prepared remarks that have been shared on the company's website today that the results have been tempered in the quarter as the U.S. food and beverage category performance overall moderated with consumer budgets tightening due to rising inflationary pressure. Sorry about that. So earnings per share have come in at $2.20 adjusted versus the expected $2.21. And revenue at $24.18 billion versus $23.95 billion expected. So they also reported, like I said, second quarter net income of $2.98 billion, which is, or $2.18 shares per share, up from $1.26 billion, or 92 cents a year earlier. So that's like a bit of a good look there, obviously. We have PEP that's also earned $2.20 per share, excluding restructuring, impairment charges, and other items. Net sales risen 6.4% as well to $24.18 billion. Organic revenue risen 2.4%, excluding, however, acquisitions, divestitures, and foreign currency. We have global volume for Pepsi's food that has also increased 3%. And on the other hand, volume for beverages risen 2%. But this excludes pricing, foreign exchange fluctuations as well, and reflects the demand more accurately that way. But Pepsi's volume growth has come more this time from international markets than just North American and domestic markets. It's been much weaker. So food business over there has reported a flat volume for the quarter rather, and its North American beverage division has seen a volume drop of 4%. So CEO of the company has said that GLP-1 consumers also stay within the company's categories, but in much smaller portions. And Pepsi has also warned of higher input cost inflation, where in H2 saying that U.S. consumers are facing rising inflationary pressures. And the CEO of the company has said that the near-term U.S. outlook all depends on the price of gas. It all comes back to gas, while international markets have remained, quote-unquote, very resilient. Give us your take, Adira.
I just want to show this visual because I think it really kind of shows everybody quite nicely exactly the comments that were just being made. So as you guys can see here, GAAP revenue growth on a year-over-year basis in all of its regions and businesses, except for North American foods, which was down 2% year-over-year. Now, North American GAAP revenue growth for beverages actually was there, about 7% year-over-year increase. But as mentioned here, international beverages, 11% growth. Europe here, EMEA, that's up 10% year-over-year. Latin American food business up 15% over year. Asian Pacific food business up 12% year over year. Now, GAAP operating profit growth, this is interesting. As you can tell, there are two segments that are not present here that were present for revenue, and that's because those two segments did not have any meaningful growth or decline. So that means you have flat year over year beverages for North America. You also have some flat year over year Latin America business. But again, you're still seeing here lots of strength internationally. And again, with GAAP operating profit, the other thing you're still seeing is North American weakness. Foods, as we said, down 4% year over year, and no meaningful change in the North American beverage business. So we know that also during the earnings call, I read some of the comments there, Ramon Laguarta and crew are really, really emphasizing that North American concern. I think if Pepsi can get that business back together, this isn't actually a bad look from an international perspective. It could be like more of a Lululemon or a Nike, and I know this isn't a great comparison, but they're both in the consumer side as well, where you've got China weakness and you also have everything else weakness. This is a situation where, okay, everywhere else is really strong, the home base just needs to tighten up a bit. So I do think that is possible. Also, a completely random fun fact that has nothing to do with the earnings, but is pretty cool. If you guys see the colors here, I have some of the colors on this infographic that are the same colors as the little globe in the PepsiCo logo. So I recently learned that those colors have to do with the different businesses under PepsiCo's label. So the orange is for Tropicana. The green is for Gatorade. There's a couple others there, but yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting, and I always like to share that whenever I can. Lots to think about here for these PepsiCo earnings.
100%, I agree on the domestic point as well. But thank you so much. That's a very cool insight. Sending it over to the guys to see what they think about this.
I feel like you guys covered the majority of it quite well there. So 4% drop in North American sales. Obviously, that's not a good look. They have to pick that back up, especially food as well. International volume, Adara mentioned that this one grew, and it certainly did. 3% for food, 2% for beverages. But what they're resorting to is shrinkflation. They're selling smaller, lower-priced goods in these emerging markets, which is obviously generating a little bit less of revenue per item. So that keep in mind. And then Sia mentioned the GLP-1 craze. Ramon Laguarta, he's the CEO. He conceded that GLP-1s are hurting their business, but he said consumers are staying with Pepsi, but they're purchasing smaller portions. Makes sense, right? Because their hunger is cut a little bit there. And then the gas margin volatility, Sia mentioned this as well, of course. This we know, gas prices find their way into food no matter how you want to square this circle, Joey. So Pepsi, I think, some good, some bad.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif, you hit that one on the head. Obviously, with slight inflationary measures, you're going to see the consumer tighten up a little bit. And are they going to be getting rid of, is the first thing off their list, some of these snacks? Well, I mean, we often talk about clothing and associate, hey, if the consumer is really starting to cool down, what are you cutting off first? And is it some of these, I'm not going to call them unhealthy snacks, but maybe at times, not something that you necessarily need. But now, as for the GLPs, the companies actually had to make a pretty large pivot. Right. So what happened with a lot of the branding is that you would see the lower calorie snacks. They're just getting into a whole new different space. Why? Because there was that disruptive service coming in from these weight loss drugs. So that's where I stand. Listen, a company like Pepsi, personally, it offers a dividend. I do like everything. You're not going to get the extreme capital appreciation, but there is some headwinds in front of it. And obviously that is the growing popularity of, I mean, from peptides to even GLPs, where people are looking for those more healthy alternative lifestyles. You are seeing that translate into the company itself with its products, but it's also associated with, hey, do we need that much sugar? What are we looking at here from an aspartame? If you're going to get into all the nitty gritty of things. For me personally, I think you're just seeing a broadening of people wanting to live these different healthier lifestyles. And that's why you're seeing the Coca-Colas of the world and the Pepsis not doing those big numbers.
And that's the thing too. It's like, even with the GLP-1 craze, think about this, right? If under traditional health crazes, you have the same purchase of food, you just have a redirection of the money into the healthy food. With GLP-1s, because your appetite is suppressed in general, you're generally buying less food, not different types of food. So it is actually demand destructive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
100%,
health crazes usually redirect money. In this case, you're not redirecting the money.
But even so, like, I believe if you're going to go the GLP route, it's like, okay, so you're taking the initiative to kind of have a healthier lifestyle. So not only are you having the demand destruction, you might also see the pivot into people buying that more healthy alternative.
Well, yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I'm not saying your people are not looking for healthy. Sure. Let's go back up and talk about the Strait.
Let's talk a little oil. Yes, oil tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has been slowed after the Iranian attacks on 3 commercial ships this week has pushed the Persian Gulf to the brink of a renewed war. So Matt Smith, who's the director of commodity research at the trade intelligence firm Kepler, has said that 13 tankers have crossed the Strait as of yesterday. Let me give you a rundown that compared to an average ships crossing the Strait were 33, so over the previous week. So 13 is a low number, but still something. The ships have either followed the route that was controlled by Iran or switched their transponders off so that their location would not be shown and avoid certain tracking as well. So oil prices have rallied more than 6% this week. So investors are worrying about the fact that crude exports through Hormuz could potentially plunge again. The U.S. and Iran fight for control of the strait. As we do know it, USO is currently down 2.8% on the day. We saw during Sector Watch that the energy sector was also lagging behind. The day prices have fallen. Market has placed bets, like I said, off the latest round of U.S. strikes on Iran will not lead to a return to a full-scale war between the two countries.
Oh boy, sorry, just give me a sec here. Take over for a sec because my notes got all.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, President Trump stating comments he doesn't think a war with Iran will start again. Yesterday it was the complete opposite. He was prepared to hit them heavy. Now he doesn't believe that they're going to have any more further conflict other than them trying to reach an agreement. Now, if oil starts flowing, by all means, it's just a back and forth with Donald Trump. It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. And then sure enough, I believe that this thing has cooled down, and that's why USO wasn't overly reactive, and neither was the market.
And the $80 level we spoke about yesterday, where the shorts are accumulated, that is the data that I was able to pull. The shorts have set up, the majority of short positions are at the $80 level on Brent. If you're using TradingView, Brent is UK oil. And we got through 80 yesterday only momentarily, and then down we go, and now we're stair-stepping down, right? So couple of things. First and foremost, a lot of this move up, apparently, if you believe some of the data coming out from Kepler, is that this was short covering. And so this move up here wasn't buying, it wasn't new money, it was short covering. And then you get to the 80. In fact, yesterday this high was 80.58, and that was as good as we could do on the day. And now we're down into 76. So I feel like the shorts are defending their position here. And we saw it, jive with the technicals. And we gave you this $80 level before it even hit 80. We were talking about this one in the morning. Now, that's from a technical perspective. From the side perspective here, aside from technicals, the fact that the tankers are forced to kind of crawl directly through these very controlled routes or kind of go dark proves that, these Western naval convoys, I feel like they're overwhelmed. They can't handle the amount of ships that are needed, or they can't handle the amount of ships that are going through the strait, whether or not they're hugging the Omani coast or whatever. So that is something to think about there. As Sia mentioned, 13 vessels dropping from 33 per day. It's a 60% reduction. I wouldn't mind seeing this conflict come to a final end here soon. Let's go back to Sia.
Let's take a look at Nvidia gaining after unveiling new performance data that is showing its open source Nematron 3 Ultra AI model that can match leading closed AI models while also delivering inference at roughly 1/10 the cost. So the results have been validated using long chains, deep agents benchmark, where Nvidia and Nematron AI models has achieved a business task parity with some of the industry's top proprietary models. So this enforces, I would say, Nvidia's push beyond its AI hardware into enterprise AI software outlook, because these lower inference costs are becoming a key competitive advantage, especially as these companies are continuing and looking to deploy AI agents at scale. That Nvidia trading flat.
Okay, so this is super important here because the Chinese are absolutely dominating, and I really do mean dominating, the open source model world, okay? All the best open source models are coming from that country. So that has a number of implications. One, of course, is that, anybody who wants to build their model on top of a free model so they don't have to incur the billions of dollars that it takes in training are going to be building their model on a Chinese model. Step Nvidia. Perfect. He understood what he's doing here. I'm talking, of course, about Jensen. He knew that if he wants to capture the non-hyperscaler customers, because that's only people that can afford to build their own models and train their own models, right? So he's got to capture the non-hyperscalers so that they can also use his product. He puts out a free model, an open source model, of course, that's very competitive, not only with the closed source paid models, but with the Chinese open source models. I don't want to say and exaggerate and use hyperbole and to say it's an existential threat, but it is a competition here, not just between the two countries in AI, but it's a competition of models, right? Are we going to, is the open source model going to be espoused more by the commercial world, or are we going to have the closed source model? And that's, you know what I mean? And the world, I could definitely see just as a global position, if these open source models actually end up being pretty good, there's a chance that they could adopt the Chinese models, man. And that is a threat to Western dominance in AI.
Yeah.
So I step in Nvidia, I happen to like this.
I don't disagree. How long do you think like the Chinese would allow, like, I mean, remember how much of a disruptive service DeepSeek was when it first came? Like, it just it was crazy. So anyways, aside from this, guys, open source, we'll hop into what's going on with these H200s here. So a limited amount, and this is what Sharif and I were going on about yesterday, was just that President Trump allowed the H200 GPUs and marked departure from previous policy, but it's, however, Chinese officials have yet to grant permission for customers to purchase them, despite various reports indicating otherwise, in which I was saying they had approval, they had the licenses to acquire these things. But Sharif, why would the
you want to do this now?
No. Okay. I was going to say, why?
Yeah.
No,
you're talking about that.
Yeah. So I'm literally just why would the Chinese buy them off of Nvidia themselves when they can get them illegally from SMCI?
I don't know.
Huh? Why would Why would
think
you
about
do that?
When you buy something illegally, you can't
have it out there in the open.
Even if you have it out there in the open, what are they going to do to you? But you can't get it serviced.
No.
You know what? Nvidia is not going to come there and help you. And if there's any troubleshooting,
exactly,
like you're on your own.
You're on your own.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I completely agree with you on that, man. I happen to like Nemotron, man. I've obviously never used it. I've never built anything on top of it, but I like the concept of North Americans having a competitive open source model, man. Absolutely, because you definitely want people using your product, even if it is free, because it's not even free. It's like a freemium, right? You want the open source model? All right, you got to buy a bunch of H100s. You got to buy a bunch of Blackwells. All right, so I'll show up to do that, but I don't have to train a model for $3 billion. Because that's what I think it was even higher than that. Last report I was reading, it was several billion now just to train a basic model.
Talk to your boy Sam then.
Yeah, well, Sam's got his hands full with that delayed IPO. So we'll have to see how that goes.
I believe he needs it. I think Sam needs the IPO.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Do you think he's ready to hear what the market thinks about his company?
I believe he needs it just because of how much he's obligated and how much he's in debt right now.
Yeah, that's another thing. I think maybe that's why. All right, let's see it. Let's send it back to the ladies.
Push higher here on PCAR PACCAR. This is an industrial type play here, I believe transportation as well, pushing sharply higher as the New York Times reports that the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, is moving to loosen limits on pollution from trucks. So again, some pollution rules potentially changing here according to the New York Times. Great look here for PCAR, up decently with quite a notable 3-minute candle here since we've gotten that news. So send it over to Sia for the next segment.
Thank you so much, Adara. We're also going to include you in this as well. So SK Hynix's $28 billion US ADR offering has attracted demand more than 7 times the available share. So this highlights a strong investor appetite here. One of the most important companies in AI semiconductor supply chain. So the capital raised will be helping fund new factories and equipment to meet surging demand for these AI memory chips. The company has become NVIDIA's largest supplier of high bandwidth memory, which is the HBM that we do keep talking about on the show, with CEO Jensen Huang recently saying that these memory shortages are likely to persist for years as this AI infrastructure spending continues. And SK Hynix remains one of the biggest beneficiaries, as you do know it, with the AI build out, despite the recent volatility that we've been seeing across the semiconductor space and stocks.
So yeah, I think the history of this company is really crazy and fascinating and worth noting. So basically, this was founded as Hyundai Electronics by Hyundai founder Chung Ju-young in 1983. So it's a very old company, and I did not realize the Hyundai connection. So basically, the South Korean government was pressuring a whole bunch of these smaller non-Samsung companies more or less to merge. So they acquired LG Semicon in 1998. Then they rebranded as Hynix Semiconductor in 2001. Obviously, financial crisis, all that stuff. And they had to have creditors intervene. But then if you fast forward like 10, 11 years, the creditors don't want anything to do with Hynix anymore. They're trying to sell it. They eventually find a buyer by the name of SK Telecom. You guys see the name now, for $3 billion in 2012. At that point, they become SK Hynix. So that's kind of the quick history there. And I believe 2021, they bought Intel's NAND business for $9 billion. So just a quick history. You can find this, of course, on X at TTV Research. IPO range, I was seeing reports of $158.14 to $166, but that's literally just based on like conversion from the won amount that they said they were trying to raise here. So we're going to have to wait and find out in terms of the IPO price range. I was seeing anywhere from 149 as well, so that would be lower than the price range they wanted if it is $149 per share. We're going to have to wait. Roughly $28 billion offering amount. Lead underwriters here, Goldman Sachs, JPM, Bank of America, and Citigroup, all four of which, by the way, will be reporting next Tuesday before the bell. So nice look here. We'll have to wait and see if IPO season continues with the bang here or a bit of a bust with this IPO tomorrow. I know it's not traditionally an IPO, it's just a U.S. listing, but I found this really fascinating to do the history into this. And if you want to read more, again, exit TTV Research.
Thank you so much.
These ADRs, right? So ADRs are American Depository Receipts. This is what's going to be coming to market, hopefully tomorrow if it comes in on time. And right away, analysts were looking at what the expected price of the ADR was going to be and what it was trading on the Kospi in Korea. And right away, they were seeing a variance where the ADR was going to be a little bit more pricey. So there was an arbitrage opportunity there, but that dwindled away. That potential for an arb went all away as soon as the Korean regulator came out and said, you can convert your ADRs back into common shares in Korea, but you can't convert your common shares in Korea back to ADR, and that reduces the ARB opportunity. So all of a sudden, that big variance that we were seeing between the two exchanges, it narrowed big time. So that ARB, probably a little bit out of the way, just for anybody who's interested. But we're also talking here about $171 billion in pre-orders from institutional investors. Well, why is it so oversubscribed? What is this ridiculous number? Well, there is this rule specifically with ADRs where you don't actually have to front the money ahead of time. So you can throw in the order at the IPO. It's not really an IPO, obviously, but you know what I'm saying. When it comes to list off on a secondary listing, you can throw the money towards them and then you get a certain amount of shares back. That's not the case here. So what they're doing is they're just reserving a huge amount of shares that they're not having to back with any funds. And so they're oversubscribing to make sure they get what they want. What that does, obviously, is it inflates this oversubscription number. Another piece to think about there. And then last but not least, I mentioned this in the morning, UBS, like large investment houses, not just UBS, but they're actively distributing structural trade recommendations, advising some of their clients to buy the new Nasdaq ADR and then simultaneously short the native Seoul listed common stock, which has already helped drop the Kospi about 5% from where it was trading at the beginning of the week. So something to think about there before tomorrow's IPO.
Listen, I don't think there's, again, guys, and I'm just like, I'm speaking my own mind and just obviously how I feel about this coming in. It's not going, again, I don't know, but you have to be cautious. I don't want to say it's going to react like, not going to react like an IPO. Anything can happen. But you have to understand that the Kospi is really made up of two stocks, and that's Samsung and SK Hynix. This went on a 200% run, which is absolutely insane, okay? This is an index. So there's other names within this. And if you go further back, it's even more. If you go to the start of the year, it's closer to 300%. Now, what is going on here is just a massive influx of liquidity coming in. And what can that mean? People offloading a bunch of shares, right? So I'm worried about what's going on with SK Hynix. I don't think it's the best for the South Korean investor, in my opinion, but they want to raise cash. So is it good for the retail person who's been trading this for the past, over 12 months, and it's just almost buy at any given point and buy any form of dip, and next thing you know, you're up 100%? No, I believe it's going to add more liquidity into the situation now. And with that being said, and I said that bright and early this morning, more opinions, and it's going to be significantly more choppy. The Kospi is down 22% off of its highs. Okay, so that's a pretty hefty pullback, especially if we're going to be calling this frothy. You would expect us to be trading around the highs when you're going to be releasing this IPO. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more downside in some of these memory storage names. See ya.
About CBRS, Cerebras Systems is expanding aggressively into Europe, which is announcing its plans to launch its first regional AI infrastructure capacity by the end of this year, this 2026, while also investing several $1 billion to build new data centers across France and the Nordic region. The company is targeting 200 megawatts of AI compute capacity by the end of 2027, with a portion that's already being committed to supporting OpenAI workloads under its existing partnership. So management has said that the expansion is aimed at meeting the growing demand in high-performance AI infrastructure that's closer to European customers, with that CBRS is up 11% on the day. But we're going to pause and go to Adara.
I've talked about service now, guys. NOW, a little bit of a drop here, certainly not helping the ideas that today was kind of SaaSmageddon 2.0 with a couple negative software headlines. This one, though, comes from the information reporting that Sanofi has reduced its usage of ServiceNow and increasing their usage of SAP via AI agents. So again, this idea here that ServiceNow is losing customers to, at least in part, concerns about better AI. So NOW, a little bit to the downside here on that report from the information.
All right, let's talk about this European 200 gigawatt footprint. We're talking about France, we're talking about Norway and Finland by the end of 2027, but in focus here should be European data sovereignty. That is something that a lot of countries right now are grappling with, including this one in Canada as well. They do not want their data in the hands of companies who may be subject to American laws that would be able to elicit that information upon request. Obviously, I think everybody wants to protect their data. And that's why they're building them there, so that they have access to them there, and then they can regulate them there and prevent any information from leaving Europe, heading back to North America, whatever ends up happening. So European data sovereignty and focus, Canada as well, doing the same thing. But let's talk about how this is getting built out. $20 billion multi-year compute contract with you-know-who, Altman and company at OpenAI. That's how it's being pre-funded and insulated from utilization risks as well that are usually present at this stage. Think about that. And then they're also apparently building national hyperscale data centers takes about 3 to 7 years due to permitting. Apparently here, they're going directly into pre-existing facilities that already have been built in Norway and in Finland. I don't think they have one in France, so they're going to have to build that one out. That means to me that it's probably going to take a little bit longer. We're also talking about this thing trading at about 130 times price to sales, right? Future. So that equity research desks are super paranoid about that. They say the company enters this European deal with and the capex that has to come along with it at a staggering 130 times, alongside negative earnings. I mean, that literally is the case. Yeah, they have a moat they can defend, right? Cheap RAM is what they're basically able to do. They're able to put less costly RAM, so they're kind of protected from the upcycle we're seeing in DRAM and NAND right now. But also, tech analysts view this multi-billion-dollar, placement as a calculated political defensive play. Kind of by building heavy infrastructure natively inside Europe, they're effectively, protecting their international business from, and maybe a new administration comes in and says, no, you can't sell this latest GPU outside of America. This GPU's got to be here, or any other past GPU, maybe saying going all the way back to the H100. Once you get them out of the country, you're sort of shielded about any potential export bans. And we've seen kind of that defensive posturing already. Whether it comes to the Middle East, you don't want to sell them their best chips because maybe they have access to China, or you don't want to sell in Asia because the Chinese seem to be using those countries as gateways, right? There's a lot of export restrictions at play right now. This is kind of like the new military equipment almost.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, man. I like that. Alongside the OpenAI deal, we're also getting a deal with Amazon Web Services to bring global inference as well. So they're going to be working alongside the Trainium 3 chip unit with Cerebras CS3 systems. So, I mean, listen, this company's been starting its build out, and we were talking about Norway and France as well a while ago when you've seen OpenAI start to get involved with some of these companies to actually build that. But this is just leads to my point of Sam Altman. If you go through all the people he has deals with, and I mean, like, think about Adara will probably like this one. How much from an RPO standpoint does Oracle have with Sam Altman? Now they got $20 billion here with Cerebras as well. So it's just like the list is continuing to grow. He needs this IPO. Cerebras, unfortunately, at a loss of 4 cents per share, beating the consensus of 16 cent loss, so not too bad. I like this in the CoreWeave play, but now is the space starting to be a little bit too crowded, Sharif, with Meta starting to step in as well too with cloud provision?
Well, that's the thing, man. I don't know, Joey. I don't think it's getting crowded because you can't get enough of this stuff at the moment. My concern is not a lack of demand, but a technological revolution, something that changes, that allows us to do more with less. That creates trouble.
That's, can I say that? I think that's inevitable.
Inevitable, but of course, you're able to do more with less, but incrementally, right? And usually it's like a staged process, right?
Yeah,
we get the next Vera Rubin or whatever it is, right? I'm just worried all of a sudden somebody comes out with an algorithm that all of a sudden you need half the RAM that you were using before, and then Micron corrects 25%
that was going to be my question. Do you think we fall into a cycle maybe where it's not that we're finding the efficiency, but then we have this glut of compute where the demand isn't there and it becomes a cyclical
Why
thing?
would demand though drop though? That's the question.
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Why would it drop? I don't see it dropping anytime soon because I think we're only getting more adaptive within the technologies that the Anthropics, the OpenAIs, and the Geminis are providing.
I think that's like saying internet usage goes down. I hate to keep drawing the parallels between the internet because I know they're not the same, right? But I just think AI, like the internet, is going to be in everything. In everything. Like the internet is in everything right now. It's in your TV, it's in your fridge, it's everything, right?
You're not wrong. Yeah, I agree with you.
That's kind of my feeling there. Let's go to CF for Levi's.
Let's talk Levi's. So Levi Strauss has delivered a strong quarterly beat, topping Wall Street on both earnings, also revenue, raising full year guidance, increasing its dividend as well. So adjusted EPS has come in at 28 cents versus 24 cents that was expected. Revenue has climbed 8% to $1.56 billion ahead of its estimates, and management has also lifted its outlook for it. So now expecting full year sales growth between the range of 7% to 7.5% Adara, and adjusted EPS of $1.46 to $1.52. So this shows confidence that both pricing as well as unit demand will continue to show this supporting results. And CEO of the company, Michelle Gass, has said that the consumer demand has remained healthy across Levi's core, value, and premium product lines. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, so I want to just show here this visual, which I thought I had already scheduled to post, and apparently, I've got too many infographics going on because it totally hasn't been posted. So check this out probably tomorrow on XTTV Research for earnings day 2. But meanwhile, it's earnings day 1. Let's break down this revenue. So just over more or less half of their revenue here, $815 million of the roughly $1.562 billion they reported. That's going to come from their America segment. Their Europe segment here, a quarter or so, $420 million, shout out to 420, I guess. Asia revenue, $284 million. And then for some reason, they have all these regional segments, and their last segment is Beyond Yoga, which I have to assume is not a region, but rather a business. Either way, that's $43 million. It's a little sliver here of their revenue. But year-over-year growth, unlike what we saw with Pepsi, it's everywhere. And it's actually particularly strong here in America and also with Beyond Yoga, which again, smallest segment, but largest growth. This is not a bad look here for LEVI. And again, if you want to look at this growth on your own, it will be on XTTV Research, probably tomorrow mid-morning.
Like the direct-to-consumer channel growth, right? And we've seen this strategy work successfully for some and unsuccessfully for others. The case that comes to my mind, Nike stepping back away from DTC and going back to the wholesale, whether they're going to Dick's Sporting Goods or they're the acquisition, of course, by Dick's of Foot Locker, but they're going to that three-wall setup. Levi's is not, and they're able to hold on to margins better by having that DTC. So I like that aspect of it, and I like the way that they're able to make it work, whereas Nike isn't. But there's also a reason their EPS was high, because cotton deflation, that was huge. The primary driver behind the adjusted EPS was that by 4 cents, was not a sudden surge in customer demand for denim. Instead, it was a capitalization on a sharp multi-month deflationary collapse in the global raw cotton input costs that allowed them to increase their margins. But there is also, in this very good report, and let's be fair, there's also cannibalization of higher margin products. What are we talking about? Credit card transactions reveal that the middle class consumer behavior is aggressively shifting downward. So basically, sales of lower priced lines are significantly outpacing premium denim. And that creates what people are calling a dangerous product mix that threatens gross margins in the rest of 26 and into 27. And this is not the first time we've seen companies report that consumer behavior is changing, right? Now, there may not be spending dollar value, total dollar value less, but their preferences are going for less expensive items. Less expensive items typically have lower margins. In this case, margins weren't hit because cotton dropped and they were able to make their money that way. What do you think?
No, I believe you guys know where I stand when it comes to the retail space, but adding 37 company stores in the Americas and 17 in Asia, just kind of back to your whole point there, Sharif, boosting the DTC sales, which is really good. Now, reported stronger demand for warm weather items, lightweight denim, linen shirts and dresses, expanded short range. That denim is up 70% year over year, boosting sales. So, I mean, Sharif's onto a couple of things. Nike, unfortunately, not being able to produce the way that this company is. But if we're talking about the retail space from an appreciation standpoint, I just think it's really, really tough to sit in. As good as those numbers are, this is what we're looking at from a technical standpoint. I mean, $17 up to 24. I understand that's 38% from April, but a lot of this is just sideways price action. I just believe this is a really, really tough space to get involved with. And I mean, if you're going to park your money in it, Sharif, for the dividend, it's not horrible, but it's not great either. For me, I just think there's more opportunities outside of clothing.
When's the last time you bought anything from Levi's?
2008, maybe.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't even think I've owned Levi's jeans since high school.
And let me say,
I got to be honest with you.
Listen, I used to purchase. I remember I bought my first pair of Levi jeans because Young Jock was.
Young Jock, yeah. About that life?
No, but in all seriousness, they did a partnership. Like if we're talking partnerships with celebrities, we know what happened with Sydney Sweeney, Travis Kelce. Well, Beyonce was a big partnership with Levi. Yeah, with Levi's for quite some time. Oh, and your boy SGA, Shea Alexander as well.
Partner with Drake at the Portugal game there.
No, I didn't.
You didn't see that?
Oh yeah, I seen Drake there. Yeah,
it was with SGA.
So maybe those partnerships add a little bit of a boost to sales as well too, but I stand in the camp that it's temporary and eventually it'll cool off.
Mike, PD Ryder, hope you all having a good day. We are, man. Hope you're having a great day, Mike. Shout out to you. Let's send it back to Sia.
Thank you. Let's talk about our final story for this news segment. So FCell, Fuel Cell Energy, has announced a strategic collaboration with Siemens to accelerate deployment of commercial fuel cell power systems, which will give FCell another high-profile industrial partner as it looks to expand its distributed energy products. Now, under this agreement, Siemens will be providing an electric balance of plant, that is EBOP systems, engineering, integration, also medium voltage equipment for fuel cells installations there. The two companies will be jointly evaluating opportunities to deploy these fuel cells alongside battery storage, microgrids, and also distributed energy systems over there. So the partnership is aimed at speeding up commercialization of 100+ megawatt projects while lowering the deployment costs and also improving execution. So no immediate financial impact has been announced as of yet, but FCell is up on the day. It had a huge uptick pre-market as well. It's up on the day, 6.65% to be exact.
Thank you for that, Sia. All right, let's take the technical side of this because this thing's been all over the map, right? We've been advising, well, we don't advise, sorry. We've been letting you know that we're long this in the swing account and we're still in that breakout despite these heavy corrections. I still think that we're holding trend. To me, we hold trend so long as we make higher lows continually. And I think that that is what we're doing. And the higher lows are ironically finding support at that red line. That red line is always going to be the 50 exponential on my charts. But it looks like we double top there through 39. I want to see if we catch another bid through 30, right? We got to 39 the other day, and then it was 1, 2, 3 out of 5 days of selling, and all of a sudden we're testing that $20 level again today with 20 yesterday and then 26 today. I'm going to continue to hold this, guys, until it fails a prior area low. The prior area low for me currently, because we're at an area low, would be at around that 18 and a third. So right around this area here. It loses that, it loses me as a trader. And, we're going to hope we do pretty good on this one, but right now, big couple of days correcting here, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much I can really say on this other than the partnership with Simons to explore scalable fuel cell power solutions. I know Plug Power has been struggling for quite some time, and that's a stock that couldn't find any form of momentum. But as for all the technical, Sharif went over those to a T. So yeah, not much I can really say on this F cell. I mean, it is, for me, at times it does fall into this meme type price action.
Yeah.
But man, oh man, does the monthly look ugly on that bad boy.
Oh yeah, God, if you look back at where this was trading during the pandemic.
Bro.
Yeah, exactly. Was that a split there?
Yeah, it split
yeah,
twice.
A couple of split, exactly.
Reverse, reverse, reverse.
I remember this. My buddy Alfred had a monster trade on this during 2020.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it was big. He had a good one there.
What is thanks for the show, Joe. No problem, crap stock. There goes Nvidia up to 203. Thanks, Sharif, as well too. Make sure to wear my arm floaties this weekend. I will do.
At Moody's Bay.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Katina Man says I hit the dog paddle, so I've been working on my.
Hold on, can you swim?
Yeah, I could swim, man, but I'm not like if you were like, hey man, swim to that island out there, I'd struggle for sure.
Yeah?
But I can swim.
I don't know, Katina, man. We're talking about Central Island? I don't know.
No, if you so let's do so if you were to be like, hey, from Harborfront to Toronto Island,
okay.
No chance.
Well, that's like a 10-minute, 15-minute ferry. So that's not, you know, that's not an easy.
But you know what I'm getting at? Like if it's like extreme.
This is the guy that runs 10K blindfolded too, by the way. Right?
No, but
so
swimming
may
significantly
not know
harder.
How good he is.
I have mad dense bones, bro. I can't float.
That is the thing. That is the thing with me as well.
Yeah, like I can't float. I could never float on my back.
I don't know. I think it has something to do with genetics.
It does.
It does. I think from a certain continent, you know, like you're from that continent. Hey, I'm from that continent too, my man, and that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I've had trouble all my life floating, bro. All my life.
Yeah, I was never good.
Yeah.
I was never. And like for me, treading water was tough.
Well, he's half
the
Jamaican, and I'm from Egypt, and we know where Egypt is, right? Like,
it's Africa. Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're African,
they're not
descendants
from Jamaica.
of Africa.
They come from somewhere else. Yeah. Well, the DNA doesn't change, Katina, man. I mean, it's just there, right? Like, well, if you're Sicilian. Are you Sicilian? You're not. Are you Calabrese?
We all come from the same place.
Where what Italian, if you don't mind my asking?
It's
Pescata. Yeah, I didn't actually. I know Katina, man, almost 5 years. I didn't know what kind of Italian he was.
Yeah.
But there you go.
What do you say, pescado?
Yeah, pescata.
Pescata.
Look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Bro. Yo,
it's on the water,
Joey. Double check that one, bro, for sure.
Eddie, he is from Corleone.
Yeah,
he is, isn't he, Eddie, man?
Corleone.
Shout out to my man, Eddie. Now I know he's a Madridista. How do I say it? Madrista? How do I say it, Eddie? Madridista or a Madrista? Tell me how to say it, Eddie. But that means he's from Madrid, and he also supports the Madrid team.
Could you swim to Toronto Island?
I can swim. I have trouble floating, though. So it is a struggle. It requires more energy from me than it would somebody else. And that's
yeah. So yes or no to being able to swim to Toronto?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know it quite yet, man. I have no idea.
You don't know yet?
Madridista. There we go. So I got that right. All right, man.
All right.
It is. We're 30 seconds deep here.
I know, man.
I think we're going to multiply by
It's you and our good boy Obi tomorrow as well. So I hope everyone has a solid one. Have fun with SK Hynix, man. Swing that bat.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
That's all I can say about that. Oh, boy. There he is.
Right.
I already saw him today. I thanked him for all the food, right? Because I've been taking all his food.
Oh.
Right?
Because he doesn't come in.
He gets a dish and he doesn't come in, and I take all his protein. So I had to thank him for that. All right, guys, and thank you guys for joining us. Obi and I, same bat time, same bat channel. Joey is off tomorrow. Take care, guys.
What a surprise! Joe's off one more day, so we'll say that, and we'll save that for it's good. Why did you open up just on me like that? This is like so dramatic that it's on me right here, but. Yeah, I know Neil's going to be we're going to be doing a little bit of a lesson here quite soon. But yeah, enjoy your day off there, Joe. And I'm sure, oh, my mic is having static issues. Okay. You know, people's elbow on the mic, right? See, let me know if that's any better. I'll put this in my ear and you guys can let me know there, Andre or Tiffany, how it's. Okay, we're getting a battery change. But hey, in the meantime, let's just put it on my screen and I can talk a little bit about this. We still are long Nvidia, man. I mean, this is the only name that we've traded all day here. And it was a tough one as it fell through. And then now we back right up to the upside. So we are trying to hold on to a little bit of Nvidia. Are we switching the battery? Okay, here she comes now with another one. But that's Nvidia right there. And what a nice day it's been on a nice recovery battle here for SpaceX. So as you can see, SpaceX now at the highs of the day. All right, bear with me. We'll do it live. We take it out. Can't see me. How are we sounding now with the new battery in there? You know, oh, it's worse. Great. This is working out absolutely fantastic right now. What has Ramin done to the mics is what everybody wants to know. Nice. I like the headband there, Ramin. Very, very nice. How's it going? Bear with us here as we try to work through it. Okay. Fabian has fixed it, Ramin, apparently. So we are, oh, great. Thank you. Yeah, more microphones. That's great. Yeah, so we get ready to rock and roll here today with SpaceX, with Nvidia, and it's all ahead of SK Hynix. But I heard because Joe's off tomorrow, SK Hynix may delay until Monday. But no, that's not going to be happening. We are very, very excited for it. I was actually looking it up, and Neil and I will start talking about this in a little bit. But, you know, the last major, I wrote down 3. I did a little bit of research here in the over the lunch hour there. Coupang was a big one. CPNG, that came out in March of 2021. That's another South Korean name, and that was $4 billion worth. So that's a pretty big one there. Coupang. Alibaba came out in September of 2014. I actually didn't write down the total. I just asked Gemini this. And then ARM came out on September the 14th of 2023. Those were basically the last 3 big lists there that were, you know, ADRs that turned around from, you know, a previous listing over into the US as they look for a little bit more capital. So we're very, very excited tomorrow to bring you the SK Hynix initial listing over there on the Nasdaq. That should be a heck of a lot of fun. But for now, guys, have you ever wondered how we build watch lists? Every day I put out the sticky note. We all put out our little report in our notes. It's called a watch list, and that's about as easy of a term as you're going to remember because you're trying to watch out for stocks. But hey, sometimes you spend hours building these watch lists, and there's just to no avail. You go through and you look back, hey, I've still picked the wrong stocks. And you're looking back, why wasn't this on my watch list? Why was this on my watch list? Well, key aspects to how you can build a more successful watch list. This is the one thing that you need to pay attention to for your trading. It's all about preparation, and Neil's going to go over it right now.
The only 5-minute trading checklist you're going to need. Everyone's trying to build it. Everyone's trying to find the stock. Stop's going around. Start filtering out the names. Get ready to execute right away off of the open, everybody, because it is all about understanding the key things that'll whittle down that big list of hundreds of stocks to just a few. You're going to always see movers and runners. And there's a reason why here at Trader TV Live, Adair and the team have the free watch list in the morning. Most of the times they've got a catalyst. So when you're searching through your names, I don't care whether it's step 1, 2, or 3. You want to identify things with a catalyst. It could be earnings. It could be a new drug trial. It could be that a key investor, I don't know, maybe Michael Burry wants to short it. I don't know, but you want there to be some kind of a fundamental catalyst that you can sink your teeth into. And it could be related to a stock that has a catalyst. That's another way you got to think about it. So add that to your list. It's very important for sure. Key price levels. Now this one's really important to us, near and dear. We like a few things. Maybe it's near a new major moving average. Maybe a particular stock is going to be trading at a key price entry, like an IPO, all-time high breaks, support and resistance. Those types of things are very important. You want to take things that have gaps. If it's trading exactly where it was the day before, is that something that's going to make you interested? I don't think so. We want something in that 2 to 10% range, where you're going to have that opportunity for price action, trading somewhere new, getting new price action, getting people squeezed out of shorts, getting people taken out of longs, breaking those support levels at 2 to 5 gives you a nice little window to understand as a minimum that they've moved enough. And then an important one, relative volume. None of this stuff matters if it's not drawing more attention than it was the day before. RVol is going to give you that. Now, ideally, you want it over 2, but I'm going to show you why you just need to have 3 or 4 of these things be on. If one of them is, it's only an okay catalyst, but it's a banger on the other 3, that's perfectly fine. So, of course, Cerebras, our example today, it's got a catalyst to it. It was in our watch list. That's all that matters. We give it to you free. Is it in the news? Yes, that's what we love to see. Key support and resistance. If an IPO price isn't key enough, then holding that is going to be good. So it was there yesterday at the 180. You're going to see it off of that level, and then you can go right into, well, yesterday's range was important, bouncing off the IPO price. Look at the prior day top. So our gap, which we'll get to in a second, is already right up, breaking through that range from yesterday, which is already off of a key price level. So key support level, gapping higher, and giving you a trade already off key support and resistance. The gap identifier, 2 to 10% is what you're looking for. That's an easy one. You're talking about a close around 180. In the pre-market, it's already trading 5 points up, so that's going to be a banger. It's already filling all 3. So the fact the RVol is really just hitting over 1, that's good enough. Ideally, you're going to want this over 2, but given the profile and it's treating so tight into some key price levels, it's going to fit the bill. Now, the issue is you're going to have hundreds of stocks that you're looking through, and you're going to have to whittle it down. So why settle for second best? If only 1 or 2 of these things are being met, then you can throw it to the side. Most people are going to try to whittle it down to just a few names. You'll see Sean or myself, 3, 4 at the open that you are trying to trade. We're just talking about pre-market 9:30, what your eyes are on. Other things can happen during the day, but you want to be laser focused at the open. And you can see right here, when the market opens, it gives you 2 shots at that key price level. That's where you've got to be focused. Those are your 2 chances to get long. It hit all 4 of these key points, and this is what it's all about, everybody. We said it's the only 5-minute trading technique. We walked through all of these different metrics, the 4 ones. You can take hundreds, maybe not even 200. I'd say sometimes 300-400 stocks people are looking at, and you can get it down to maybe just 3 or 4 trades. This is going to take you minutes. Some people 5 minutes. I think it can take even less than that if you know what you're doing, and it's going to save you from jumping from stock to stock at the open. You know where you want to look because you've got the relative volume, you've got the gap move, you've got a catalyst, you know the price levels, and there you go. If it doesn't fit it, then you skip it and get out of here. Stop wasting your time, hit it and quit it, and then find only the best trades for you.
So here we go. Once you guys figure out your own pre-market watch list, why don't you just post it in the comments below? Neil and I will have a look at it, and we'll help you figure out your entries. Follow the rules. It's pretty basic. Put them in the chat. Put them down below in your comments, and we'll help you find out about your entries off of your own watch list. Thank you, Neil, for covering that. Very important. Pre-market preparation. Get those watch lists on point. And there's nothing more important, I think. And, you know, we talked about it today. I've only been trading Nvidia. You have a few names. We see Joe and Sharif also there with just a few names on their watch so far today. And no matter what we think about different stocks, there's so many, as you indicated. You can get swamped with 500, 200 different names that's showing up on your scanner. Doesn't mean that they're all the appropriate names to trade on the day. And, you know, everybody's going to have different setups, you know, whether or not it's, you know, breaks like you were mentioning there, key levels, you're trading something, you know, you're looking at the closing prices, whatever, you know, levels you're looking at, stick to it. And, you know, post it down there once the video's up.
That's a key.
Post it in your comments, in the comments below, and we'll have a look at it, and we'll try to help you out, find out some key levels. And, you know, join us every day at 8 a.m., first of all. I mean, you'll be able to see our pre-cured watch list, including free. If you click on the link in the description right now, you'll be able to get our watch list for free that is curated every single day. And it's done by Adara. So, and the whole family over here helping out with that. I'm going to show you what today's, just because Neil just did that, I might as well show you what today's watch list sort of looks like for us. And I mean, it was right into here. First of all, always important. We're doing this for you. You know, the economic events, always important to see, is there anything coming out? Am I looking at home stocks when there's a home sales number coming out, you know? Always want to make sure that you look at why is the volume moving on? These are trading higher, these are trading lower. Dig into why, potentially on earnings. Yesterday we had Levi's on earnings, and then we had, you know, a big battle back today for the RAM names, right? So that's what's going on. And then here it is, you know, multiple names on the watch, but which one are you looking at, you know? And that's where you got to dig down, go over some of those filters that Neil had talked about there. SpaceX, pretty easy. Cerebras, PepsiCo. So, you know, find the names with volume, find the names with good stories that are potentially moving in the pre-market. We do it all for you. And as I scroll down here, I'm doing this on purpose, you know, different names. IONS, a name that might have not been talked about yesterday, but is hot today. You know, AEHR there on news, right? Production from its silicon photonics, fuel cell. We've been talking about that for a minute. There's always different names to look at every single day. So make sure you do check our watch lists out every morning and compare it with yours, you know, and maybe you'll be able to find something that makes some sense, and, you know, we can all profit a little bit together. And we're always looking for ideas, of course, in the chat. So if you guys have anything, let us know. And the big screen behind us has the live chat. We have the top tickers there. We can actually show that, Tiffany.
Well, I can tell you something. If we're looking for catalysts and we're looking for ideas, how about OGEN? Ooh. Ticker OGEN over on the NYSE American has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there's currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. Focused now shifts to execution. With clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation, that is OGN over on the NYSE American. We're going to go up to the desk. Adara has something for us.
I just want to mention this because I put it in the chat during Neil and Sean's lesson, but I do want to bring it up. The stock hangs out near high of days. It's Meta. META, there haven't been enough stories on this name yet today, apparently, because we did have Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, saying that, quote, exploring the AI cloud business makes sense. Now, we know last week there were reports that this company was exploring that very business. Looks like Mark Zuckerberg is kind of hinting that that is something they're, in fact, doing. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, what a great day for Meta. I mean, I was literally throwing so much shade at it in the morning. And this is what I mean about, you know, curating watch lists and trying to leave some of your emotions and even in your opinions sometimes out of it, and just waiting to see, you know, where the market goes from here. I mean, Meta in the morning was just, I mean, it started 7 o'clock, downside play there into 580. And then right when the market opens up, and this is why we talk about support and resistance levels and looking at pre-market levels, that bottom right there around 580 was made at 820. Battles all the way back to 584. So you're back down in there. That's 578. So that right there back up $6 or $7, then comes back in again, doesn't make the low again, blasts back up, and then right off the jump there, right off the open. We got some wicks down there below. I don't know. Those might have been too quick. You might not have been able to act on them, but definitely looking to get long in and around that 580 using some of these lows as your routes. Now, you might have got taken out there, but that's why on a $500 name, you're going to have to, or $600 name basically, you're going to have to wait and give it a little bit of room, that is for sure. But as Adara was talking about it, you know, exploring the AI cloud business makes more and more sense according to Zuckerberg. So yeah, I mean, a little late to the party, I would say. I mean, exploring some of this cloud space, there's many big players in there already, and I think it's going to be interesting for them to do it. You're just going to get into a price race here and figuring out, you know, who's the cheapest. Why would one company switch from Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud or Azure over into the depths of Meta's cloud? But you know what? Hey, different tools, different availabilities. I'm sure that, you know, they're going to figure it out. They spent a lot of money trying to build up everything. And now we wait to see what's going on with Meta.
Better work.
Yeah, and it's up 2%. So we talked about their earnings is everything's within the next 6 weeks or so. So Meta's going to have to, you know, prove and show us what that guide looks like. and if it's worthy of a hold or a position in many of our accounts. So I think everyone's probably stuck.
What makes it better than Amazon?
Yeah.
What makes it better than Alphabet? You got to answer those two questions. You could Microsoft as well. I saw some people saying, well, why not Microsoft? Why don't we ever talk about Microsoft? I don't know. Look at the chart. At the end of the day, we're back above 600. The stock has done nothing with the 600 level. Nothing. That's it. Like we keep doing this dance where, hey, it looks good. We're over 600 and oh, we fail. Hey, we're holding 600 and oh, we fail. Now we're back above 600 and are we going this time? Are we going? Like we keep going up to the line. It's like, we ready? No. It feels, you know what? Okay, so this skit from Chappelle's show.
Yeah.
Remember Fisticuff?
Which one?
It's the one where he's like rapper fisticuff,
yeah,
and then the beat just comes on. He's
That's
like,
not the
turn my headphones up,
yeah.
and he keeps getting, and he never starts the rap.
He
doesn't
going.
drop into the verse. He never gets going.
Yeah.
You get all psyched up. That's what Meta's doing right now. Now, could this be it? Maybe. But it's certainly cheap enough that if it breaks 640 and gets above the 200 and that's the place where you enter, it's not as if it's not still relative value compared to the S&P after it's done that. I just worry that if you're always bottom picking on this, you end up in a situation where it stays out of favor and then starts doing some ugly stuff. And I know I just mentioned Microsoft, but again, it's like the first thing that comes to mind is to pull up an uglier chart. And so it's nothing against Microsoft. It's just the first thing that came to mind. Then you get in this situation where it looks like the break. You're sitting there trying to always catch these longs or chase it up here, and it doesn't confirm. And the next thing you know, you're back at the low. So yeah, come on, Meta. I want to try to believe. I'd love to believe in you at this point. We got Oleg saying, "What's going on with CoreWeave?"
What's going on with Sharif's chair there that I just saw?
What's wrong with Sharif's chair?
No, it just came up on the screen there.
Oh,
I'm taking some Advil
because he had the fancy chair.
Something's wrong with the operator over there. He's still upset about Brazil being.
You know what they should let us do one time? Is they should just see what would happen if one of us tried to use that board.
I know exactly what happened if I tried to use it.
I can't tell you.
A blue screen of death or whatever.
You can't have 250 buttons on something and expect us. There was not 250 cameras. I don't understand why the board has that many buttons on it. You don't have that many camera shots.
It's not.
I'm just saying.
I have something to tell you. Not every button is for a camera shot. You know what I'm saying?
It's just a little. It's a little bit much.
Yeah, it is a little bit much. Just real quickly here on Nvidia, just because we did this. It was SpaceX yesterday, or were we in Nvidia? No, it must have been Space. Well, SpaceX was on the downside of 145, just kept on bouncing. But there was something else that we were in yesterday afternoon. It might have been Nvidia, by the way. But anyways, needless to say, these little top ticks over there, we've kept on making highs was it Amazon? Anyways, we kept on making ticks up here, and I want to be able to hold it, but if we're just going to keep on getting out, like
it wasn't.
It was Nvidia, and then it fell back in. Yeah, so these outs here, I don't have a whole bunch left. We've battled with Nvidia all day today, so I'm just trying to get out here before we actually break down, and I'm not sure we are going to break down there, but yesterday or a couple days ago, we had a very similar trade where we didn't take it. I think today we will. A break of rate here, right? We're back up to 30,000 again, like amazing. Even this morning, and again, it was probably yesterday when we were down, but we were like, oh man, there goes 30,000 again. Like whatever happened to that level? And boom shakalaka, it's right back again here, that 30,000 level. But what about a break right there of 29,950 on the downside? I think I'm going to look at that. So I'm going to look at the TQs right now and think about a breakdown and just try to find that exact same level. So, yep, it matches it perfectly, of course. 76.30, 76.40 breakdown on the Qs, triple Qs, and we're going to do that. So here we go. Neil could talk about it. I love Corning.
We were mentioning it this morning. I love
there's a reversion on it? What is
Nick
that?
W. I know what he's getting at, and I think he's dead on. Nick Dub's thoughts on a reversion swing in GLW. It's because of how far it came off the highs.
Right.
So it's a reversion because it dropped from 270 into 180. But how many times have we talked about if a really good stock sometimes gives you that bear territory look, that's a bit of a buy the dip situation. Look at the 50 period. At the end of the day, it only really matters the indicator if the stock gives a darn about the indicator. Is it respecting it? Is it giving you trades off of that level? Is GLW respecting the 50-period moving average, a simple moving average in the daily? I'd say the answer is a loose yes, meaning it'll break it, but how many days are you under? You close at it here, you spend 1 day underneath, and you recover. You close here underneath, and you gap higher. Close, then a big green day. The second day under is a big reversal day, and then we're back above. So I think this is a situation where it is respecting that 50 period. There's a little bit of a wipeout bottom at that 193, 2 days underneath, and then we just gap higher. So, usually it comes down to like how you playing it. If you're just playing it in the stock, whether you're giving it to the prior low, maybe you're giving it to the close at 85. Everyone has to have their own method, but I do like GLW. I don't remember. I think it was. What ended up happening at the open is I detested this candle at the open and then didn't trade. I said, no, well, that candle will wait for the 190 level or 191. But I do love some Corning. It looks pretty good. Nick Dubs, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. Hey, whether you send gifts, whether you hop on the chat or amalgamated, is that what we're calling it?
Amalgamation?
No, the consolidated.
Consolidated, yeah.
Amalgamated. Who says amalgamated? Or whether you're looking at that.
Do.
It doesn't matter. You could be sending us messages in here. You don't have to send a super chat or anything like that. You can tag us, TikTok, YouTube. We'll see them. We love the questions. We love the ideas. We love the stocks. Look, I'm just right here. Like Keneal saying Intel. What's up with Intel? Intel and a question mark. That's it. Intel question mark. So the answer to the question is Intel stinks right now. That's the best way to put it. Nasdaq's up 1.7% and at the highs. Most of the chip names are strong. DRAM, but that's near the high. So Micron and SanDisk had to be doing pretty good. Intel's up 2%, but that doesn't look very good to me. It's testing the lows. Maybe this is, that is the vaunted flat bottom break. Or just the bear flag short the lows kind of deal with Intel. So that's kind of like, it's similar to the GLW, but not holding strength. Instead, it's threatening to give up the gains. I'm actually in SMCI, as I was about to go to DRAM. I'll get to DRAM in a second. But that's somewhat similar in that it's been trending down from the open push and then consolidating, maybe for push down. But it's at VWAP. I don't want it breaking out above VWAP. Looking for it to maybe push down, give that gap. Why? Market's at the highs and it's putting in lower highs. Rather be short something like that than trying to fight something like a DRAM, which is strong.
Yeah,
I got out of that one at a good point. And I went for my walk when it lost VWAP, and that was like bad time. Like, it's underneath VWAP. I'm going to go for the walk. It's probably going to find a bid at some point. It found a bid like 5 minutes later, and now it's back up top. 5.5 percentage points.
We do have a return of a past guest. It's been over 1 year, so in a couple minutes. About 5 minutes, you're going to see an old face. I got some questions to ask this gentleman, and it'll be exciting to see him very, very soon. His face is quite old, and you're going to see him very, very soon as you go. So I just want to say right now, the TQs, you guys know we trade that. I am going to go short on this break, regardless of news or anything like that. Obviously, we can get out if anything does wind up happening there, but the TQs on the downside. And we just want to look maybe a little bit here at oil. Just have a quick look to see what's going on there today. New movement in oil, like it just started to go 108.50 bottom up to 109.40. So yeah, maybe a good possibility here to keep on going just a bit higher there. But yeah, that's the trade coming through here. Oh, we're almost in. This is a break of 35. So we're almost going to be into this one as we look to get a little lower. And we're just going to use okay, now we're in. 70. I think we could probably give this back to the day's high. Excuse me. I don't just want to punch out immediately if we're wrong. Let's let this one develop a little bit. We've seen some breakdowns, throughout the afternoons lately, but I mean, a lot of that, so much of it is based on, I guess, basically whatever Trump has to say. And whether or not, he's truthing or tweeting or whatever it's called. But yeah, yesterday we didn't get anything. The TQs just kind of did this until I don't want to hold it till the imbalances. That's the imbalances right there. So we'll puff pass on that one. But yeah, I guess it didn't break down yesterday. This was the day where it looked pretty similar to me. There's the breakdown right there live and in living color. That's another good one. Chappelle showing in living color was another good show.
That's the originator.
Yeah, but there's a breakdown right there looking similar to what we're now, and that's actually 230, that break right there. So, definitely some opportunities here to get a little short in the TQs, and we're going to take that. Again, there's it is the next day, but it doesn't matter. It's all about what's happening today. So we'll take that short right now. It looks like it did go into the money a little bit for us, only down 5 cents, but we're going to have to give it a little bit of room here to breathe as we go short on the Nasdaq here into the afternoon. So yeah, we'll give it some room. And you know what? Maybe we'll try to reload this maybe at 76.50 or this 25 period moving average. But I'm pretty confident in this, and we'll give it, as confident as you could be as a trader. We're always second guessing all the positions that we have. Explosions heard near Bushehr province in Iran. Okay, well, that's not really going to affect my position. However, I'm really surprised. Like, maybe if anything, that's a good thing for the market. And I don't mean that, in a bad way or anything about it. We always feel bad for, all the people involved here and the citizens. I think it's just crazy what's happening. But the market knows about this sort of, disgruntled relationship that they now have. Yep. And the market, it's still up 1.7% today. So these explosions, although obviously, should help the market go lower. If anything, I would say it would be more oil related. And, President Trump was talking about taking possession of Karg Island again. And that would be something that apparently, from what I've heard, it requires like boots on the ground. And that's not something I don't think anybody really wants, or President Trump's really ready to make that decision. But hey, man, I'm not in that war room. So who knows what's going on there. But yeah, maybe. Look, I thought that break might have signaled some sort of pressure on the market, but it doesn't look like it's doing a whole heck of a lot. We'll try to get a little bit more here, but I think I'm going to stay pretty steadfast in taking a 40-cent hit here if it does go back to the upside. So that's what I'm trying to do right now.
I think, was that call for Adara? Yeah, let's go to Adara. Maybe there's more on this.
So all I have, though, is that one headline with regards to Iran and oil explosions heard near the Bushehr province. I believe this is also the province where explosions were heard yesterday afternoon. We're also got that push up in the market for whatever reason. So just be aware of that. We're going to have our special guest very soon, but I also want to talk about UPS and FDX. Now, I can't be sure this is why they dropped, but they dropped at exactly the same time, and they're trading in the same way. Looks like earlier this afternoon, we had a report here suggesting that Amazon Shipping is targeting FedEx and UPS customers by specifically lowering their parcel pricing. This report coming from Supply Chain Drive. According to experts, Amazon's been offering competitive rates actually at the same level as or below those offered by FDX and UPS, also with fewer surcharges, no residential surcharge, and no weekend delivery fees. So basically, according to logistics data platform Loop, this clients from FedEx and UPS to save up to $6 per package, with one large retail client that's unnamed able to save more than 33% every year by shifting from FedEx over to Amazon. So good look for Amazon potentially here, not a good look here for FedEx or UPS on that report that Amazon's trying to undercut them. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
When Amazon comes to your business, you better hide your kids, hide your wife, because
that's not what you want to see.
That's a dangerous.
You're not going to win.
A dangerous.
You can't win.
Play. I saw some people in the chat. I gave that little bit of a tease.
I saw some guesses.
I saw some guesses in the chat there. Maybe some were right, some were wrong.
I saw a few were right.
I think a few were right, and it has been a minute, and we're very, very happy to bring him back. He's back again. Guess who's back? It's Raider Traders back. Andrew Raider back in the building.
What?
There he is. Look at this guy.
What up?
Look at this guy. This guy doesn't age a minute. How you been, my friend?
Good. I feel a little bit out of place being with the two most handsome traders on Wall Street. A little out of place, but yeah, well, I'm working up to that podium. So
it
didn't take long.
You're getting up there. If I could borrow some of your hair, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll take a little myself.
So I have to ask you a question here. What have you been up to, man? I mean, you took a year off from us anyways. Give us the goods. What have you been up to? What have you been working at? Where are you working now? What's going on with Raider Trader?
Yeah, so I'm an old face, but I am a young guy. So I started my career. I had graduated college, and I was doing a lot of the Raider Report stuff. I still am writing those reports and working on a lot of tools. But I had an opportunity to take my trading professionally, and that's what I did. So I got hired at a desk, and I've been trading with them for the last 2 years now. So went to Miami for a lot of training. Just took a break from social media. It can be toxic, especially for someone my age, always trying to compare myself and things like that, the natural negative feedback loops. But felt good, felt in a better place, and I recently moved back to Ohio.
Oh, wow.
You know, trading's remote, so I can do it from anywhere, just to be closer with family, and I value that a lot. So really close with my brother. Actually got an apartment 5 doors down from my brother, so
nice.
Count on us this weekend watching the England-Mexico game and some others, which will be really exciting.
Does your brother trade as well, or is it a different profession, or?
No, my whole family is engineers, so they do like Honda, cars, things like that. I was the finance guy.
So they're probably like, I mean, this happens to some friends that we know, like where their parents are all professionals like that, engineers, lawyers, or doctors, and they say, "What? You're getting into trading? Like, are you insane?"
Yeah, degenerate gambler who disguises his addiction in a profession. Yeah,
right. Yeah, I've been there.
But good on you. We happen to know that you do have supportive parents. I know you came to visit us, and we got the opportunity to meet your mom. I mean, fantastic. And I got to ask you a question. It's great that you're back in Ohio. You know, the mayor has to be there. I mean, I think obviously, you know,
the owner.
I'm sure you enjoyed Miami.
I thought it was the CEO of Ohio.
Was the CEO or the mayor?
Well,
okay, fine. CEO to mayor,
owner, CEO, everything. I have every title.
Citizen,
whichever. They all work. But in your capacity as the mayor or CEO of Ohio, I'm sure one of the things you're looking for is opportunities to trade. Weird segue, but I want to get right into some brass tacks. Okay, tomorrow we've got obviously the SK Hynix ADR. You know, we've had some major events. We can talk SpaceX if we want to a little bit, maybe a little bit OpenAI or what you're looking at. But I want to get your thoughts immediately on this ADR. Everyone is talking about the memory space. That has been the leader of the markets. Oftentimes when big names in a hype space look to raise capital, and this isn't an IPO, but it is still a rather large capital grab here by SK Hynix. What are your thoughts generally? Is there a trade you're looking at? Maybe sympathy, maybe directly tomorrow, or are you on the sidelines looking for some setups? Give me your thoughts on SK Hynix.
Yeah, so I'll get into the trades in a second, but let's first talk about the context.
Yes.
You know, every IPO, there's context. As a trader, I'm trying to find what makes this IPO special and how can I, most importantly, draw money from it. And so obviously SpaceX, for obvious reasons, biggest IPO in history, biggest entrepreneur, huge institutional demand, everything was there. Now, knowing those factors, right, knowing a IPO is hot is not enough to make money. We have to know how are the historical tendencies of these hot IPOs. Well, great references for, you know, SpaceX was Circle, was Fig, was Coinbase, a lot of these bigger ones as well, such as Meta. And so what you go back and look at all these historical ones, and you can draw some conclusions. So if you guys actually don't mind, I did come prepared. I have about 5 trades. I can just fly right through them that I look for in my IPO trading playbook. IPO, again, we use that term, but it's an ADR, to how we can trade this. So I'm actually sharing my screen if you guys don't mind. But I'll just, if you guys want to screenshot this or whatever, this is kind of the cheat sheet. At a professional level, I'm really looking at 5 trades. The opening print, the liquidity drain trade, which is shorting sympathy names, such as, you know, as soon as SK Hynix IPOs, you're actually shorting MU, SanDisk, etc., because of everyone selling those to allocate capital for it. We saw that with SpaceX, SPCE drew down 30% intraday right before the IPO. Momentum fade, short after the opening drive, high at daybreak, and then the overnight swing. So those are the 5 basic core trades in chronological order that I'm looking at. Now, opening print trades are very, very, very attractive risk-reward opportunities. And here was my dots on SpaceX. Why is it opening trade print probably the trade I'm going to size the most? Well, it's because you can't get this defined risk reward in a lot of other stuff. What I was doing was putting my entire day's risk on halfway down to limit down. So I was saying this is what I'm willing to lose to halfway limit down just for safety, and then I'm going to risk that and capture an opening drive. Because you are the first to a brand new market, which means that when you have something like SpaceX, now it's going to be a little bit interesting with ADR because it's not a brand new market, but it is to the US market essentially. So that's a little bit risk there. I'm probably going to size down just a little bit because of that. But yeah, those were kind of the 5 trades you guys can look for. Use a market at open order when it comes to an opening print trade. So we have situational awareness. We have, I think Sharif talked a lot about this, being the UBS, talking about, hey, sell your Korea, buy the US. It's easier to hedge for hedge funds. It deserves a premium. Historically, SK Hynix is traded at a 20% discount to MU because of the Forex exchange rates and the fact it's not on the US market. You also can get index inclusion, I believe now that it's on U.S. Markets. So there's maybe a structural demand that people want to be involved in. So everything to me involves this is the ticker I want to risk on. And if it's going to be a big red day for me, I'd rather be a big red day on that ticker because that's deserving of risk. So I know that was a little tangent, but those were the 5 trades I'm looking for tomorrow in order.
That's not a tangent. That's pretty much exactly what we're looking for. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not you're right, it's not the exact same as the traditional IPO, but a lot of the same principles that we look for. It's a big time liquidity event, one of the largest that you're going to find. And oftentimes I don't want to say never, but for most people I know, let's be real, when the SpaceX day came around, you knew that was going to be the biggest risk day for a lot of people. And it was the same thing with maybe Cerebras. And I think a lot will be the same regardless of which trade you make over in SK Hynix. And just one more before I throw you to Sean there. The sympathy trade. Now, obviously, there was a lot to do in SpaceX with regards to like Rocket Lab or maybe the NASA or the USO or UFO, any of the ETS, lots of plays out there. The thing that's going on in the chip space, in the memory chip names, from a fundamental standpoint, the whole sell the news, some of these are relatively cheap and have given a pretty good dip. How much does that play into any sympathy trade when they have already pulled back so far off the highs?
Yeah, that's a really interesting. And actually, believe it or not, when I was looking at SPCE and some of those other space names before the SpaceX IPO, a big consideration of discussion among my peers and I on the desk was, is this already down too much? Because that ultimately takes away from the risk to reward and the kind of meat on the bone. Now, what's super interesting is, right, they're looking to raise, I think, about 28 billion for this. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot when you compare it to SpaceX, which was, 75 plus billion. But you have to understand, this is the second largest ADR raise in history behind Baba, maybe even number 1 at one point before they walked it down. But with that in consideration, it is really interesting to me that over the last 2 days, you've seen hardware, MU and SanDisk, rocketing. SanDisk up 500 points from the lows. That to me is saying, hey, maybe there was a little bit more meat on the bone now. So this is a trade that unfortunately is getting very competitive. I mean, if you actually look at my screen right here, SPCE actually dropped 7 a.m. in the pre-market. And by the time the IPO actually happened, you only dropped just a fraction of the amount you traditionally would with other IPOs and their reactions, which typically would drop as soon as it opens. So it is a very competitive trade. And to be honest, I think it's going to be an early alarm clock for me tomorrow to see if I can't work into a small short ahead of time on the pre-market names of MU and SanDisk. But overall, look, this is probably going to be one of the ops of the week, if not the month. And beyond just day one, right? We have to think about day 2, day 3, day 4. Is there consolidation and a high break to the days follow? Those are kind of things that we want to look at and really push size on, because Circle and IPOs this year have been extremely hot. And I don't think an ADR, just because it's an ADR, is a reason to say, oh, I don't want to trade it. Well, it's, there's still huge institutional demand. There's people who are like, this stock has been untouchable for us for a while because we're a U.S. only long, fund, and now we finally get access to that. So, mechanics and all that, all this debate, I think the fact that everyone is debating it should tell you it deserves a little bit more risk in the right moments.
Andrew, there was no debating your comment there about SpaceX. And I mean, that is that when you mentioned here about IPOs or, these new listings, whatever, direct listing, anything that they are, if it's a risk on environment, you should be putting your risk on. And everybody that was watching us here, we had record viewers the day of SpaceX IPO, and I was lucky enough to have my largest day of my career on that exact trade.
Okay.
So we were really, really happy with all that. And we look to do hopefully the same tomorrow with SK Hynix. But I just have to interrupt quickly because here it is, man. I don't know if you've been in some clubs lately, but it's a $5 winner right now on Nvidia. We had to battle this one throughout all morning. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's in the chat because I'm starting to get out now, 204 and change area low here, or area high, I guess now on Nvidia. Just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention as we are here and very happy to once again welcome Andrew Rader back on the show. So we just talked about some awesome events that are coming through right now in the market over the next couple of days. Nvidia is a name that we always talk about, so I'm going to sort of pass on that for now. you gave me a name before, and it was something that I'm not sure how long ago it was, IoT Samsara. I actually looked at this name, and I'm now involved in Samsara as well. Been buying some of these dips off there. I just wanted to ask you, is this still a name that you're interested in or not? But Samsara, one of the names that I've recently been buying, bought some dips down into here, into the low to mid 20s. Do you still like this name? I liked it off some support, and I do believe the switch there into IoT things is something that we should be looking at.
You know, it's super interesting, and I'll kind of give my view of tomorrow and what I think will be hot. But the hardware-software debate has been super interesting. We've been talking about this, or at least seeing the kind of inverse price action between hardware and software over the last few weeks and months, and that's because, again, like the debate of, well, you know, is AI taking away from the validity of software? And even Adara and some other people were talking about headlines today of now and this morning with like Microsoft and Starbucks, or I forget, maybe it was CRM. But it is, software is in a tough place, and hardware has been the kind of leading edge of that. So for now, I really do still favor hardware. I think the scarcity is still there. There's no scarcity of software. And so that's kind of what I've been leaning on. Now, you mentioned the Nvidia trade, which is super interesting that you were in this today, because tomorrow I have a pretty decent thesis, if I don't run out of risk ahead of time, that I really want to be involved in a lot of the mega caps. Now, we just reclaimed a pretty big level in the market today. SPY is very strong, maybe coming into some overhead supply. But when you go back into positive gamma, you guys know I love options. I love talking about the dynamics and their growing influence on the market in today's world. You reclaim positive gamma today, and that increases dispersion. And what does that mean? That means that the indices ranges will likely compress, and because of that, dispersion or single stock volatility increases. People feel comfortable again, and they start becoming stock pickers. And when they start becoming stock pickers, those tend to break out. Daily breakouts start to work out. And if you guys saw Dell like yesterday and other names, buying highs has not been working. It's been a tough market. And so has this Iran thing kind of fizzling out into Friday with zero DTs, I'm going to be looking at a lot of these mega caps. Look at the recovery today from Meta. Look at Nvidia. Look at Apple coiling up into that all-time high. I think there's a lot of room for a lot of the different option mechanics to take over. I'm going to be watching those.
You like Dell? Is Dell the hardware name that you're looking at there, or you want to go long tomorrow or short? It looks like it was breaking down there, Dell, but what was the call there for Dell?
So Dell, I am a little biased long. I am long right now, but yeah, I've been long since this morning. But the idea is that you might see a lot of these daily breakouts start to work. So if you see, like, for example, Apple coiling up at the highs, this hasn't really had an option to kind of rip. And so we're really going to be looking at that. Again, highs have been failing, but there's been this little sideways action in the market, and all you need is that one good day with zero DTs tomorrow influencing that price action. You can actually see even earnings coming up. So the kind of fundamental, if you guys are into fundamentals, the reason being there's a lot of discussion that with token prices coming down and the AI kind of scarcity maybe pulling back a little bit, that mega caps are immune to token prices down because they actually supply the bulk of the infrastructure to the market. And regardless of what the token prices is, the compute is still the same. So that's kind of the idea there.
You mentioned a few mega cap names. If there was one of the mega caps right here that you think is due for a rebound, I mean, we talked a little bit about the IGV, some of the software names, and of course, Microsoft is a big part of the IGV, but there's Microsoft, Amazon, Google, which I think I would favor maybe a Google look there as well. But, Tesla, Apple, I mean, out of any of these, if we're going to look out 6 months or so, what are you thinking over there? I mean, I think Apple probably has maybe the best chart and looking like it's going to take out highs. I worry myself a little bit about the China risk over there. What's exactly going on with any of the tariffs? I feel like that's not resolved. So that would be my sort of risk there for Apple. And then some of the memory, I don't know if you've been following the Apple story, but potentially going to be using some memory there from CXMC or T, which is a Chinese developer of memory. So maybe that gets banned, or who knows what's going on there. But which of the big, heavy names, and maybe we don't have to pick a mega cap name, but which of these big names are you looking at for a nice little run in over the next 6 months?
I think super interesting. So Apple is one that sticks out to me, and here's the kind of reason why. Apple is something that, you've seen some news about them trying to get cheaper memory. I think Trump will do it out of, just, again, midterms coming up. They want prices down. Well, we have to remember, guys, this entire AI boom, it's not a bubble. It's just cyclical. Cycles happen. The scarcity comes in and it goes out, normalizes, and it picks a new norm. Well, everyone who has been investing in the AI infrastructure build out has been somewhat punished. I mean, over the last 6 months, mega caps in the real economy stocks, due to tariffs and the geopolitical conflict, have been extremely neglected. I mean, look at when the entire Iran conflict was going on, the only stocks that were up was AI. It was like CapEx was creating its own economy, independent of everything else. And so now that you're finally starting to see, well, you know, oil prices and this Fed come in, Fed says we want prices down. Well, all of a sudden, who's going to benefit from the biggest relief of prices? It's likely to be the real economy stock.
Right.
And for a company like Apple, who spent no real spend on AI, you have this argument that if the Fed is going to come in and be a little stricter and start hiking and make money more hard, difficult to get, then the benefit or the kind of cycle could shift into now people are really interested in the real economy stocks, the stocks with better balance sheets, and Apple is still a massive capex, not capex, but they didn't spend the massive amount of capex.
Right.
Exactly. And so a lot of people are thinking, well, even though they're lagging behind on the AI race, what if they kind of benefit from that in the sense that they just benefit from all the downstream models that are now way cheaper and already established, and they're just partnering like they did with Google to put them on their smartphones.
Let me give you another story with Apple as well, and you're well aware, but didn't mention it. The buybacks, right? I mean, they have these share buybacks, these huge buybacks that continue to be part of it, right? So while other companies, we saw Amazon dilute a little bit the other day, we saw Rivian as well, Google going out there to raise money. Apple's actually doing the opposite. They're taking back in shares and creating a lower float out there with their buyback. So I think that's another reason, and I love your real economy talk right there. All right, before we let you go, a big thing, and I want to talk about soccer at the end, but just one more look on a major play here, USO, oil in general. Do you like anything in the oil patch? Do you like XOM, CVX? Are you looking at USO as a potential trade? Just here on the show the other day, and it's funny because we get the bump up, on all this tension, but I thought oil had gone a little too far too fast back into the downside, considering the tensions that are still existing over there in the Middle East, right? And especially we have summertime gas, and we have a lot of people traveling, demand and everything going higher should create a little bit of a higher price there. What do you think about this chart on USO, or is there any play that you're looking for that can be an energy type idea surrounding maybe Iran and the US?
So as far as oil and USO, I'm going to just say it. I have no edge when it comes to long-term outlook of USO. But I will tell you this. A lot of the opportunities that we've been taking here on the desk have revolved around intraday or even overnight news risk. So you guys know from a pattern of Trump that he releases news on weekends. Interesting. Why? Because they don't want it to hit the markets too hard.
Right.
And so if you go back in history, you'll see a lot of the news he does, or the strikes, rather, if you call that news, is in the after hours of the weekend. So a lot of people I know have been hedging into the after hours, buying maybe like a cheap YOLO call.
Right.
But honestly, I've just been sticking to just trading the indexes and the individual stocks as a holding. I don't get too involved with oil because that's for people with gray hair. But
what are you trying to say?
Where is this going over here? I mean, like, just as fast as you came back, I mean, this could be the end of Raider Trader.
It's going to be like that. Okay.
This could be one fast pump and dump.
You're lucky you're good friends of ours. But no, I do understand what you're saying. We've had people on the desk before that had mentioned about those YOLO calls and actually pretty much referenced the same type of thing there.
It's very true.
Yeah, where they're looking for action after hours, and you buy some of those little, maybe options that are the weeklies or whatever, that you can get that little bump in premium. All right, you had mentioned that you had watched soccer there with your brother, and you're getting excited about Mexico and England. I know maybe you're biased towards the English over there, but have you been watching the World Cup? What are you thinking moving forward? I think a lot of us, France is a pretty popular pick around here.
Chalk.
Belgium, some of these names. Is there any team that you're looking at here? If you could buy an option on a team,
listen, I would say the last 15 minutes of the last Argentina game, I have never sweated so much and jumped in joy in front of a TV screen as a grown man as I did with the Argentina game, and the Argentina final of the last World Cup.
Right.
I am ultimately rooting for Argentina. Listen, I'm a Messi glazer. Okay, that's just a term we can use since I'm young enough to say it.
Right.
I Messi Max. I glaze Max.
I get it.
So,
Okay.
it's pretty. But I do want. You're right. I do want Harry Kane. I'm a big Tottenham fan, so
okay.
I do want. Bring him home for the king. Yeah. I do want.
Yes.
Yeah, don't ever do that again. Is there a chance that they meet? Would it be the finals if they met? I don't know the bracket there. Argentina, England.
I think so.
I mean, that would be exciting.
That would be awesome.
I know it's probably going to be France in the final again. We all know that, but
okay.
Who knows? Maybe Morocco. I have been also the Cape Verde, the smaller teams. This World Cup has been amazing for smaller teams putting underdog performances on.
I'm glad you brought that up because that is the story. Cape Verde is the story of this World Cup, and no matter who wins, it's the best thing for the sport, and it's just going to make it bigger and better for everybody. I'm going to throw it out there that I might want England to win. I don't think they've got the goods. They looked
horrible last game. They looked really bad.
They're great. They're just basically scratching and clawing is a term that we like to use, which is not what you want to be doing. You want to get some decisive wins out there.
They played with no passion. You can actually tell which teams are going to do well just by their energy. Like you can feel it through the screen. Cape Verde, you could just tell wanted to win. And you look at England, they look like a bunch of independent people on the field rather than a team. So.
All right. Well, we can tell that you've been looks-maxing over there, Andrew Rader.
So pro tip, guys, just take a hammer and start chiseling your jaw.
Right. You do look a lot like that, dude. I have to admit that. So we will chat with you, hopefully again sometime soon.
Yes.
So thank you for coming back. And is there anywhere we have on the bottom there?
I have one more call out. Listen, I love leaving call outs, little special surprises.
$5 a call out. Yeah.
SpaceX tomorrow. Above prior day high could be a massive gamma squeeze. Just watch that for tomorrow.
Okay, we will watch out for that. And where can they find you? We have it all at the bottom at Raider Trader, both on Instagram, and it looks like Raider Trader 101 over there on X. So if anybody has any questions,
find me there, guys. Ask me questions. You can sign up for my reports, free trial, cancel after 14 days. I don't care, but you might as well give it a shot.
If anybody mentions Trader TV Live, you better answer their question over there, Andrew. So
we're sending them to you.
Yeah, we're sending them all over to you. All right, thank you, Andrew.
Okay.
It's been a blast, man.
All
Good luck with everything. We'll chat with you soon. That's
Appreciate you, brother.
Trader. We had a lot of fun with him.
Yeah.
A lot of fun with him in the past.
Good fun to be back.
Now, because put this back in there, we'll listen to some more news. But that was really interesting to hear what he had to say. And again, not the first person that's mentioned there, the oil sort of looking at that into the close, potentially holding something overnight or over the weekend, where you get a little bit of a bump in premium based on the bombings or a little bit more aggression. It seems to be, I think, for my experience, Monday morning, like we get tweets, Monday morning and things like that. So that would still work out quite well for that kind of a strategy, right? Where you're looking at, hey, I bought something on Friday night, hoping that oil would pop up, and all of a sudden some negativity coming.
You're just putting the odds in your favor a little bit.
So I like that.
It's sort of similar to the if we're sitting down 1.5, 2 points in the market in the morning, at some point you'll look for there to be some news that might come from the administration a little bit later on in the session, like after lunchtime, that could give you a bit of a bounce. That's another thing people have talked about. Look, we're still trending down here in oil. I know there was some minor headlines coming out, nothing too big there, but it's been a rough one if you're looking at oil. But one thing that it has done, and I neglected to mention this morning, and it's like, oh, we forgot to talk about some of the travel names, just instant bounce back. We've been talking all day about the bounce back in tech, about the bounce back in memory names, about the chips going crazy. But hey, there's been a fantastic bounce over here in travel. You got 5 points here in CCL. Now, obviously, with oil going down, you're getting a start to a potential mean reversion. And every day that we don't have, from this point on, any day we don't have escalation or pops in USO, I just think you're looking to ride the wave here. What I like about this is you've got the rounded bottom and a potential break. The fact that it got to 27, I know it's only 3 o'clock. We can talk about some stuff we're looking at tomorrow that aren't HK Hynix. But as long as we don't have anything happen in USO, all bets are off if we spike 5% in oil overnight and there's like crazy strikes. Obviously, I'm not going to be looking long in travel if that's the case. But if nothing bad, I don't need the news the other way. Just nothing bad happening. And then this becomes a continuation play tomorrow. What we're going to do now is jump back over. Ooh, I see an interesting state flag. So Adair is over at the wall. So let's head to one of our favorite segments in the afternoon and see what she has for us.
To the window.
Here is today's edition of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up a chart window and we look at it in the wall. Maybe the wall on Wall Street. Maybe we change the name of the segment, but for now, I like it. And I also like what we're going to talk about today, which is the Texas Stock Exchange. From Wall Street to Y'all Street, which is actually what this is being called. This is not my pun. A lot of people are referring to the Texas Stock Exchange as Y'all Street. Now, what are we talking about here? Well, if you guys didn't know, they did like I guess the test run of this. So I believe it's not real stocks. That started on Monday. But the Texas Stock Exchange, or TXSE, it goes live tomorrow. So that's when this is going to start trading. I found this pretty interesting here. As you can see, some pretty interesting strategic partners here as well. BlackRock, Bank of America, Citadel, Texas Capital Bank, Goldman Sachs, Charles Schwab, JP Morgan, I believe also is one of these strategic partners. But what's pretty interesting, I went through their website. They don't have a lot of like super clear information. It's a lot of buzzwords, if I'm being real here. I didn't really see anyone of note in terms of the actual personnel. But what's interesting here, basically, they describe themselves as an electronic national securities exchange that's going to be allowing for public market access to be expanded in the U.S. They're really trying to get, I think, a lot of companies to have their home listing here on the TXSE, which is interesting. They want to list not just U.S. companies, global companies as well, but the key here is U.S. access. Now, what's also interesting is they highlighted what is called the Boom Belt. So shout out to anybody in the Boom Belt. This is kind of like the more southern area of the U.S. surrounding Texas. It's 11 states, so I guess just over 20% of the U.S., and apparently this region has untapped potential in a lot of different areas. And that's, I think, also what the TXSE is trying to capitalize on. It's headquartered in Dallas. So shout out to Texas. I hope you guys found this informative. You can find this infographic. I posted it yesterday on X at TTV Research. It will be reposted tomorrow ahead of this debut. But in the meantime, this was our Y'all Street edition of To the Window, To the Wall, as we send it back over to the guys.
Ran into Adara, and she said she didn't have much energy, and she, felt a little tired. I think she's holding up quite well. That was quite an energetic to the window, to the wall there. So shout out to the Texas Exchange, and we've actually had some questions about that. So make sure you do go on to. By the way,
TSX.
Here we go, guys. It's 15 cents. But hey, man, we have a decent position now. We have 2 units here on the TQs, and just taking out a little bit now as this continues to make a little bit of a move lower here. I'm going to put out another bid at 25 just because we are at that vaunted 200 period moving average rate there. So, as we talk to Raider Trader and, go over a couple of different questions, your boy doesn't stop trading. You guys know that. So there it is right there, 76.50, bringing it back in. And we'll see what's going on here now as the TQs seem to be falling. And that was that break that we liked, man. I mean, if you like something, we always think you got to take it. And that's what we did right there with our good friend, the TQs. And again, it's not the futures, but it's close enough. It is the market, it is your Nasdaq 100. So if you're looking at this with me, good luck, and let's see what winds up happening here with the TQQs. I may now, because we did get that reload at the 50 and the 25 period moving average, I think I'm going to use this as my out now, 76.50. So if we do break back above, we're starting to capture a little bit of profit. I had just over 2 units. Now we have just under 2 units. So let's put out one more bid to get to that 2 unit mark, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with the TQQs. And there it is. We get that 25 one more time. Let's throw it back over to, this time, Sia at the desk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's take a look at what the market's doing right now. Let's start by looking at the 3 major averages. The SPY currently up 0.74%. The triple Q's up a little over 1.5%. The Dow is continuing to be up as well, 0.21%, and the IWM up 1.4% on the day. Let's take a look at some things that we're going to talk about today. PSKY, I know we've been talking about this name a lot on the show. Hasn't been for a long time, though, but PSKY is down today, almost 3.5%. 3.5% on the day after. Reuters has reported today that several U.S. states are planning to file an antitrust lawsuit against the entertainment conglomerate over its acquisition of WBD. So there's the bad news about that. You can see that huge downtick, down right off the open. We're also going to take a look at Mara Holdings, up 12% on the day. The company said that it will acquire land in Matagorda County, Texas, from HIF USA, which is a renewable fuels company. So Mara said that the site, which includes more than 1,200 acres, will eventually more than double the company's power capacity to about 4.8 gigawatts across its portfolio. So we have HIF that has said that they will be keeping a minority stake in the company. And finally, I was talking about this not so much, but earlier in my sector watch, that Costco is one of the names that was down today. It slid down further. It's down 4.5% right now after reporting its decelerating comparable sales in June. So its comps have risen 8.8% year over year in June versus the 12.5% gain that it saw in May. That's all, and sending it right to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. And I'm going to get to the halt in a quick little second. As the market continues to come down, still just, it's about, for me, SMCI at that volume weighted average price or adjacent to it. We took the 70 for the 10 cents. We want the 20 in front of the 60 level. But I know there's this halter, JLHL. This was, okay, this one I can actually pronounce because it's just Julong Holding Limited.
Perfect.
This is the one that didn't have any news on it, but it doesn't really make a difference. I don't see any news on it, but it doesn't matter. It's up 214%. Everyone that's asking for the tap, it's really just indicating a 261 or 62 open, pretty much where it is. You're not really getting any kind of a gap up indication at all, but it should be a 5-minute haul, which means 1 minute to go for JLHL. Anytime we talk about a gapper or a runner like this, always feel like we got to show you the daily chart or have some concept of where it's been. The 200 period and the latest resistance, it's essentially gapped right to that point underneath $10. So you know the drill. Most of the time, the secondary bounce is not as big as the first, and that had a pretty precipitous fall after its last run up. So, good look on this. I'm going to be not touching it with a 10-foot pole. I would chase, and this is definitely not something I would want to fade. This is JLHL. So it should be open in about 5 or 10 seconds, but that $10 level is a bit of a big one. Did just grab the fill on SMCI. I'm going to reload if it bounces to VWAP, I think it's worth a reload. But for now, if it breaks this gap fill, if it breaks this flat bottom here, like 28.55, I think there's some way to the bottom for sure. So yeah, the shorts are working out as we have the Fed announcing leadership objectives for monetary policy task forces. What is it with does every Fed headline has to have task force in it? Is this like a troll?
There are some wild advisors in this task force also. So I think this is announced. I couldn't find the announcement, but New York Times is reporting on it, and there were statements attributed to Worse. So what I'm going to say is he probably did make the announcement, but we just haven't seen a press release for it yet. Basically, apparently each of the 5 task forces co-led by 3 external experts and supported by staff from the Fed. Sorry, experts, not exports. He also is saying here, I guess some of the task force leaders will include former Fed governor, you've got Xbox CEO Asha Sharma, who was already controversial, so I'm sure this won't help. She's going to be on a task force as well. So I guess you can do a task force and have another job. Mark Andreessen, known venture capitalist, he's also been appointed, and he's going to be leading alongside Asha Sharma the Xbox, this AI and productivity study. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. There's so much to this announcement. I'm going to continue to read through this, but expect to post on XTV Research very soon that I'm currently working on.
I wonder how much they get paid on these task forces. Sounds like a good gig.
Probably nothing. Probably the same amount that Elon got paid running the Doge task force.
It's what you get after.
As well. Andrew might have been whatever kind of maxing he was talking about over there. But we're profit maxing, and that's what we're trying to do every single day here. That's our job. Sit here, try to make some trades, try to put on some decent ideas for you. We're short SMCI over there with Neil, and we are in the queues right now with a pretty decent position. Actually, one of my bigger positions of the day, besides the early Nvidia positions, we put it on with the TQs. We told you we had 2 units on this one, which is pretty decent for me into the afternoon, and we have just a little bit over half left of this position right now as we came right back in, right into this level there. So yeah, man, like pretty proud to do that back into the downside. And of course, all your profit is going to be based on how many shares you trade. So, you guys take your positions, do your own work and your own due diligence. But hey, man, I like that breakdown. I thought I did a good job of talking about it with you guys there. And there's the breakdown. And then, here comes the money coming through right there on a green. I mean, that's a green market. I mean, the market is falling down as we go short.
Yeah, want the...
I was just going to say, we want the cash register there as well. But yeah, it's a nice move to the downside right there. We were very light on Nvidia to begin with, but, starting to just get more out. We talked about that at the high side. We actually interrupted our discussion there with Andrew to let you guys know that we were getting out. Then we got another piece out when it broke to 25, then again. there. Less than 5% left on Nvidia here as we profit max right now back into the downside. So yeah, man, I mean, I think this is a good spot. I want to put out another bid right here just to get one more piece out before, okay, well, there we go. We get 13s as soon as we put it out. And yeah, now we can wait to see if that next level wants to break or hold. And that's in and around this 76 marker, right? We had part of the reason why was it looked like it may want to go down, and then plus the 30,000 mark, right? So as we wait tomorrow for SK Hynix, and I don't know, I think some capital is going to get sopped up from them. So I would say that, there could be some selling here into the close. So now I'm hands off. We know the stop is in. Let's see what winds up happening. Another bid at 76, and then after that, maybe we can get a little lower here. But remember, like, your opinion in the market is one thing, how you trade it is another. So, we may start to get out a little bit here if the market does mature back up a little bit. But hey, man, so far so good on that one, and we'll just wait for our Nvidia to see what that does. And
yeah, it makes sense to me.
ARM and all that other stuff.
The tech and chips to see some weakness in the afternoon. So whether it's the Qs, whether it's, I haven't looked back at MU and DRAM what they're doing, but it doesn't really matter. I think it's a good look to the short side. Now, there was a question about what's going on with Nokia, so I'm going to pop over to, this is what I was able to find. I'm going to ask Adara as well, because this story was at 1:30. Nokia shares trading higher after the company announced a technology partnership with Nest AI to build capabilities for AI-enabled defense operations. Now, it's been up and trading all day to the upside. The volume spike happened here just about a half an hour ago, and obviously, anytime you do more volume randomly in the afternoon than you were doing in the opening range, that does suggest something new has happened. Where I haven't seen a news story for Nokia. Sometimes it can be people recirculating the old story on social media. Maybe that gets a bump and it was already going in the first place, but I haven't found anything in there.
I haven't seen any mentions either. I saw, like I said, I think some things kind of popped in general around that time, so I'm not quite sure. Like, I think a lot of things that were strong kind of continued, but I haven't seen anything since then, Neil, and I did just check.
What I like about this is this falls into that category of the reversion. We were talking about it with Nick Dubb with the super chat, and he was mentioning a reversion on Corning. And the idea being, well, is it overall uptrending? If I put a weekly chart up, it's probably still in an uptrend. But if you talk about it here on the daily, this is what a turn looks like. You're in a downward trend. You make your wipeout bottom. On that day, you then regain the prior low, so fail break of the low, and then crazy momentum to the upside. It's already sort of broken out key resistance, so technically this one looks pretty good. It's not really set up for the continuation. The reason why I was bringing up CCL for the potential of a break was that CCL has the chance to kind of do like the move that you're seeing now in Nokia. If we don't get any bad news, we can just take that 27, whereas Nokia has already gone super ham to the upside, and that move has happened today. So yeah, it's a good looking stock. Keep it to the ground if there is anything new, but I'm not really seeing anything. I'm looking for something else to be short other than just SMCI. If I can find it. I was thinking about DRAM. I was really only liking the longs in DRAM. That's all the way back at VWAP, so I feel like that's a bit of a chase to try to short it at the volume weighted average price. Maybe a bounce and then a shot at the lower high down here, because that's sort of a head and shoulders. I mean, not really, but it kind of is at about 65.4. So I'll look for some kind of a bounce here or a breakdown under VWAP. Either a breakdown under VWAP or a short to pop into 65.4 to get another short going, not just SMCI. Let us know what you guys are looking at in the chat. I see Dr. Wynn is already long CCL, so I'm glad you found that one. Hopefully USO continues to go down. You want oil lower, and that stock should be fine.
Yeah, I think some people are still talking about getting ready for tomorrow. I still going to go with the fact of, as we mentioned there, that there will be some selling. And I just covered a little bit more there at 16s, as this did make a move right back up into the 200 period there on the Qs. Look, man, we are all over the chat. Like, if there's anything, I'm trying to, what's up to Blicky? Spears is here. He wants to talk about CIRC. What a minute. What is CIRC? That's not Circle. CIRC. Okay, here's a name, 52 million shares. So shout out to you, Blicky, looking at Cirque du Soleil. I love Cirque du Soleil. I can't wait to see that again this summer at some point. I guess in order to see it, I got to buy tickets. So that should be interesting there. What's up to Mike P. the Rider as well? ALO from Dan the Man. Aloe. Oh, that's what I'm wearing today. This is an Aloe shirt. Maybe that's what you're referring to. Aloe, of course, in Paris is the only one that I have on. There, Alstrom. Oh, yeah, that is here. Yeah, you are talking about that. That is a Paris name. And, this is what it looks like, just to give you guys a little bit of a look there. And thank you, everybody, for, joining us once again here on Trader TV Live. I mean, we're really, pleased, especially in the summertime. I mean, we know the numbers are generally a little lower in the summer, but we really want to appreciate everybody from coming through here again. So I don't know anything about this stock. I just wanted to show you that we do have, this is what a euro level 2 looks like. Of course, it's closed right now, but here at Real Trading, we do have the ability to trade European names. So this name ALO, without knowing anything about it, why did it do this would be my first question. And then after that, fill the gap. Yeah, I mean, that's where your 200 period moving average is. This doesn't look like some sort of a split or anything. You wouldn't go from 22 down to 17, but definitely giving it up a little bit here, ALO. And I don't, want to look more foolish than I normally do and talk about stocks I have no idea. So this name looks like it's getting to the downside, downward sloping. This is down sloping there. 50 period coming back in. I would like the short back at 17, 18 bucks again. But is that what we just heard there? I thought that was going to be more explosions. But here it is. U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick. Trump knows price of oil will stay low. He knows it. So right now, it's going to stay low. So do not go long anything oil, according to President Trump there. And that's according with Fox Business interviews. So look, man, I don't sometimes.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, like I know, the president does have, very strong opinions, needless to say, and very strong convictions on things that he says. But oil, I mean, if they keep on, maybe he's saying that because there is something in the works. I mean, if we try to read through the tea leaves, maybe there's something there for Iran, and he knows that maybe something's going to get resolved there. Maybe potentially the United States is going to step in and release more oil from their reserves. I mean, I'm not even sure what the petroleum reserve is at right now. So there's that theory. And
here's what I think.
They might just, take everything from Venezuela again. I don't know what the reason for that is.
I think one of the reasons you can be confident that prices could stay down is the Strategic Oil Reserve. China built theirs up on basically to like crack levels, man. It was crazy. They would just build, and that's how they've been able to withstand during the war so much. And I have the feeling that not just the U.S. but other countries around the world are gonna replenish their reserves and do the same thing.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea.
So I think that's something that can maybe drive up. Like if you drive up that buying, that'll keep the prices down to a certain extent. And
more breaking news.
But hold on a second. But I wanted to say something very important about the European market.
Go.
You heard Andrew talk about Edge, and we talk about Edge. We'll talk about that tomorrow, right? That's a big deal when you're talking about HK Hynix. The opening drive in the European markets is one of the best trading opportunities if you've got a stock that you like, if you've got a direction that you are confident in. Now, I can tell you this is something Real Trading and traders we've known for over the years. Even we had our own office. When we first got the European markets, we were doing that thing where we'd come in and trade the open and try to go to sleep and then wake up. Did that for like a week or two and realized even though it was making money, that was just really difficult to pull off just from getting regular sleep. But the opportunity is there. This is what look at the open drives on this ALO, just the last 3 sessions. If you just see it going and you've got a bias, they tend to be pretty clean. You've just got to be careful with it because liquidity is not the best, but they are fantastic because it's the kind of thing you get in, and if you're right, you just hold. Iranian State TV denies reports of explosions, so that is going to be something that will, again, bring oil prices down. USO is still at the lows, so that CCL and everybody that's, I guess long anything in the travel space or maybe the airlines, still going to be looking pretty good. Certainly helping the shorts, that's for sure. I just realized we don't have locates on DRAM, which...
We don't?
Nope.
Not even available.
No, we do. No, sorry, we don't have free shorts on DRAM. So it broke down underneath VWAP. They are literally fractions of a cent, but I did have to go and pay for them. So when this broke down underneath VWAP, no fail because Trent went to hit the bid, and they're super cheap. I mean, it's 0.00026 cents per share to get DRAM. But that's why I didn't just grab it when it broke down underneath that volume-weighted average price. Got to be able to pay for it to do it. And Gabzord asking in the chat, how do you know when a stock is about to do a VWAP bounce volume? You know what? As the stock comes back, I don't know that it's going to bounce off VWAP. I'll look for it to do so. On DRAM this morning, I was looking for VWAP bounce. It didn't. And then when it started bouncing around it, I went into some longs, and then that one got out, and then it looked strong again. So and then I got out, then I got back in again. I don't think you ever really know it's going to bounce off VWAP. You just can like the setup, and you can wait for something that looks like an entry pattern off the volume weighted average price. All right, now we're starting to gap fill here.
Let's go.
So I'm looking 28 prior day high, 28 quarter. I'm just going to park the bid because that's the target there on SMCI. And if there's can't get DRAM, there's got to be something else we can take. So I'm holding this short, going to try to find something else that might be a good short opportunity. Micron, if DRAM, that's the thing. Micron's already gone. It's got to be something that is just wanting to start to go.
Yeah, so we, same kind of ways there. I wrote down one of the top trade ideas for me today, which I like what you're talking about there with SMCI, was to go long on SMCI if it came into 28. So that could be a bouncing spot there for sure on SMCI. Okay, we're under half. We have about 35-40% left right now because we just got 76.06. I mean, that's pretty much, you know, that was the fill that we were kind of looking for down there. We mentioned something in and around the 76 area, and you've seen me before, like, you know, we'll sit in front of something and take it out in front of a key level. So there it is at 76. I don't know if you get this way, but like it must be raining. We're getting ready to
it is.
Absolutely have a shitstorm
I think right at 4 o'clock.
Because my head is blowing
you start
up
to get
right
the,
now, and I start to get like the low pressure. I'm trying to drink. We have a cold brew over here. I'm going to have some
hydration.
water going
you gotta
on.
Drink the water.
Exactly. Well, this is all water, right? There's a couple beans in there too, but other than that, yeah, water, and try to feel.
This is really faded. You can't even tell it's Trader TV Live.
Oh, it's cool. I like that Trader TV Live Gangster Edition right there. But yeah, so shout out to the Weather Network. It looks like there's a huge storm coming through from what I'm hearing. All right. Oh yeah, there you go. My wife telling me now. I'm just about to know this is a bad storm. So she just messaged to me right now that there is that.
Really?
So,
it's going to be that bad?
Shout out to Marissa if you are watching. Thank you.
How's your kids? How's your wife?
And what's for dinner? No, we do have tonight. Gia, again, last night we were at,
Game?
She had hockey in Oshawa in the morning. Then she had a practice with one of her teams in Mississauga in the afternoon from 6 to basically 8. And then they hustled down to High Park, which she played again from 8 to 10. Man, she's an absolute animal when it comes to dedication and her love of sport. It's very, very proud of her. And then today she's starting up again in volleyball. So she's on the treadmill, which is skating treadmill. If I ever showed you, I went for the very first time to see her last Friday when we were off on the treadmill. Skates on, like when you're skating on a treadmill, like it's absolutely insane. And, so very proud.
You have a video? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I'll ask. I took a small video. I might have.
I can obviously picture in my mind what it would be, but I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, no, it's insane. It's nuts. It's on a treadmill there, going hard on that to practice her skating, and then volleyball tonight. So
volleyball.
I love volleyball too.
It's a great.
I actually think she's almost a better volleyball player than she is hockey, but she spent millions of dollars and hours on hockey. So we'll try to support that. Maybe not millions of dollars, maybe $1 million.
There you go.
There we go. So everything I make goes right back to it. Hence why we are trying to use more shares on these good opportunities to support La Family. I mean, think about trying. I mean, I have 3 kids and a wife, so living in Toronto, that can be. Oh, and then I have this story too to show you. Marissa just said, the house that she was finally interested in went for sale, right? So she sends me this.
I love those.
So this was something that just went for sale, and I said to her, "Oh, that's nice. Like, look how this house looks right here. Again, we were talking about living in Toronto. You see this price tag right down there, 3.2." I told her, yeah, I mean, we can put an offer in. You want to chop off a couple milli off of this, then we can put in an offer. But right now, big time house there. And she's like, oh, it finally went for sale. I was like, yeah, that's nice. But good house there. And look, it's 3-bed, 3-bath. Welcome to 3.2, a schmill.
That's Toronto,
right there for you in Toronto. But hey,
you could get 6 castles in Scotland for that.
Yeah, but then you have to live in Scotland, right? So, all right, let's go back over. I think it's Sia over at the desk.
I've never been. So
no, neither have I.
I thought you had.
As someone who is a big fan of houses, that is beautiful. I think you should consider her on that offer. So let's take a look at what's going on with the small caps right now. IWM up 1.4%. We have two individual tickers. I'm going to take a look at VRAX, Fireworks Biolabs Group. That's up 2%, shy of 100%. So that's up 98% on the day. Has announced today that it's entered into a definitive agreement for exercise of certain outstanding preferred investment options to purchase up to an aggregate of 548,000 ordinary shares of the company. RXT down 33.4%. Rackspace Technology has launched an operating framework with PLTR, Palantir, for regulated enterprises to accelerate enterprise in its AI production. And that's all for your small caps. Right back to you.
Thank you. Here it is right here.
Oh,
28 degrees, thunderstorms. Feels like 36. So everybody that's out there that doesn't understand like the humidity and what we're talking about here, that's 36 Celsius. That's probably 100 Fahrenheit. Here's the map. So let's have a quick look at what's going on with the map right now as we go. So here we go. Yeah, this is what's happening right now. But if we stop right around here, so 4 to 5 p.m., just pretty soon, looks like we may be done. And then we go like this, and then a little bit passing through right here in T-Dot. And yeah, it looks like the worst of it, hopefully, Neil, is behind us right now. So
nice.
Anyways, that's what it's looking like there. And today, by the way, in case anybody was interested in, today is Whopper Wednesday, apparently, there. So go grab your Whopper meal for only $8.49. Go grab it at your, it's gone. What? At your local Burger King. And also check out the Wimbledon Championships live right now on TSN. And there you go. If anybody wants any sponsorships or anything like that, hit us up there as we continue to read ads for people that don't even pay us. All right. So yeah, down to there, $76. That was a good out. Remember, I'm stopping out here if it breaks back above 50. Look, we could be wrong. That's why I was saying to you, like, your opinion sometimes doesn't even matter when it comes to stock trading. You just kind of got to look at the levels, and that came right into that level, and we were lucky enough to sit there. Thankfully, we have that bid, and we got filled. But, you know, it just shows you how fickle some of this trading is. Like, if I don't have the bid at 06, I'm pretty sure that was it didn't even go to 05. Like, so, and I was just randomly sitting there at 06. Like, if I put in 05 or 04 or 03 or whatever it is, I mean, look at these stocks move. Like, they'll move pennies, no problem, but you're lucky enough to get that fill. So sometimes this is why, you know, lack of hair, gray hairs, all these kind of things is because, like, pull my hair out thinking about, you know, where to put these bids and offers and the stress of missing trades like that. So that's why sometimes when you get that instinct, and we talked about that before as well, that maybe this is going back up to the upside, cover a lot there at the 200 period, cover a lot right here into, and again, this is not even instinct. This is just looking at a chart and trying to do our best. But covering, oops, where did it go? Yeah, right into this level right here, if you look, and that's where all these are coming from. And then 76 was just, you know, a little lucky to get that fill. But, you know, now the TQQ's sort of reversing there. I don't know what SMCI is doing, but you were right, I think.
That's a reversal candle.
Yeah. Okay.
No, this is a reversal candle. So trailing stop goes in right now. See that 3-minute candle? With 3 minute, 5 minute. I use a 3-minute chart. You know, whatever you use for entries, I kind of use for the exit. So I'm gonna get out if it breaks this 57 in here. I was actually gonna look at Battle, but I know there's that small capper that was going crazy. JHL, shoot, that was JLH. That's what it was. Thank you. JLHL, now 340%. I said I'd stay away from it because I didn't want to chase it. Well, that was wrong because you could have just apparently just punched long and it will continue to go. You could have taken any one of these halts to the upside. It's now halted again. Once again, the tap is just saying where it closed. That's what happened the last time. It did still go higher. Like, it is halting and opening higher, but it's not indicating higher. It's just saying 1353. So congratulations on this one. I was joking. Like, the last time there was a crazy runner, I joked around about how it's not going to reach a certain price because we had some viewers saying, oh, this $8 stock was going to go to 20 the next day. And then we had a joke where I was like, it's not going to happen. And then I had to eat pineapple pizza when it did. It's a fun bet to make because you guys win. So whoever's long wins, and it's fun, and I get to eat food. I would love to do something like that, but next time for good food, maybe a Whopper.
Here, how about we do? We can do a poll.
Whopper.
I mean, yeah, we just had that Whopper. I think, yeah. Why don't
I haven't had a Whopper. I have not had a Whopper since my brother was in university. I remember because I had it in Florida.
There's not as many Burger Kings around here.
Driving back when we did a road trip back from Florida, he was moving back here. That's the last time I had a Whopper. That was 20 years ago, I think.
I didn't even. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about a Whopper in a second. I don't even realize what the hell's going on here with Nvidia. It just popped through, man, and there it goes, man. Nvidia doing the best right now to get me all puzzled. But nice move up to 204 one more time as there goes Nvidia finally. The market Nvidia and Jensen, it's only up 1.6 in a year just now joining the party. But hey, better late than never as there's a nice little pop up right there. Yeah, Marissa's favorite burger of all time, I think, is a Junior Whopper. So,
is it really?
Yeah, I mean, that's from what I remember there. I feel like the big Whopper might have been too
I feel
big,
like most people, I don't know many people that are.
it might be a value play
like
too,
Burger
right?
King.
Like I don't know. That, like I said, that was a long time ago. My kid's favorite.
Give me
I
that
think, is the
Baconator.
Baconator. I was just gonna say the same thing. My son's favorite, Baron's favorite, is Baconator.
Baron's a smart cat, and he's got some taste.
So there we go.
And the frosty on the side.
See, give me another. Give me something else fast food related.
Chick-fil-A.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's kind of chalk. Yeah, we love some Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A's.
So Marissa actually buys the Chick-fil-A sauce.
Me too.
Like she
yes.
loves that sauce.
I can't hate on that.
You could put that ish on anything.
I'm not gonna hate.
They're so genius. They actually even started getting those bottles. So they sell
That's
bottles.
what she buys. The bottles
so
of sauce.
cool.
The squeeze bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because whenever we were in the States, she would always act like we'd always say, "Give us a Chick-fil-A sauce," and it'll go right in the purse. There are those little packs. But yeah, shout out to Chick-fil-A. My kids love it. But you know what? Undercover a little bit, man. The Popeyes. The Popeyes chicken fingers are really great. I think they outpace the Chick-fil-A nuggets for me. Chick-fil-A is very, very basic, but very, very tasty. Hey, the lemonade.
I'm not
Chick-fil-A.
gonna. You know what? There's certain stereotypes I got no problem in leaning into. If you don't like fried chicken, then you've never eaten fried chicken, or
Sharif.
you're vegetarian.
If you're Sharif's problem.
Sharif,
yell at this
love
guy.
Sharif. We have a great team around
I
here.
don't mind him.
But we get fried chicken at the office from the caterer, and this guy's like, no good. I'm like, bro, it's delicious. You work out 5 times a day. You can handle it. There's protein. There's deliciousness. Enjoy yourself.
He's worried about workout maxing over there. Now we're only going to say that now because of Raider Trade.
I didn't look to see what the lunch menu was tomorrow, but it's Friday. It's SK Hynix Day. That'd be the perfect day for us to get some mac and cheese and some.
Oh, you looked already, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I always look because I want to know if I can take it mentally and physically.
Mentally?
And
What are we
tomorrow
doing
is
here?
like it's there. It's a thing. If it doesn't come during my break, I will.
Can we get like, look, this is our segment. We'll cry if we want to, but
Okay.
I don't want you to ruin it. But is there a little like tidbit that you could give that maybe might give a hint of what tomorrow's lunch is?
Okay.
I can let you think about it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll think about it. So
Okay.
it is
Oh, okay. Okay.
a region that we do trade stocks from sometimes as ADRs.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
then
ADRs. So it's Chinese, I guess.
it's Chinese.
Okay.
But that's like the only ADRs
Okay,
we
that
trade.
was okay. Let me take it to the
Dead
next level.
giveaway.
Let me take it to the next
Excuse me,
level.
guys. Also, we trade European ADR.
No, we-
sometimes.
well-
we trade I trade ASML.
I'm not trying to hate. I'm not trying to hate on that. What I was going to get at
other things.
is there noodles involved or?
I do not remember seeing noodles. Actually, no, I do remember there were no noodles.
Well, it's not sushi because
No. Well, sushi
it's
would be Japanese. First
So
of
someone
all,
just
yeah.
put it in the chat. That's why. No, we've had some good dumplings in the breakfast, but not for
Yeah,
lunch.
we haven't seen.
We haven't seen that in a while.
You know, it's going to be.
It's that.
It's always. I mean, pretty general. I mean, we've never had General Tao chicken. It could be that. Is this something we've had before?
You trying to make? I'm already
We've
hungry with the
had
burger
version
talk.
Of this, I don't know if we've had it prepared this exact way.
Sean's trying to trigger me. Sean knows exactly how obsessed I am with General Tao chicken, and now I'm
trying to.
I got a message.
Oh, now you have to tell us
we
it's
need to-
not
we need to-
that. Okay, well,
we
now
need
we
to
got our
order
hopes
Chinese
up,
food
and now
tonight.
it's not
Straight
that.
up.
Okay, maybe we have a new segment here. Guess what tomorrow's lunch is today. But okay, right now though we have to go. Hey, Brendan's not here. We can do what we want to. See ya back at the desk. Let's get an update. It's 3:30.
That was a diss at that. The SPY up very close to 1%. Let's take a look at the sectors, what's going on real quick before Juan comes here and talks about the Asian markets. So we have electric tech. We have Nvidia trading flat, Apple up on the day almost 0.7%. The bullish momentum from all the other stocks in this sector from AVGO, MU, S&D, KINTC, Cisco is up. AMD also continuing, everything up in green in the day. Love to see that. Tech services, we have Google down 1.11%. Meta's up on the day, 3% now, 3.4%. Oracle up 2.7%. Netflix, Palantir, IBM continuing to slide to the downside. Microsoft trading flat at the moment. Finance, we have BRKB joining Visa and MasterCard. They're flat right now. JPM up 1.2%. BAC up 1.4%. GS 2.6%. in the green, and MS 2% in the green. We have retail trade, Amazon up 0.75%, Walmart and Costco continuing to slide. I mentioned in the happening now about Costco's reason for being down. It was down 4.5%. It's currently down 4%. Home Depot holding a bit steady, up 0.75%. TJX continuing to slide, down 1.2%. Producer and manufacturing, CAT has seemed to reverse its gains a little bit there, down 0.94%. It was up 1% earlier in the day. AMET, LRCX up 3.4% and 5.4% respectively. We have consumer durables, Tesla up 3% on the dot. We have consumer non-durables, KO, PM, PEP, PEG, PG all sliding down. KO down 1%. PG down 1.2%. We have utilities, process industries, industrial sector, and sorry about that. And we also have commercial services, all a bit of a mix over there, seeing a little bit of a red, a little bit of a green, a little bit of a gray. Nothing too crazy going on over here. Transportation, we have a lot of green that's upheld from earlier in the day. UPS and FedEx currently flat. However, Uber up 0.77% on the day. Non-energy, we have FCX holding the momentum from earlier in the day, up 5.6%, and all the other names up in the green except NUE and STLD, that's down 2.18%. Sending it back to you.
Morgan Stanley wants 250. So leave it at that.
On Morgan Stanley stock. Yeah, wow, that's pretty high.
Wants 250.
That's a good one there.
That's
at 630. Is that what someone just wrote in the chat?
Well, it's at 222 right now. I know. See, I mentioned it. I was like, yeah, like Morgan Stanley. Bank earnings, they're right around the corner, so let's not forget about that. But the other thing to remember, the group is good. All the banks pass their stress tests, which means they're allowed. Every single time the major banks have stress tests, just remember, they're going to pass them, and then they're going to be able to increase their dividends. Every single time we have major IPOs, things like SK Hynix coming to market, that's just good for Morgan Stanley. Anytime we have volatility in the markets like we do, up 2% one day, down 2%, that is good for as well. So there's just a lot of things that are working in the space. So when the earnings come around, give it the old 2 or 3 day rule after they usually go, maybe down for the morning or down for a couple of days. Then you're off to the race. The reason I say 250 is just 190 to 210, 210 to 230, 230 to 250. Like, it's been in these $20 ranges. So if it's been doing $20 ranges, then the break of the high is look for a $20 range. So I like the banks. Actually, I think you couldn't go wrong with the XLF too. I think you can sort of be in that as well. I think that's absolutely fine. I do like the XLF. I think it's a good place to be rotated to. Even with tech rebounding today, that's fine. I still think you're pretty good in the financials.
What thing is profit maxing is Meta right now. That is up 4% there after what was a disastrous open. No, I shouldn't say open, pre-market, where some of the news was flying through there. And we talked about the new Canadian gigawatt factory there. I think it's going to get 1 gigawatt, looking up to get to a maximum of 1.8 there in Alberta. Man, this is like one of the worst headaches, man. It's really, and Ramin just came by and said, yeah, get that umbrella ready there, Neil. Apparently it's not nice out there right now. But yeah, there goes Meta, just absolute moon city right there. And by the way, money. I mean, we're trying. I put another bid. Oh no, I put that bid there at 16. I should put another one. Let's just put another random one over here at 06, and we'll see if that. Let's go to 07, and we'll see if that fills. Right now, only a third left, though. We started to get out on the way down because we are now 14 minutes away from this, the imbalances, and when those come through, whoa, JP Morgan is sell. Did you cover that already? No.
What?
Big sell for JP Morgan.
Maybe I should check the notes
today. I don't really know why that's there for 3 million. We never see anything like this.
I don't think I've ever seen JP Morgan outside of like an index rebalance data.
Yeah, like I'm not super concerned about it, but it's just like it's only done 4.2 million shares today.
Let's look it up.
There's no way it should have like a 3.2 million share sell on it. But remember, these names will get paired off and that could easily be gone by the time we're ready to open back or 350 happens. So keep an eye on that one. And the one thing that we always keep an eye on at this time of day, of course, is the Asian markets. And I think it should be an exciting night as everyone gets prepared for SK Hynix. So let's go back over to the desk, find out the report here from one Anadera regarding the Asian markets.
Just under half an hour until the American markets close, but as we know, that's not the only market out there. It's time to take a look at the vast world of Asian markets with one. Let's kick it off.
Thank you, Adara. Before I start, I'm guessing if tomorrow is Asian, we might have chicken teriyaki or maybe sweet and sour fish. I was wrong. There is. All right, let's talk about the Asian markets. Overnight tech bounce, pretty much reviving Asia's battered semiconductor hubs. We saw a lot of, after so many days of liquidations, we got SK Hynix climbing up by nearly 6%, Samsung up by 0.3%. Even some Japanese names, those equipment makers, they're making a comeback. Advantes advancing nearly 6%, Tokyo Electron up by 5.5%. Great stuff, seeing all the AIs and chips making a comeback in Asia. We even saw in Shanghai, they rose by about 1.65%, and that was boosted by a $4 billion capital raise from AI champion Zippu. So that was some interesting news overnight. But let's focus our attention on the open. Of course, everyone's eyes on SK Hynix tomorrow. That's going to be a huge, huge deal. We got to basically keep an eye out for Kospi. Ahead of their debut, check if institutional pre-positioning triggers a short squeeze before that announcement is made, or if there's any macro noise forcing the sell the fact breakdown instead of sell the news. All right. But if we move over to India, the Nifty 50, it could challenge their 24,100 resistance. There's a lot of rotation plays into defensive plays such as pharma, healthcare, as well as telecom stocks. We saw some big names such as Sun Pharma and Bharti Airtel. They were up more than 2% today, so they might make a huge bid tomorrow as well. And in Taiwan, all right, Taipei order books, there was some debt warnings. Their governor, Yang Qinglong, they warned against retail investors piling mortgage margin as well as credit debt into AI. So watch for any localized broker leveraging as well as institutional events of that 45,200 support level. So a lot of stuff to take in, but I think everyone's eye is going to be on SK Hynix tomorrow. We'll see how that plays out.
Well said. We'll have to check out SK Hynix tomorrow, but maybe before or after, depending on when that IPO goes live. You'll see one at this desk at 11:30 a.m. to talk the European markets. We'll send you back over to the guys.
Thank you, Juan. It is going to be epic tomorrow, one way or another. Like I think we should have the same level of anticipation as we do for a regular IPO, just understanding it's not exactly the same thing, probably open a little bit more promptly. That's an understatement. It'll be much more promptly than a regular IPO. That is for sure. And remember, we talked about it with Raider, but we've sort of been hinting at it.
I'm going to find out when Baba opened.
Just try to remember the sympathy names are perfectly good place too. If you don't like trading the big IPO name, then and you're accustomed to DRAM or Micron or SNDK and that's your bag, those are fine too. The same way SpaceX came around and you could have easily just been trading in Rocket Labs. Virgin Galactic was a fantastic opportunity to go short instead of SpaceX long. So, there's something for everybody. It's going to be a big one. I did double check in our notes at Real Trading to see if there was anything actually specifically going on for JP Morgan. There isn't. I didn't suspect there would be, but there isn't. I think it's very likely to pair off, but 3 million shares on JP Morgan is going on to the side chart for me. It's only done 4 million on the day. 10 minutes till the imbalances come in. I've moved the trailing, whoops, I meant to hit enter. I moved the trailing stop to 28.5 on SMCI, so the closer we get to the imbalances, I think I've canceled the order. If it gets back to VWAP, it'll be an imbalance trade anyway. So we'll wait until the other side of the imbalances to do something else with that as well. And for those, I saw someone in the chat asking, is Nvidia buy or sell? Nvidia trades on the Nasdaq. So when we get the early look for the closing imbalances, that's on the NYSE or formerly the AMEX. I'd say AMEX because I'm an old head. Nasdaq stocks, you don't get an early look at 350. You see it one way or the other. The early look comes from the NYSE floor, and the AMEX does the same thing. To the real numbers at 350 on all of the exchanges. So the reason we're able to show you this on JP Morgan is because they actually have that in the floor handheld system. And if there was an indicator on the Nasdaq, believe me, we'd love to have it to get an early look on some of those. Like, how good would that have been on that Tesla? Well, I mean, SpaceX wasn't that big when it went in, but I remember Tesla was gigantic. I mean, an early look would have been pretty cool for that when it went to the S&P 500.
I have some pretty bad news for you. Both Alibaba and Coupang both opened up 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Oh, man, I was thinking like 11 maybe.
I mean, look, this is the last major Korean name that IPO'd, or I guess direct listed over here as an ADR, CPNG Coupang. So I went all the way back to its date of March 11th, 2021. Thank you to eSignal for this data. You can see this is what Coupang did. So
that looks lovely.
Yeah, and they were considered, I think Coupang, I'd have to look this up, but I think they're like the Amazon or something, where they were considered like the Amazon. It was $5 billion they came to market with. And of course, SK Hynix tomorrow is coming with $28 billion. But yeah, $5 billion was a lot there. Coupang just, and I don't know about these wicks. I mean, this is a 1 minute chart, but I don't think they're probably not real. Up to 70 and then down to 59. But at the end of the day, those wicks look the same to me. So I think that's just not it. But opens up, I would say $64 is probably the IPO price right there. And even if we zoom in, yeah, that top 64.15, something like that. Oh no, we would have opened up here. 63.50. Okay, so 63.50 looks like it does close 64. So there was, you know, you're not gonna be super happy with a 50-cent bump, but if you don't get out, then this is potentially the downside. So
you've got to, if you go long these IPOs, or what, it doesn't really matter. You go long them at the open.
I don't know if I will.
You better have a stop.
Yeah, well, yeah. And if
I'm
you
not
get it
treating this like a
enough,
traditional IPO.
No, I don't think this is like that, you know, like a SpaceX thing. We'll have to see what the hype is, right? I mean, join us tomorrow. We'll see what the level 2 looks like, what the tap is, and that's a theoretical opening auction price. So we'll be able to see when it's going to open, what it's going to open, and you know what pricing looks like.
Last price we heard was 160, but that doesn't really matter.
Right.
It's really stay tuned in the morning, and we'll be giving you.
Though I think
so they did move it down.
Might have even been coming down.
Oh, so coming down? I don't want to see that.
I'm confused. So what I saw was what people had converted based on how many, I guess, of the South Korean currency, which I believe is won, that they thought it was going to go for. That translated to between 158 and 162, I think, or 166 US dollars. But now I'm seeing they're pricing it at 149. Now the 149 has not been confirmed, so we don't know that yet. But either way, that's still oversubscribed. But it would be a little bit of a downgrade from what people were initially saying. So I'm confused. We're all confused. When we get more details, you know, I'll keep you posted.
You know what is worth mentioning? Remember for SpaceX, what was kind of happening there is it was getting lower, but it was a sell imbalance, and then they dropped the price down until it was a buy imbalance, and then it did shoot up. So I think maybe it's a situation like that. They're going to price it where they'll be buying off of the open.
Yeah.
So I don't want to completely write off. We generally don't like it as much when you're dropping the price, but we can resolve that tomorrow. We'll see. We'll have the early, like in that particular case, we will be able to see the imbalances. Just like I'm showing the locator here, you're gonna see HK Hynix. It'll be up there. Once you get a quote, you'll be able to see whether it's a buy and balance, the open interest, and how much paired volume it is. It doesn't necessarily help you with the time that it's going to open, but it'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, let's just hope it opens up in good time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm whatever. If 12 o'clock isn't that bad. We've seen 1:30, so I'm not going to complain too much. It opens when it opens. I just feel like it'd be nice to be able to do one of these before lunch instead of waiting all day long, because it's such an exciting event and everyone just wants the liquidity. You're sitting around maybe not even wanting to trade a Micron because you're waiting for SK Hynix to come in, and then all of a sudden you're waiting till 1:30. By the way, Micron just broke 1,000 again to the downside. 5% up, but heading lower. This is dragging everything down with it here. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna hold on to our short at least until 28.5 if it bounces to the upside. I don't want to have that up. Still nothing too crazy on the early look. We've seen NU before, 1 million. Pfizer's way too liquid for 1.1 million buy to mean anything. SCHO, not familiar with. What is that? Oh, that's a U.S. Treasury ETF. Okay, never mind. I see .am. We see the numbers that get put up and kind of think maybe there could be something, but no, that's a Treasury play that doesn't do any movement, so that's probably significant. So really just JP Morgan, and obviously every single memory chip name probably in play for the close.
Yeah, we'll be excited to see if there's any memory names moving around here into, like we just said, into the close here today. I'm still into Nvidia, but just really small, now $5, and it's blown up higher than this. So, we'll wait to see about it in balance. Very, very light for me trading right now. Because we're getting closer and closer. Look, I would love to still support, this TQQ short, but the theory was that it was going to break and go lower. It broke and went lower, so we're out. Like right now, I have 20% left of this trade. We got another dip down there. We got 13s, or 16s, sorry, and then we got 21s or 22s, and we took another fill here at 32. So, we could do that again if we really did want to, but we'll just hold off now and wait to see what the next shoot a drop is, and that's going to be the imbalances. So my stop is still at 50. Hopefully that comes in, and we're able to, take the trade and a successful one back down lower. So we have no idea what that's going to do. Intel, not doing anything. All right, it was Meta. Just got a note about Intel, but it's not doing anything. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry about that. Meta, I meant to type. There it is, Meta. Yeah, wow. Sneezing and exploding to the upside there. And Meta just 630. It just touched out at 629.50. Like I did not think after the way today looked that Meta was down for this. But nice move higher there on Meta. And we'll just have to wait to see what happens tomorrow. I'm really, as a current shareholder, I said I wanted to get out. So I still think that theory would be there. Tomorrow, in and around that 640, I mean, that would be 635 or so, I think is a decent spot to get out of at least some of the Meta and then just rethink about it. And hey, man, if it moons, we're still going to hold on to some of it. But right now, Meta trying to do the best it can, to break above and then get that trend back to the upside. We consider and say whatever we want to, again, like our opinions and all this about Meta. But, look what it's done. It was just back there in June the 26th. This is a $540 name. It's added $100 on its head right there. So, that's a nice move. Let's call it 90. Nice move to the high side there for Meta. So, you can't really complain about it if you've been invested over the last month or so as we try to take out some more highs right here on META. And it was just a good call, I think, by anybody that, wanted to support the stock. A stock that I'm hoping gets some support. And believe me, I probably have 10% of my portfolio worth in Netflix as opposed to Meta, but that's had a decent recovery, trying to battle off those 70 lows, now back to 75. We'll see if it gets as high as $80 there. Netflix, another name that's pretty interesting, 2.5 minutes until the imbalances.
Oh, yeah, Netflix is interesting, but for not good ways at all. Its chart looks like this morning you were talking about the telecommunication names. That's what those charts look all very, very similar. We get Joe's not here. I just looked over. Joe's active in the chat right now. So I look over and like, oh, hey, what's up, Joe? And he's not here, but he is active in the chat. What up, Joey Options? Very, very curious. I know what he's off tomorrow, so he's missing out on SK Hynix Day.
Why is he off, by the way? Did he ever tell anybody?
I don't know.
He keeps saying he's going to the nation's capital, so he's doing something that he's not specified in Ottawa that will involve nature. But weirdly, the way he's wording it is going to the nation's capital.
Okay, if Joe could speak French, he could be our next prime minister. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there. Shout out to Ottawa. What a great couple of my friends are in Ottawa right now. There's another hockey thing going on there, so it never stops. I'm in Canada, which is just outside of Ottawa, end of the month, and that, of course, is for baseball. So we're going to be there at the end of the month. Find me in the mean streets of Canada, Ontario.
The mean streets.
Home of the Daniel Alfredson less, because he's now with the Maple Leafs, Ottawa Senators.
That's just kind of weird.
Yeah, I know. That's weird that he's
from anyone that doesn't understand this, the Toronto Maple Leafs added to their staff a player who is quite possibly one of their biggest rivals ever, and is completely hated. Like, not probably respected as a player, but absolutely hated by Toronto fans. I'm not a huge hockey guy, but even I know, Daniel Alfredson, I'm like, what?
Yeah, I know, that was a weird one.
I'm like, what? Don't we hate this guy? Because he beat up on us. Anyways, 1 minute to go to the imbalances. I tightened up the stop and could have held it to the imbalances, but a couple of green candles will jump out and hop out of SMCI. It's actually up today, and it's one of those stocks that is a trend break. That said, it was just a short for the afternoon. That's all. I still think it's one that made a reversal. It just happened to not break out that top of 29. Could be another breakout tomorrow for that name. So JP Morgan still saying early look of 3.3 million. It's not like that's going anywhere. We'll get to find out in 15 seconds whether that sell on JP Morgan is legit, because that's a pretty decent number. 3.3 million into a $330 stock is not chump change.
No. No, we're going to see very,
5 seconds to go here.
Yeah, what's going to happen. And I'm putting some bids now a little lower on the TQs in case it does spike right there. We can go over it. Okay, wow. Yeah, nice move down lower, man. These must be sells.
Intel sell.
There we go, man. We'll do this because we want to. But yeah, man, nice move down. Sometimes it is in our favor, and today it is, that's for sure. Nice downside take here for the market, and Adair's going to have those numbers in a minute. 835 million to sell. Looks like Intel's a sell. JP Morgan flips over to a buy, so that got paired off real quick. So look what happens to
Oh my, you couldn't have
JP Morgan. Boom, boom. There it gets down on the imbalance, and people are like, wait a second, it's now a bid. So we watch out for JP Morgan. And where was it? It's somewhere here. I don't even see it anymore. I saw Marvell as a sell, so that's taking a little bit lower. Only now up that 5%, so we can definitely have a quick look at Marvell.
Microsoft's a buy.
Microsoft's a buy. Oh, there's our Netflix.
DraftKings is a buy.
Yeah, my Netflix up to the high side. So what was it? 835 to sell right now. Okay.
Why is it? What's making it a sell? I'm trying to figure out. I mean, Intel's 2 million, but that's not that big of a deal, is it? With Microsoft being a buy in there, not really seeing Marvell. Marvell's a sell.
Yeah,
that's something. SMR. Now that's from earlier. No, nothing too crazy. Bitcoin, small buy.
Wow, that JP Morgan was pretty dirty.
Oh, that's.
I mean, that's why it's so tough to
the trade. Algos, the problem with that is by the time you register that it's not that sell imbalance, it used to be you might be able to punch that through VWAP, like 50 cents into the move. Now the algos, and you're probably punching in the top end and trying to grab 20 cents instead of 70. So that trade is more or less dead. I like the 55 reversion a little bit better. I'm glad, even though I saw a bunch of sells, I didn't see I'm going to assume SMCI must have been a buy because it would have stopped me out regardless the last little bit. That is a nice little bounce play. And I do want to, I know we're going to be all about SK Hynix tomorrow. Primarily, that's going to be a big deal. But we have to wait for it. Based on Sean's research, we could be waiting for 11 o'clock or possibly later. As long as we still see nothing, and it's been nothing in USO.
It was not the most in-depth research. I mean, I looked up two.
Yeah, but what else? What other names are you going to look up?
Yeah,
you got to look up the last one.
I'm going to look up ARM.
No, it's for, look,
I mean, ARM was September of 23, so that's more recent.
IPO, direct listing, ADR. The idea is that you're not trading it at 9:30 in the morning is what we're really getting at. We still have a morning to get through, and I want to be looking at some
I still think there's a world
names.
where it opens up pretty early. I mean,
it's not impossible.
Maybe they just got it figured out, right?
I'm not trying to get my hopes up, man.
No, I'm not trying to either.
At all.
ARM was
the reason why we make a big deal out of it is if you know that possibly the biggest liquidity or like a stock you're going to risk the most on for like the month or the week or something, if that's the trade. As a trader, you sit there and having to wait all day for it instead of usually something like that will be at the open. It's a bit frustrating.
Yep.
That said, I'm going to be looking at oil and CCL. No, I want no headlines over the night. Nothing good, nothing bad will be good enough, and this one's a continuation. Obviously, if we get some bad headlines overnight, you got to throw that out the window. So I'm hoping for some quiet action. That'd be nice. No tweets. No bombs going off, nothing like that.
Oh, there'll be bombs going off, but yeah, it would be. It doesn't seem that the market cares that much about it, really, to be honest with you. So, yeah, hopefully we don't get too much in the way of issues when peace is concerned. But yeah, all right. So with only 7 minutes left now, Nvidia downside. We have a very, very small piece left. I'm going to exit that trade here. Okay, there it is at 59. We're out. There on Nvidia, and then we'll just watch out, man. I mean, this is getting lower right into our spot again. I still have that actually I don't. I got to put it back. I want to put an 08. My stupid drink is in the way. We'll put an 08 out there for the TQs, and we'll get it going. See what happens. It just went down to 08 again, 09. So a little bit of a move down. There it is. Give me at 08 there. We'll see if we can get that, and then ring the register for a short there. Oh, a short there in the market. What else is up there? Oh, what's up? What? Easy peasy. Normally this guy's super chatting a percentage of what he made, and that's a big number.
Easy
right
peasy.
There. 3 days behind. 10K. What? 10K this week?
Holla. Trying to dissect the rest of it.
Okay. This week with app. Is your app? So I think he was creating.
I know you're creating that app.
So that's live now. Integration with ChatGPT, I guess, using signals from Katina Man. Send me. You got to send me a little bit more, or something other than. Okay. Anyways, bots, contact me for information. Yeah, there it is. So what's up, man? Sean, appreciate the use and the approval of the bot. Yeah, no problem. Right there. Legal letters coming to you soon, my guy. But no, that is great. And speak of the devil, no, I don't have anyone phoning me. But yeah, that's great, easy peasy. Look, man. I mean, I hope that I'm not making 10K this week, so big shout out to you, man. And doing the best work for you and your family. Really happy and proud of that. And, glad that I can I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, but glad I can contribute there to your success. So shout out to Mr. Easy Peasy. 10K this week, and it's only Thursday. So don't blow it all. Tomorrow we'll be sitting here safely trading, hopefully SK Hynix and a few other names tomorrow, as you can see. But yeah, congrats, man. That's a big one there for the Easy Peasy.
Definitely. Well, it might have been maybe some shorts on SpaceX, I'm going to guess. I don't know. It's hard to imagine. But with only 4 minutes to go, they're already getting the selling started early. Micron just made another jaunt down. $10 since the imbalance. I didn't see a sell imbalance there on that name, but we do have now a sell imbalance on Nokia. I know some people were asking about that earlier. It's still up 8%, but it is pulling back off of some of the highs. Yeah, sometimes you have a rule, put a trail, and you might get trailed out right when the imbalances come out. That's exactly what happened, but SMCI is going to end up closing at the lows. This might be a continuation tomorrow. We'll see. If the idea is to continue to sell chip names going into SK Hynix tomorrow, then this one was mostly trend down, and we might look for a little bit more of that. So Nokia on watch. I don't think that's going to hold up. 1.2 million. The problem with Nokia, 1.2 million, now that I'm actually thinking about this, is no. Nokia has done 90 million shares today. Nokia is not the stock. It didn't used to do volume like this, but I'm not remembering. 89 million shares of volume, 1.2 million is useless. It might move a couple of pennies at best. Joe, Trader TV Live Cold Brew Black when you roll into the office Monday morning, please and thanks. So you're asking Ramin for cold brew, Joe.
I mean, I got cold brew here. This had almond.
Get your own
this
cold
had almond
brew.
milk in it, but it's gone.
Right
now. I told Ramin Starbucks second cup there has it for $3. So
I love the cold brew.
Shout out to that.
I love the cold brew. It's a great look. There we go. Easy peasy. There's a real super chat.
This integration with. He had one this morning, by the way, Joe. So.
With TTV proof. Integration with TTV proof.
Yeah. What's up, Easy Peasy? There's another $2 there. Yeah, we could. You could always hit us up, send us something if you want to try to get more involved with something. But I don't really know where we would go with it all. Right there, we always say it to everybody, man. Like, we'll give you some ideas. Make sure you guys, understand the risk, the parameters. We are flat at the end of every single day, and we're trading real stocks.
No
These aren't like CDRs or anything like that, or ADR. Well, they are.
Well, ADRs, yeah.
No, that's not the word I'm looking for. The what some of those other companies offer. Oh man, I can't believe I can't remember what they're called now. Not CDRs. Now I screwed myself up calling them CDRs. Anyways, we don't trade options or anything like that.
I know what you mean.
It's when the companies make basically synthetic shares of a company. What are they called? Anyway.
I don't want to say
CFDs.
Yeah,
CFDs.
The problem with CFDs is oftentimes I'm not going to out any firms or anybody about it, but a lot of times, if you are trading in CFDs, who is issuing them is very likely benefiting from you losing. They don't want you to win. If they have the other side of it, you're not trading with the actual market. It's just a totally different ballgame, man. And you always got to be really cautious out there because there's a lot of people that want you to. There's people out there that want you to lose money. We're just being real, And you should have a broker or someone that you're trading through that when you make money, like if you trade at a prop firm, like if you get a percentage of the trading, so the prop firm makes money when you make money. With the CFD game, that is not how it works at all. Sometimes they make it really difficult for you to get the money out. 1 minute to go here. Obviously, it's been a good day for the market. We got to 30,000. We did get to 2%, I believe, but we didn't actually hold on to it. 1.5 for the Nasdaq. I don't know why I still have the imbalance indicator up. Who cares about that? Maybe I'll throw up Micron in the final minute because it's trying to make a bounce. It's the proxy. We can't look at SK Hynix, but we can look at Micron because it is going to be in play. A monster ADR coming to market with SK Hynix tomorrow at some point, and you can expect to see some fireworks, whether it's in DRAM, whether it's in SNDK, whether it's in Micron. Certainly we're going to be looking at SK Hynix primarily as the mover, and we're pretty excited for it.
Yeah, when I always call you Mini-Me Joe there, and I'm sometimes in the chat when I'm off, but glad to have you in the chat there, Joe. Yeah, and Joe, just an FYI there, I might stop at this new store I just found out, Farm Boy. What's up to VinFast right there, ticker VFS, your global intelligent mobility company. I want to thank them for sponsoring not only the opening bell, but this closing bell right there. We used to have a closing bell that would drop down, and I think it would be kind of cool if that came back, but it would be, it'd be kind of cool if it went right back.
It's right there.
Yeah, I know where it is.
We just can't use it.
I'm saying, like, let's
we've been told we can't use it.
Right now, standing there. Sia could ring the closing bell every single day. I mean, would you be down for that, Sia? No, not now. It's already closed. I'm just saying that bell up top. I mean, you can't jump and hit that.
Show us a hot.
No, that's too much. Put your hand up. Let me see how high that. Ooh, no. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Okay.
You'd be starting for the Toronto Temple if you could do that.
Yeah. That's. Do you know who the Toronto Temple are there, Sia? No, I don't blame you. It's our new WNBA team, the Toronto Tempo.
Really do.
No, you don't need to, but yeah, it might be exciting.
They have a great atmosphere. The kids get into it. Like,
come on, man. I mean, we're season ticket holders for the female hockey team, and no better.
They know what they're doing. They know how to drum up. They know how to drum up support and make sure the kids have fun when they're going to watch it. Because that's the most important thing, man. Like, I'd rather watch the Raptors, but my daughter would love going to watch.
We just give our we bring friends to all the games every single time. It's a lot of fun.
I watch the females badminton matches. I like badminton and tennis.
I like badminton too. Yeah, tennis.
Really
pretty
fun.
Good there over there. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, shout out to female sports, of course, as my daughter's off. I'll get that video. I didn't pay attention to that. Yeah, I should have found that video for you guys. Volleyball tonight, but yeah, it's pouring rain outside. So, hey, man, stay dry wherever you are. Join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Big shout out Tiffany. Thank you for everything today. One is over there. Thank you for everything he's done. Andre as well. Fabian, Ramin, all the best. Michael, thanks for looking into the quote issue for us.
It's getting better.
He's not listening over there. Randy, thank you for being here. Oh, yeah, Randy's not here anymore. Thanks to Sharif and Joe. Well, both those guys are gone. And the two that are still behind us, of course, two most important names in the business there, Sia and Adara. Thank you so much for everything that you guys continue to do for us. Adara's still working despite the market being closed.
There's always an infographic to be made.
That's it. You don't have anything outdoors tonight because it'll be canceled.
No, but usually when we don't have activities,
I'm glad we played
Aaron
last
gets excited for the kids to play in the yard and stuff, which is not going to be happening.
No. Wow, Sia is tall. Sia's probably Adara, I believe, is taller than Sia.
Are you?
What did I do here? Oh God!
No, it doesn't
Adara's
matter.
like, forget. I'm doing work over here. But yeah,
I'm 5'7", so I'm not too tall.
5'7". That's actually taller than I think the average female. So you are right there in the chat for sure. Yeah, the average male 5'9". Yeah. So in North America. But all right, thanks very much. It's 4:02. We'll see everybody on the flip side. Ciao.
Peace.